Hello and welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Explore our playlist for more captivating novels, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 81 I Want Half of Your Soul. After staying in Guangzhou for a while, Jiang Yi's chaos system and reincarnation system both reached the intermediate level 2, and even the summoning system naturally broke through to the high level. He is now a high-level mage of 3 systems. Based on his mage skills alone, he can be considered a strong man. The reality system is still a little lacking, but it is also at the intermediate level of perfection. This system is very special. There is considerable independence between the 10 elements, but in order to achieve a breakthrough, the 10 elements must reach a balance. However, the greatest help that the reality system provides to Jiang Yi is the improvement of his understanding of the real world. As long as his mental power continues to improve, his ability to control various elements will be improved, and the breakthrough of the reality system itself will not be so urgent. After returning to Shanghai, Jiang Yi wanted to go straight back to his apartment, but he found himself being watched. A meaningful look flashed in his eyes, and he immediately turned and headed towards the suburbs. A stranger, with a faint cold aura and a sharp murderous intent, came with bad intentions. However, Jiang Yi did not care too much. There were 4 people on the opposite side, one was a high-level level 2, and the rest were mid-level. It seemed that they just regarded him as an ordinary magic high school student. Jiang Yi was very confident in his perception ability. After confirming the opponent's strength, he did not worry too much. He pretended to wander around the city. After confirming that the other party did not dare to attack him openly in the city, he turned and headed towards the suburbs. The sub-security realm refers to an area outside the city's security realm that is guarded by mages and regularly cleared. There are generally no permanent residents here, and at most it is an area for people to temporarily stay. Occasionally, you may encounter people who are just passing by. Jiang Yi leapt, and with one step he covered dozens of meters. Although it was called a leap, it was almost as good as flying close to the ground. He did not hide his special features at all. Only a few hundred meters behind Jiang Yi, a group of 4 people were running fast, following closely behind Jiang Yi. Because Jiang Yi's speed was too fast, they had to activate their magic tools to barely keep up. This kid moved at a very fast speed after leaving the city. Could it be that he had already noticed us? A middle-aged woman among the 4 people who were tracking him spoke up. With such a fast speed, his magic walking gear must be of top quality. Damn, how can a poor man afford such magic walking gear? Another man's voice sounded. Haha, what's so hard to understand? Don't forget why we came to find him. A toad who wants to hook up with the Mu family's genius. Apart from other things, he must have some ability and sweet talk. Mr. Mu Hong, the situation is almost over here. Let me go and stop him. A skinny man spoke to a white-haired old man in front of him. Upon hearing this, the old man called Mu Hong nodded and said, "Just stop it." After getting permission, the skinny man grinned sinisterly, replied, "Understood," and released a wind track. The strong wind lifted his body and he flew forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he flew 100 meters away. "Boy, your journey ends here, ice lock piercing." Zhang Kuang's voice came from behind, followed by a sharp ice chain. The ice chain shot towards Jiang Yi's back like a flexible python. Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged. He avoided the ice lock coming from behind with a wrong step, then stopped and turned around to look. "You really can't wait. You won't accomplish anything great like this. No wonder you're still a mid-level wizard at such an old age." The skinny man driving the wind track stopped in front of Jiang Yi, staring at him with gloomy eyes. He didn't care what he said, and sneered, "I'm not surprised by your expression. In this case, you'd better surrender obediently, otherwise you will inevitably suffer a physical punishment." As he spoke, a strong wind element had already condensed on the skinny man's hands. A wind disk took shape in his hands in an instant. As long as Jiang Yi made the slightest movement, he would throw it out and roll Jiang Yi into the sky. Hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled slightly and stopped talking. He stretched out a finger and drew a line in the air in front of him. There was no magical light or precasting motion, but a space crack appeared out of thin air. The moment the space crack appeared, it slashed across at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, just like a flash of light. When the light disappeared, a thin line of blood appeared on the skinny man's neck. The playful smile on the skinny man's face had not yet faded, but the pupils of his eyes had lost their luster, and the wind discs condensed on his hands also dissipated as if they had lost control. Puff! A spectacular fountain of blood shot up into the sky, and the huge blood pressure sprayed the disconnected head high into the sky. After a long time, it fell to the ground with a bang, and the headless body also fell to the ground with a bang. "How dare you, you arrogant brat!" A furious voice rang out, accompanied by an overwhelming icy breath that suddenly swept towards Jiang Yi. Mu Hong's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground. He never expected that Jiang Yi would dare to be so cruel. He never expected that a dual-element mid-level mage with rich combat experience would not even have a chance to react in front of Jiang Yi. He was leading a team to deal with a student from a magic high school, and yet such an accident happened. If this were to spread, his reputation within the Mu family would probably be severely damaged. People of his age care most about reputation, so he could not tolerate such an accident. Mu Hong showed no mercy. Although he was specifically told to bring Jiang Yi back alive, he also had to teach Jiang Yi a profound lesson. He immediately used his trump card, the ice field. The ice domain enveloped the whole world, and an icy aura covered it. Endless ice elements gathered together, forming a huge force that pressed down. With the blessing of the domain, every move he made had immense power. Mu Hong looked down from above and struck Jiang Yi with one palm in the air. Endless ice elements condensed in his palm, and a giant icy palm pressed down with a bang. Its power was no less than that of high-level magic. However, facing the seemingly terrifying attack, there was no fear on Jiang Yi's face. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it from a distance to block the icy palm that was coming down from above. Suddenly, the space in front of him seemed to be grasped in his hand. As his 5 fingers slowly closed, the space collapsed. The collapsed space was like a black hole, swallowing up the icy palm formed by the violent ice element. Then, Jiang Yi retracted his arm, and then pushed it out in the air, as if he was pushing open a half-open door with ease, but this push out of his palm had the tremendous force of space that turned into huge waves that rushed out angrily. There was a muffled thud, and Mu Hong, who had jumped into the air, was hit hard. He flew backwards like a cannonball, spitting blood in the air, and fell heavily to the ground after flying dozens of meters. "Mr. Mu Hong! Mr. Mu Hong!" 2 exclamations were heard one after another, and 2 figures, a man and a woman, rushed over quickly. When they saw Mu Hong being knocked away, they all showed expressions of horror and could not believe what was happening before their eyes. Both of them were wearing magic shoes. They leapt to Mu Hong's side and hurriedly helped him up. They were horrified to find that although Mu Hong was still alive, most of his bones were broken and his internal organs were damaged. He would definitely not survive without timely treatment. The 2 men hurriedly took out the healing potion and poured it into Mu Hong's mouth without any care. The quality of their potion was quite good. After 2 bottles of potion were drunk, a white light flashed, and Mu Hong's breath, which could disappear at any time, soon stabilized. Jiang Yi watched this scene and did not stop it. He took a step forward and came in front of the 3 people. The middle-aged man and woman were about to say something, but they were strangled by an invisible force. The words on their lips were stopped abruptly and they could not say anything. Snap! Crisp sounds of bones breaking were heard, and the limbs of the middle-aged man and woman who were struggling a moment ago immediately drooped down weakly, without a sound. Jiang Yi threw them aside with a wave of his hand as if he were throwing away 2 useless pieces of trash. They made a dull thud when they landed on the ground. The muffled sound resounded like thunder in the heart of Mu Hong, who had just regained some consciousness. Fear, great fear arose in his heart. He looked at Jiang Yi as if he was looking at the devil who was demanding his life. Even though his muscles and bones were broken, he felt no pain. He pushed the ground hard and backed away, just wanting to get as far away from this devilish boy as possible. This is not an innocent student from a magic university, this is simply a Shira who kills without blinking an eye. He doesn't understand why Jiang Yi can be so cold-blooded and indifferent to life. Even the arrogant and domineering Mu can't do this. You, don't mess around. I'm from the Mu family in the imperial capital. If you dare to touch me, there will be no place for you in the world. Backing away, Mu Hong finally remembered his identity and threatened. He was thinking that Jiang Yi must not know his identity, which was why he dared to attack him so unscrupulously. If he knew that he was a member of the Mu family, as long as he moved out of the Mu family, he would not dare to kill him, but would at least bow down and beg for forgiveness. However, just as he finished his words, the silver light appeared in Jiang Yi's eyes again, and the spatial telekinesis locked his throat like a cold chain. Jiang Yi raised his hand and Mu Hong was hung in front of him. I won't kill you. I only want half of your soul. I'll spare half of your life. Go back and tell the person who asked you to come to me that you were the ones who started the conflict. You can't blame me for what happens next. The cold voice was like some kind of judgment. As soon as the words fell, a soul line condensed from behind Jiang Yi's head. That soul line was like an extremely sharp scalpel, gently cutting across Mu Hong's soul, and his old soul was directly split into two. Ah! 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 A shrill scream came from Mu Hong's throat. Anyone who heard the heart-wrenching cry could feel the tremendous pain. He was completely useless. The soul is the foundation of a mage. The practice of a mage is to practice the soul. Any magic is nurtured and grown in the tomb of the soul. After losing half of his soul, Mu Hong did not die, but he completely became a useless person. He would not be able to live a normal life from now on, but he would not forget the task Jiang Yi gave him, because that sentence was like a steel stamp imprinted on the only half of his soul left. Before completing the task, he could not even think of committing suicide. After doing all this, Jiang Yi let go of Mu Hong. The 2 bottles of healing potions he drank were quite effective, and his injuries had mostly recovered. It should not be a problem for him to find the Mu family by himself. Chapter 82, Protecting Mo Fan. The people sent by the Mu family did not affect Jiang Yi's mood. He returned to the apartment, relaxed for a while, and then devoted himself to cultivation. He needs to slowly develop the usage of the law runes stored in the soul tree, which takes a lot of time. However, this process is not boring for Jiang Yi, but rather a pleasure. Jiang Yi's mental power has reached the peak of the 3rd realm after breaking through the high-level summoning system, and is not far from the 4th realm. High-level magic circles can be easily made for him. He tried to use the law runes to transform the magic circle and create an array independent of the magic system. In the process, his understanding of magic principles and law runes gradually deepened. What surprised him even more was that while he was constantly using his mental power to draw the law runes and construct the magic array in his mind, his mental power was actually growing unknowingly, and the speed of growth was far greater than the speed of his usual meditation. In just a few days, Jiang Yi felt that his mental power was only a step away from the 4th realm. The 3rd realm mental power had already allowed his space magic to surpass other high-level magicians. If he broke through the 4th realm mental power, he might be able to defeat the demons with space magic alone. Unfortunately, this thin line of separation is like an invisible but tangible iron wall that is difficult to break through. But Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. He calmed down, practiced magic, practiced the body tempering technique, studied the principles of magic, and studied the laws and runes. His life was quite fulfilling. On this day, Jiang Yi was studying how to combine runes with magic circles. He encountered some difficulties and showed a rare look of sadness on his face. At this moment, a familiar reminder sound suddenly rang from his mobile phone. Lingling, come to the hunting ground. We have received a strange commission. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows as he looked at this message. He couldn't help but become curious. After Lingling obtained the Book of Darkness, Jiang Yi hunted several general-level demons for her and asked her to use the Book of Darkness to transform them into dark creatures. With the Dark Book plug-in, Lingling's strength is much stronger than most mid-level magicians. She can complete the commission by herself, so as long as Jiang Yi does not contact her actively, she will not disturb Jiang Yi. This time she actually took the initiative to contact Jiang Yi, which showed that the situation was indeed special. Jiang Yi's research had just reached a bottleneck, and it would be nice to change his mood, so she quickly came to the hunting ground. Arriving at the hunting ground, Jiang Yi discovered that Mo Fan was also there, but his hunting partner, senior sister Dai Shuqi, was not. He asked curiously, what kind of commission would Lingling describe as strange? Seeing Jiang Yi arrive, Lingling handed over a letter of authorization and said, "It's not strange at all. Take a look first." Jiang Yi took the letter of authorization curiously and started reading it. After just one glance, he looked at Mo Fan with a strange expression. Mo Fan spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me. I'm confused too." The content of the power of attorney asked them to protect a person, none other than Mo Fan. The principal was not named, but the 3 million commission had already been received. Such a large sum of money is definitely not a joke, but it is a bit strange that the person being protected in this commission himself does not know the reason. Old man Bao was sitting behind the counter. He chuckled and said to Jiang Yi, "The client trusts us so much, so we can't ruin our reputation. So I want you to take on this commission to protect Mo Fan. It just so happens that you are classmates and both from Bo City, so it's not too strange for you to go out together on a daily basis. Wait, I'm a hunter myself, can't I protect myself? As long as nothing goes wrong, the money will belong to me. Besides, I don't think I'm in any danger right now. Even if there is, I can definitely handle it with my current strength. By the way, Master Jiang, you may not know that my Phantom Wolf has been promoted to a general level Swift Star Wolf." Jiang Yi was indeed a little surprised to hear the news that Mo Fan's Phantom Wolf had advanced to a Swift Star Wolf. In the original novel, the magical Phantom Wolf was promoted after becoming an exchange student at the Imperial Capital Academy, but now it has advanced so much. This was only Mo Fan's first semester at the Pearl Academy, and it had only been a year since Mo Fan awakened the summoning system. In such a short period of time, he had upgraded his servant-level Phantom Wolf to a general-level Swift Star Wolf. Even if Mo Fan had an entire Holy Spring to help him practice, it would not be that easy. Even so, Lingling and Old Man Bao flatly rejected his proposal to protect themselves. Since they are willing to spend so much money to protect you, it means you must be in some kind of danger that you are not aware of. It doesn't matter whether you live or die, but the reputation of our Qingtian hunting house cannot be ruined. Lingling's tone left no room for doubt. Lingling, what you said is so sad. I am also a member of Qingtian hunting house after all. How can you be so cruel? Mo Fan was devastated when he heard Lingling's words. Mo Fan, what Lingling said makes sense. To the extent that they spend so much money to protect you, it means that you must be in big trouble. It's better not to be careless when it comes to matters involving your life, said Old Man Bao. Hearing this, Mo Fan thought silently for a while, and then seemed to think of something. If there is anyone who wants to harm me, it can only be the Black Church. I ruined their plan in Bo City, they must want to kill me. Anyway, you usually stay in the academy to practice. Just let me know when you want to go out. It's not a big deal. Jiang Yi said. Mo Fan nodded and said, well, if the other party is really the Black Church, we do need to be vigilant. But Master Jiang, what realm are you in now? Me. Jiang Yi asked back, and then said nonchalantly, it can be considered high level. Jiang Yi accepted the commission to protect Mo Fan, and then returned to Mingzhu Academy with Mo Fan. Mo Fan lived in the academy dormitory, while Jiang Yi wanted to ask Dean Xiao some questions about the magic circle. It was already dark at this time. The two walked to an artificial lake. Next to the lake was a nearly 4-meter-high rockery. When they were still dozens of meters away from the rockery, Jiang Yi had already sensed 3 auras behind the rockery. Among the 3 people, one was at the intermediate level of wind element, and the other 2 were only at the 3rd level of the beginner level. But what aroused Jiang Yi's interest was that he sensed the familiar aura of curse unique to the black beast from the intermediate level wind element mage. However, Jiang Yi did not make it public. He knew the plot. The people who attacked Mo Fan this time were just small followers. On the surface, they did it because they couldn't stand Mo Fan causing trouble, but in fact, they were helping the person behind them to test Mo Fan's strength. Mingzhu Academy encourages competition among students. As long as no one is killed or injured, there is no problem, so they are not worried about being exposed. Go ahead, quick battle and quick decision. Just when Jiang Yi and Mo Fan arrived next to the rockery, a voice came from behind the rockery, and then 2 figures jumped out from behind the rockery. They all had a magical aura, and from the star tracks lingering around them, it could be seen that magic had been brewing. A ball of bright flame suddenly struck. It was the 3rd level fire explosion. The destructive power of fire magic was extraordinary. Even if it was a basic level magic, it could easily kill people. Mo Fan was startled and quickly jumped away. The ball of fire exploded right where he was standing, sparks flew everywhere, and the scorching heat hit his face. Jiang Yi did not dodge or evade. With a thought of the star track, he raised his hand and waved it. The invisible spatial power swept through like a strong wind. The air shook violently, and the splashing flames were immediately extinguished like a candle in a strong wind. Boom! A sound of flames exploding was heard. Mo Fan, who was standing aside, had a solemn expression on his face. His entire body was wrapped in purple rose flames. He raised his hand and was about to release magic when the surrounding air was suddenly sucked away at a high speed, and then a wind disk formed under their feet. The hurricane rose into the sky, forming a 2-meter-wide tornado. The water in the artificial lake was pumped into the sky, and the water tornado with powerful destructive power rolled towards Jiang Yi and Mo Fan. Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged, with silver light surging in his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the huge tornado in midair. Snap! The sound of breaking glass rang out, and the space in front of Jiang Yi seemed to be pierced by a powerful force, forming a black hole. As soon as the black hole appeared, it erupted with a terrifying sucking force. The tornado that seemed to be extremely powerful was as powerless as a baby under the sucking force and was swallowed up in an instant. Looking at this scene, the two sneak attackers were stunned where they were, unable to believe what they saw. What is this? How could this happen? The mid-level wind disk is gone just like that. This is too exaggerated. Jiang Yi didn't even glance at the two people who were only at the beginner level of cultivation. His spatial telekinesis directly locked onto the mid-level wind mage hiding behind the rockery. The mental force condensed into substance bound it and lifted it out from behind the rockery like grabbing a doll. Senior, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I have no ill intentions. I recognize the wrong person. Jia Futianming, who was caught by the space telekinesis and had no power to resist, hurriedly begged for mercy. Jiang Yi ignored him and threw him in front of Mo Fan casually, saying, "It's coming for you, go ask." Mo Fan was still wrapped in rose flame at this time, and a star map had not yet been constructed. In such a short time, the people who attacked him had been dealt with. After realizing what was happening, Mo Fan not only did not suppress the flames on his body, but instead made them even more violent. He threatened the person who had fallen to the ground and asked, "Who are you?" The scorching heat of the rose flame came over him, and that flame was obviously a spiritual flame. From the temperature it emitted, it was clear that he would not feel good if he was touched by it even a little bit. Fu Tianming was no pushover. When threatened, he immediately told the whole story. They were instructed by a man named Jia Wenqing, and Jia Wenqing was just jealous of Mo Fan because he had some connections with Mu Nujiao, so he asked someone to teach Mo Fan a lesson. It had nothing to do with the Black Church or anything. He thought the Black Vatican was bold enough to start a fight in the academy, but he didn't expect that they were just ordinary students looking for trouble. Fortunately, no disaster happened. He almost smashed them into ashes with a fierce punch. Fu Tianming. Just when Mo Fan was about to let him go, Jiang Yi suddenly called out his name. "Yes, it's me, Jiang, classmate Jiang. I was just helping someone, but I didn't intend to do anything to classmate Mo Fan. At most, I would just teach him a lesson. Please be magnanimous and forgive me," Fu Tianming said hurriedly when he heard Jiang Yi suddenly calling his name. However, at this moment, Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with silver light, and the spatial telekinesis formed a giant hammer that slammed into Fu Tianming's chest. Fu Tianming, who was caught off guard, suddenly had his eyes bulged out, and the whole person flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Seeing this scene, the two beginners knelt down immediately and begged for mercy. "Senior, please spare us. Jia Wenqing asked us to do all this. We just took some benefits. We really didn't think anything of it. Senior, please spare us." Jiang Yi was annoyed by their noise, and with a thought, powerful mental pressure fell on them. They were like ducks with their necks grabbed, unable to utter a word. Only then did Jiang Yi speak up. "You, send him to the infirmary." The moment the words fell, the mental pressure on them disappeared instantly. The two did not dare to disobey in the slightest and quickly lifted up Fu Tianming, who was half dead, and sent him to the infirmary. After the two of them left, Mo Fan asked hesitantly, Brother Jiang, were you too harsh just now? Jiang Yi heard this and explained, Fu Tianming is from the Black Church and has the aura of a black beast. Let Lingqi keep an eye on him for a while, and maybe we'll find something. What? He is, the Black Church? Mo Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yi nodded, without saying anything more, and waved his hand, saying, you go back. I'll go find Dean Xiao and tell him about what happened today. I'm afraid there are many Black Church members like Fu Tianming in the academy. In the dean's office, Jiang Yi told Dean Xiao about the attack by Fu Tianming today. Dean Xiao was silent and thought for a while. I'm afraid those Black Church members in the academy won't be exposed so easily. In addition to keeping an eye on Fu Tianming, what else do you have? Jiang Yi replied, no way. Although I can sense the curse aura on the Black Church believers as long as I get close enough, this method is too inefficient. Secondly, there is no direct evidence. If I want to catch them all, they must take action. Dean Xiao's deep eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he looked at Jiang Yi and said, do you know any other news? Jiang Yi smiled, thinking that Dean Xiao was really perceptive, and then he explained, the Black Church is hated by everyone, and they definitely don't want to be exposed under normal circumstances. But there is something on Mo Fan that the Black Church is determined to get. As long as the conditions are met, they will definitely not hide it anymore. Conditions. Dean Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, I can create conditions for them. As for the Black Church, the Inquisition also needs to get involved. However, Mo Fan. Don't worry, Dean Xiao. I have accepted the commission to protect Mo Fan's safety. As long as he is not a super level, nothing will happen to him. Jiang Yi said. Dean Xiao laughed when he heard this, and looked at Jiang Yi seriously with his deep and wise eyes. Then he shook his head slightly and said, your strength is increasing too fast. It's only been a year, and you are invincible below the super level. Ever since Jiang Yi's soul system broke through to the high level, his aura has been restrained, and even Dean Xiao can't see his specific strength. Today, Jiang Yi actually said that as long as the super level didn't appear, Mo Fan could be safe, which did shock him a little. Hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled and waved his hands, saying, it's not that exaggerated. I just broke through to the high level not long ago. I just have some extra tricks, but I can't show them in public. Dean Xiao, you can understand. Dean Xiao's eyes twitched slightly. This is called, not that exaggerated. Jiang Yi has a high-level cultivation at such a young age. This is already exaggerated to the point of being unbelievable. Chapter 83 Main Campus Assessment. In the quiet private sanatorium, Fu Tianming, who was seriously injured by Jiang Yi, was wrapped in bandages and his limbs were in plaster. He looked extremely miserable. Despite this, he still tried his best to stand up and bowed his body to show respect to the man in front of him wearing a half-face mask. Fu Tianming, let me ask you again, have you been exposed? The half-face masked man asked coldly. No, I swear on my life that I went to test you in the name of Jia Wenqing. The school will never find anything even if it investigates. I just don't understand why that person was so cruel. Fu Tianming avoided the gaze of the half-masked man with some fear, but spoke in a firm tone. I will make other arrangements. You need to heal your wounds as soon as possible, and then use your connections to seek revenge and confuse the public. The half-face masked man said coldly. My lord priest, this person already has many enemies in Mingzu Academy. Even if you don't take action, he will be surrounded by enemies. In my opinion, the most appropriate time is during the assessment at the main campus. I have received news that several children from aristocratic families are planning to join forces to deal with him. Fu Tianming said. You don't need to teach me how to do it, said the man in the half-face mask. Fu Tianming watched the half-masked man leave, and then watched the figures who had been hiding in the darkness from beginning to end disappear as well. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The one following the half-face masked man was the Black Beast Demon, a standard-issue creature of the Black Church. It was rumored that the Black Beast Demon was made from half-human, half-corpse, and was the dirtiest, ugliest, most pitiful and miserable thing in the world. A man with a half-mask stood in the bushes, the shadow of the bushes covering half of his body, and the shadow cast by the heavy hood covering his half-covered face. This man was Yuang, Mu He's adopted son. Yuang's plan to seize the holy spring was ruined by Mo Fan, and he was punished for it. The cursed water poured into his mouth, and half of his face was corrupted in the water filled with the power of the curse. The pain of having his face destroyed constantly fed Yuang's hatred, and the object of his hatred was Mo Fan, who had ruined his plan. Fortunately, the church had no intention of letting Mo Fan go, and wanted to seize the part of the holy spring on him. In the shadow cast by the hood, half of the face was distorted and the other half was covered with a cold and ugly mask, giving people a creepy feeling. A crouching black beast came forward with a flattering look. Yuang looked at the black beast approaching, his already ferocious face became even more distorted, and he kicked it hard to the ground. Yuang stared at the brightly lit Mingzu Academy and said fiercely, "It's useless for you to hide in the university. I said I would turn you into my slave and drive you like these dead dogs. I will definitely do it." However, what Yuang didn't know was that he had been under surveillance since he entered the sanatorium and met Fu Tianming. A miniature hidden camera clearly recorded all his interactions with the black beast. The reappearance of the black church put some pressure on Mo Fan, which made him feel the urgency to improve his strength. He remembered that he had not used the opportunity to enter the three-step pagoda to practice at the freshman conference, so he asked Dean Xiao to enter the three-step pagoda to practice. Influenced by Jiang Yi, Mo Fan paid more attention to the summoning system, but neglected the shadow system. As a result, the summoning system has reached the intermediate level, but the shadow system is still at the elementary level 3. This time he entered the three-step tower to practice, hoping to break through the shadow system to the intermediate level. By then, all 4 systems will reach the intermediate level, and even if the Black Church really came to him, he would have the confidence to fight. A semester passed quickly during the cultivation, and the time for the final exam of the second semester of Mingzu Academy, which is also the main campus examination, has arrived. Jiang Yi has been in Mingzu for 2 years. He should have been promoted to the main campus last year, but he did not take part in the main campus assessment last year. Dean Xiao stood high on the podium. He was no longer the gentle and kind elder he usually was. He spoke with a serious face and a cold tone. "I am very pleased because I have seen a lot of people grow from the freshman meeting to today. I remember that not long ago, someone compared the main campus assessment to a demon that looms over our entire Qing campus. It looks down on you, spurs you on, and makes you keep practicing hard for it. This analogy is correct, whether you heard it or witnessed it. No matter which channel you got the information about the main campus from, I firmly believe that it is not a rumor. It is even more cruel. Qing campus is the final stop of your youth training. It is the small warm pool before the rapids and waterfalls. The next stop is the real magic journey. No matter how much grievance you have suffered, how much injustice you have endured, and how much suffering you have endured, you should swallow it all by yourself. No one will sympathize with the weak." After these words, Dean Xiao changed his kind-hearted image. His words were so harsh and cold that many students felt uncomfortable. His indifferent look was like that of a cruel devil instructor, which made many people feel inexplicable. Is the competition in the main campus really so cruel? Those with background and strength can call the shots, while those with ordinary strength and background can only huddle in the corner. Among the many young people who have embarked on the path of magic training, which one does not have ambitions? Which one does not have pride? Which one is willing to become a foil for others? However, today, Dean Xiao's words dealt a heavy blow to everyone. Although this world seems peaceful, the essence of the rules of this world is still absolute supremacy of power, and ordinary people are destined to be the ruled. There is no so-called fairness on the road of magic practice. The strong will always be strong. This is the truth. Dean Xiao's words are cold and inhumane, and conflict with the education most people have received since childhood, but this is the truth of this magical world. The students were in a commotion, talking among themselves. The pressure of the test and the impact of the worldview made them feel uneasy, but Dean Xiao turned a blind eye to it. He continued, "Those who have not reached the level of intermediate magicians, you can leave. This battlefield is not suitable for you." After the last words fell, he remained indifferent, just like the incarnation of the devil in everyone's metaphor, ruthlessly driving away those who were unqualified. Why? I'm so close to a breakthrough, why can't you even let us take the main campus assessment? Let's go. We will definitely stay next year. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Comma. No matter how unwilling they were, no one dared to question Dean Xiao's decision. With a rustle of voices, most of the more than 50,000 people in the venue left, leaving only about 1,000 people. All of these more than 1,000 people are above the intermediate level, and none of them are trying to cheat and get away with it. This can be easily determined with Dean Xiao's forbidden spell level mental power. Looking at the more than 1,000 people below, Dean Xiao showed a kind smile. The kind-hearted old dean of the past was back again. He said in a kind tone, to those who stayed, congratulations on entering the Mingzhu main campus. There was silence for a moment, and then there was overwhelming discussion, with voices of disbelief and doubt rising one after another. No way, we just got in like that, didn't they say we would have to take an exam? Yeah, why not take the test? Don't we need to test it? If there are beginners who stay and fish in troubled waters, does that count as well? Advancing to the intermediate level and being able to release intermediate level magic are two different concepts. Among the more than 1,000 people present, many have only recently been promoted to the intermediate level and are still unable to release intermediate level magic. If the magic power strength of these people is not tested, there is no essential difference between them and the initial level magicians. Therefore, if there is a beginner level third level wizard who wants to pass himself off as the real one and deceive the public, wouldn't Dean Xiao's behavior give such a person an opportunity to take advantage of it? This is something that many people cannot understand. Soon someone raised an objection: if we don't test, how can we determine the top 10? I remember the first place prize was the opportunity to enter the 3-step pagoda for training, the second and third place prizes were a magic weapon, and the 4th to 10th place prizes all had some other rewards. Dean Xiao had obviously anticipated the discussions of the crowd. He took out a rolled-up paper calmly, and when he unfolded it, it turned out to be a power of attorney. A few days ago, we received news that the government army's tamed shadow beasts had problems with management, and a half-tamed shadow beast escaped. The shadow beast possesses some shadow-related abilities. It can hide well at night and travel between cities without being detected. This shadow beast has been specially trained. It will not actively attack humans, nor will it kill. It is now lurking in a corner of the demon city. My school was originally to assist the military and immediately notify them if there was any trace of the shadow beast. Now I need you to capture this shadow beast alive and return it to the military. And this is the ranking assessment for you to enter the main campus. As soon as the news was announced, students immediately started discussing it again. The students of Magic University originally thought that the main campus assessment would be a battle between students. After all, it had been like that before. They didn't expect it to be a military mission. It is worth mentioning that the shadow beast will not actively harm people, nor does it have the intention to kill. However, when it is attacked or persecuted, its temperament will change drastically. Its degree of danger is second only to that of demons. So when you find a shadow beast and intend to take it down, please plan carefully. Students or teams who capture and deliver the summoned beast to the school's cage will be rewarded. If an individual completes it, he or she will receive all the rewards. If a team completes it, only 5 people will receive the same reward. The reward is a chance to enter the 3-step tower for training, said Dean Xiao. When they heard that the reward was an opportunity to practice in the 3-step pagoda, all the students became excited. The 3-step pagoda is the iconic holy place of Mingzhu Academy, and many people applied to Mingzhu Academy just for the 3-step pagoda. In previous years, only the first place in the assessment had the opportunity to enter the 3-step tower for training. This time, Dean Xiao actually released 5 places at once. How could they not be excited? The same was true for Mo Fan. He was different from other students in the Green Campus. He had entered the 3-step tower to practice. The hundreds of times faster practice speed made him reluctant to leave. In just 7 days, he had broken through the intermediate level of the shadow element, and the other 3 element had also grown tremendously. Mo Fan secretly made up his mind that he must get this spot, and that this mission could be completed as a team. He subconsciously looked at Jiang Yi standing aside. But at this moment, he saw two beautiful figures approaching Jiang Yi. One of them had long burgundy hair, an elegant and noble temperament, a real goddess. The other was lively and playful, and the pair of jade rabbits that danced with her body were also heart-beating. Jiang Yi, how about you team up with us? With the strength of the three of us, there will be no problem in winning this reward. This mission is said to capture the shadow monster, but in the end it will definitely return to the confrontation between students. The stronger you are, the more chances you have, so we hope you can take us with you. Who else could these two people be except Mu Nujiao and I Tutu? The two of them knew each other because of Ding Yumian and Jiang Yi. Later, Jiang Yi asked Mu Nujiao to sell his own Xinghe pulse on his behalf, and their relationship became closer. It was not surprising that they approached Jiang Yi at this time. As for Ding Yumian, she had already entered the main campus last year. If they meet again, Jiang Yi should call her senior. After hearing what the two said, Jiang Yi nodded and agreed without much hesitation. Master Jiang, take me with you, hee hee. Anyway, the team can have 5 people, don't you think? Hee hee. Mo Fan heard what Mu Nujiao and the others said, and saw that Jiang Yi agreed so easily, so he hurried over and said with a sly smile. Mo Fan, why did you come over here? We don't want you. 3 people in our team are enough. I Tutu looked at Mo Fan, who was grinning, and said with displeasure on his face. Hey, how can you talk like that? In terms of friendship, young Master Jiang and I are classmates who grew up together in Bo City. In terms of strength, the two of you combined may not be my opponent. After all, I am more qualified than you. Mo Fan retorted without any hesitation. I Tutu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mu Nujiao. Okay Tutu, we all want Jiang Yi to lead us. The decision is not up to you or me. After hearing what Mu Nujiao said, I Tutu gave up arguing with Mo Fan, but still snorted in dissatisfaction. Mo Fan turned to Jiang Yi and said pleadingly, Brother Jiang, young Master Jiang, you must take me with you. We have been friends for more than 10 years. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand to stop him and said, 5 people, excluding my own 4 places, I can guarantee that 4 people will definitely get the reward. How much do you think the reward of entering the 3-step pagoda to practice is worth? Ah, why do you want money? Given our friendship, can't you take us for free? I Tutu understood the meaning of Jiang Yi's words and said with a bitter face. Mo Fan's face turned bitter when he heard that. As expected, Jiang Yi was still the same Jiang Yi. He really couldn't offer anything comparable to the 3-step pagoda as a reward. Mu Nujiao thought for a moment and said, I can buy this spot with 20 million. Any more would not be worth it. 20 million. This was the decision that Mu Nujiao made after weighing the value. Since she was helping Jiang Yi to sell the pulse of the galaxy, she had much more money on hand than in the original book. 20 million. If it's that expensive, I can't afford it. I Tutu looked even more aggrieved when she heard Mu Nujiao's offer. Although her family was rich, her family also imposed some restrictions on her. Of course she could come up with 20 million, but if that were the case, she would have to tighten her belt for a long time in the future, which would be a disaster for her. Mo Fan's expression was even worse than I Tutu's, he was almost crying. 20 million was almost the same price for a lightning spirit seed. It was all the money he had saved up over the years, plus the reward for solving the scale-skinned demon mother incident. However, he also wanted the opportunity to enter the 3-step tower to practice, and he didn't want to give up this opportunity no matter what. What should he do? Just when Mo Fan and I Tutu were both in distress, Jiang Yi spoke again. 20 million is reasonable, but considering that we have a good relationship, let's say it's a friendship price of 10 million. Upon hearing this, I Tutu's complexion immediately looked much better. Although he still felt a lot of pain, at least he didn't need to tighten his belt anymore. Mu Nujiao smiled with a little surprise. Her cooperation with Jiang Yi made her realize that Jiang Yi was a person who was very particular about terms and interests. She didn't expect that he would lower the price because of personal relationships at this time. When Mo Fan heard what Jiang Yi said, based on his understanding of Jiang Yi, he knew that Jiang Yi would never give him much preferential treatment, but he couldn't even afford 10 million. Suddenly, Mo Fan thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Jiang Yi and said, Master Jiang, can't the team have 5 people? We only have 4 people here. Can I bring one more person over? How about the original price of 20 million? Jiang Yi heard this and understood his idea, and said with a smile, okay. Jiang Yi also had the commission to protect Mo Fan. This main campus assessment was the best opportunity for the Black Church to take action against him. He would definitely take Mo Fan with him, but he would not waive the 10 million yuan fee. A while later, Mo Fan found Zhao Manyan and said sincerely, really? For only 30 to 40 million, Brother Jiang can guarantee us the opportunity to enter the 3-step pagoda for training. That's Jiang Yi, the first great demon king. His strength is overwhelming for this class of students. He is absolutely trustworthy. I was able to get this spot because both he and I are from Bo City. It's already a good deal. Zhao Manyan looked at Mo Fan and felt something was wrong, but after thinking it over, he decided that 40 million was not too expensive to buy a chance to enter the 3-step pagoda. That was the 3-step pagoda on the main campus of the Pearl Academy, a nationally renowned holy place for cultivation. Even for students on the main campus, it was not easy to enter once. Moreover, he was not unfamiliar with the name Jiang Yi. Not to mention their previous encounter in the gymnasium, he was already familiar with the fact that Jiang Yi was the first person in Mingzu's history to defeat 200 people from other departments in a single challenge at a freshman convention. For children from aristocratic families like them, one of the most important purposes of entering an academy to practice is to make friends with talented people, and Jiang Yi would naturally not let go. Thinking of this, Zhao Manyan did not hesitate any longer and said readily, 40 million, right? No problem. Give me the account number and I will transfer the money to that senior immediately. As long as I can get the reward for entering the 3-step tower, it's no big deal. This opportunity would not only allow him to get closer to the genius Jiang Yi, but also allow him to get a chance to practice in the 3-step pagoda, and also allow him to take the opportunity to make the Zhao family famous. It was a 3-pronged approach, and 40 million was indeed a good deal for him. He, Brother Zhao is very generous, worthy of being the son of the Zhao family. This is the account number. Mo Fan sent an account number with a smile. Chapter 84 Trap. Mu Nujiao took the lead in forming a group with the 4 people who had joined Jiang Yi, and then Mu Nujiao asked questions in the group. Jiang Yi, how do we find the shadow monster next? Jiang Yi saw the message and replied, don't worry, you can look for it if you want, I'll just watch the cage. Mu Nujiao also spoke up. This assessment task is not as simple as finding and capturing the shadow monster, but it is completed only when it is locked in an iron cage. Zhao Manyan said, oh, I see. As long as we guard the cage, no matter who catches the shadow beast, they can just snatch it away if they are strong enough. Why should we waste our energy? We can just wait for others to work for us. Mo Fan said, that's right. With young Master Jiang here, we don't have to worry about not being able to snatch the goods. Jiang Yi then said, you can look for the shadow monster. If any one of you can catch it and bring it to the beast cage, I will waive the joining fee. Really, Master Jiang? Mo Fan asked excitedly upon seeing Jiang Yi's statement. I'll keep my word. Jiang Yi made a positive promise. Jiang Yi had no interest in finding the shadow monster. If Mo Fan and the others could capture it, he would be spared the trouble. He would serve as a last resort. In this way, Mo Fan and the other 3 would serve Jiang Yi, so the 10 million would naturally be unnecessary. In addition, Jiang Yi also wanted to push the plot along at the original pace, letting Mo Fan continue to act as bait to lure out the Black Church undercovers hiding in the Pearl Academy and catch them all in one fell swoop. However, Jiang Yi would not let Xu Ziyading's tragedy happen again. Although he and Xu Ziyading had no connection, they were classmates for 3 years after all. There was no reason for him not to save others. In order to avoid the 10 million yuan joining fee, Mo Fan began to look for shadow monsters seriously. He was already a high-level hunter and was quite good at hunting monsters. Thinking that the shadow beast was a domesticated beast of the Wei Fang, Mo Fan thought of Zhang Xiaohu who had joined the Wei Fang. They had talked about it not long ago. Zhang Xiaohu was doing well and was highly valued. He had just taken the initiative to apply for a transfer to the central part for training. After the training, he would be able to become an officer directly. After contacting Zhang Xiaohu and exchanging a few pleasantries, Mo Fan stated his purpose. Monkey, I want to learn about Wei Fang's tamed beast, the shadow beast. I'm not in charge of this aspect, but I have a comrade who specializes in managing shadow monsters. He can't get any information that is too confidential, but there is no problem with some general information, said Zhang Xiaohu. Basic information is enough. I will definitely reward you when I get to the central region. Mo Fan said. Haha, brother Fan, why are you being so polite to me? Just come find me when you get to the central region. I miss you so much. Yes, brother Fan must be very powerful now. Of course. Haha, brother Fan, you are still so immodest. Zhang Xiaohu was very efficient and quickly sent over the shadow beast's information. There were two details that caught Mo Fan's attention. The first was that the shadow beast had a special preference for beef and would eat half a cow every day. The second was that the shadow beast's hair would slowly turn gray after falling off, and the degree of graying could be used to determine the time when the shadow beast appeared. After getting the information, Mo Fan used his status as a senior hunter to visit several large beef processing factories in Shanghai in the name of investigating a case. He also contacted the police to help him keep an eye out for beef theft cases. However, after running for a long time, he didn't get anything. Just when Mo Fan was feeling discouraged, he received a phone call. Mr. Hunter, it's me. We just received a tip that a large amount of beef was stolen from the beef processing plant in Zhujianggan. Would you like to go over and take a look? Okay, I'll be there right away. Thank you, I'll treat you to dinner next time. Mo Fan thanked politely. On the bank of the Huangpu River, there is a dilapidated factory. The factory has been shut down for who knows how long, but there is still a nauseating stench coming from it. It is the smell of rotting meat, mixed with something else that is difficult to explain. 5 twisted and deformed figures rushed past, all wearing gray cloaks, chasing after monsters that were even more twisted and horrible than themselves. Whenever the monsters they were chasing slowed down, they would be met with a painful blow and unbearable insults. A feces-like stench emanated from the 5 figures and the monsters they drove away, drifting far away. This highly distinctive smell attracted the attention of the uninvited guests. Outside the factory, a man in purple clothes slowly approached the factory. His sharp eyes followed the man in black robes into the factory. At this time, he said to the girl with a high ponytail beside him, "Lulu, you stay here, I'll go in and take a look." "Don't go in, they look dangerous." "Zhao Ting, why are you following these people? What are those half-human, half-ghost creatures?" Zhang Lulu held Xu Ziyading's hand, her eyes full of nervousness. She had a bad premonition. Ever since he accidentally smelled an unusual smell from those people, Xu Ziyading seemed like a different person. Zhang Lulu didn't know what had happened, so she could only follow him here. "Don't ask anymore. You stay here. If I don't come out within 10 minutes, leave here immediately. Remember, don't stay here," Xu Ziyading said very seriously. He was originally searching for clues about the shadow beast with his teammates, but he accidentally smelled a very special smell on the playground. Xu Ziyading will never forget that smell, because it was emitted by a pitch-black creature during the Bo City disaster. It was the unique curse of the black beast. Xu Ziyading thought there was something wrong with his nose, but after following the student for a distance, he found that it was actually the Black Beast Demon, the Black Beast Demon of the Black Church. The Black Church. It was the creator of the Bo City disaster and the culprit that caused his family to be destroyed. He hated the Black Church to the core. His parents, brother, grandparents, all died in the Bo City disaster. He was the only one in the family who survived. Every word on that white list was engraved in his mind. A disaster left him alone in his once happy family. Xu Ziyading wanted to forget those painful memories as much as possible and live a good life in the new environment. He also met a very good girl who was very happy to be with him and made him forget the pain. However, he smelled that smell again, coming from the student of the Pearl Academy. He actually met a member of the Black Church. The anger caused by grief filled his heart for a moment. This factory seemed to be one of their bases, he wanted to confirm it. If it was, he would notify the Inquisition to come here to encircle and suppress them. All those scums of the Black Church should be eliminated one by one. Xu Ziyading sneaked into the factory. Zhang Lulu had no ability to move and could only wait outside. She was very worried. Although she didn't know who those people were, she had a hunch that they must be extremely vicious. Once Xu Zayoding was discovered, he might even lose his life. Xu Zayoding's second system is the wind system. Although it has not reached the intermediate level, it is already sufficient. He rides the wind track to leap onto a broken window, standing on the steel beam and overlooking the entire factory. Strange, why is there one missing? Xu Zayoding counted the number of people in the factory, but found that only 4 of the 5 people who entered the factory were there. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Xu Zayoding was startled and looked back to find that it was the young man who was looking at him from behind. He thought to himself that this was not good and was very confused at the same time. How did they discover him? Thunder Seal, Fury. Without having time to think, Xu Zayoding raised his hand and released a Thunder Seal the moment he saw the person behind him. The roaring thunder python rushed out and violently attacked the person who spoke. Snap! A loud bang was heard, leaving a charred mark on the steel beam. The lightning was conducted along the steel bars but did not hit the person who was speaking. It's the thunder element, the target appears, take him down. It seemed that the leader jumped onto the beam, and 7 black beasts with pitch-black bodies and emitting a rotten and foul-cursed aura appeared together. The other 4 people did not hesitate and summoned the black beasts one after another. For a moment, a total of 25 black beasts surrounded Xu Zayoding. Xu Zayoding could never have imagined that they would set an ambush here. How did they find out that he was being followed? But now is obviously not the time to reflect. Facing the siege of 15 black demons and 5 members of the Black Church, even with the most powerful lightning magic and the most flexible wind magic, he has no confidence at all. I will fight you, Xu Zayoding roared, his eyes bursting with raging anger and his whole body was surrounded by purple thunder. Boom! The continuous sound of thunder and lightning resounded throughout the factory. The harsh thunder made Jiang Lulu, who was waiting outside the factory, feel increasingly uneasy. She could no longer bear it and stepped into the factory. The lightning illuminated the dim factory. Walking inside, Jiang Lulu soon saw several black beasts with twisted limbs crawling hard on the ground. Their bodies were covered with signs of being burned by lightning. Zhao Ting! Jiang Lulu shouted. She was very scared because she had never seen such a monster before. But she couldn't let Xu Zayoding face the danger alone, so she chose to move on. Lei Ting's voice stopped. Jiang Lulu, who went deep into the factory, saw a man in a gray cloak stepping on Xu Zayoding. His cold eyes suddenly turned to Jiang Lulu who broke in here. The cold murderous intent made Jiang Lulu pause. Xu Zayoding, whose body was stained with blood, saw Jiang Lulu, and his eyes showed intense tension. But before he could say anything, a black beast raised its claws high and hit him hard on the head. The powerful force unique to the demon made him faint. Asshole, how dare you ruin our plan? The man in gray robe stomped on Xu Zayoding hard again and cursed angrily. The priest asked us to take this person away and evacuate immediately to avoid being exposed too early. Wei Si said anxiously. Wei glanced at Jiang Lulu and said angrily, I'll take this guy away. You kill this woman and clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yi whistled, and several black beasts came forward and dragged away the bloody Xu Zayoding. The other 4 people looked at Jiang Lulu with ill intent. If there were only 4 people, Jiang Lulu would not be afraid. After all, she was a student of Mingzhu Academy, but there were still many black beasts here. Coo coo coo. The black beast made a strange sound from its throat, and looked at Jiang Lulu with greedy eyes as if she were looking at delicious food. A chill came over Jiang Lulu, and she almost lost her balance. Using its limbs to exert force, a black beast flew out like a black monkey, and its sharp claws went straight to Jiang Lulu's heart. Perhaps it was the instinct of survival that broke out. At the critical moment, Jiang Lulu released a water guard, which blocked the fatal blow for her. However, more black beasts rushed forward, and under their sharp claws, a water guard could not hold on for long. Help! 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 Jiang Lulu cried for help loudly, but only attracted the ridicule of the 4 men in gray. However, the next moment, the space in front of Jiang Lulu suddenly twisted, and with a clear click, a miniature black hole emerged, and a terrifying suction force erupted. The black beast that besieged Jiang Lulu was instantly torn into pieces by the powerful gravitational force of the black hole and turned into a ball of meat paste. Who? What? The sudden change startled the 4 members of the Black Church. They asked questions in panic, but all they got in response was a space crack. The space crack that suddenly appeared was like a sharp blade, which slashed across, and 4 heads, which still retained expressions of shock and doubt, were thrown out. Then there were the sounds of 4 corpses falling to the ground. The crisis was suddenly resolved. Before Zhang Lulu could come to her senses, a voice rang out beside her, "Hurry back to school and don't go out during this period of time." Zhang Lulu quickly looked in the direction of the voice and found that a young man had appeared beside her. She asked hesitantly, Was it you just now? Young Master Zhang, why are you here? At this time, Mo Fan suddenly appeared, saw Jiang Yi, and asked in confusion. Jiang Yi looked at Mo Fan and said, "You've come at the right time. I'll leave her to you." Well, before Mo Fan could ask more questions, Jiang Yi disappeared in a flash, leaving Mo Fan and Zhang Lulu looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 85 Obtaining Intelligence and Tampering with Memory. The long and deep alley reveals a sense of desolation. A few pale street lamps can only illuminate a few meters of the alley. There is a very old wooden door on the blue stone wall. Suddenly, a wooden door was opened, and a group of ape-like monsters with foul odor came in, carrying a wounded man on their backs. Then a man in a gray cloak followed in. Wei Yi looked around vigilantly and made sure that no one was nearby before closing the wooden door. Snap! Snap! The crisp sound of whipping echoed in the dilapidated and desolate courtyard. A man wearing a half-face mask was whipping a few disobedient black beasts with the whip in his hand. The black beasts were already covered in torn flesh. "Your Excellency the priest, our plan was foiled by this kid." Wei Yi asked the black beast to throw Shu Zayatong in front of the masked man and said respectfully, "Shu Zayatong." Humph. The masked man saw Shu Zayatong's face clearly. He recognized this famous genius in Bo City. A creepy sneer appeared on the half of his face that was not covered by the mask. Shu Zayatong was already seriously injured. He weakly looked up at the man who was respected as a priest. When he saw the half-face clearly, he roared in anger, "It turned out to be you." Yu Ang is the adopted son of Mu Zuian, the head of the Mu family, the most powerful family in Bo City. Bo City is so small, how could he not recognize the person in front of him? From the current situation, this guy is also one of the murderers of the disaster in Bo City. Seeing that Shu Zayatong recognized him, Yu Ang's sneer became even more wanton. "Since we are old acquaintances, I have to treat you specially. You half-faced monster, you shall not die happier." Yu Ang cursed. Yu Ang's smile came to an abrupt end. Ever since his face was ruined, he hated it most to be insulted by others for this reason. Shu Zayatong's words undoubtedly touched upon his minefield. He raised the long whip in his hand and slapped it on Yu Ang's face. "I said I would treat you especially well. No one who goes against our black church will have a good ending. I will make you live a life worse than death." As the fierce voice fell, a black beast ran out, excitedly grabbed Shu Zayatong's legs, and dragged him into a dark pool in the yard. The pool was not filled with water, but dark mud. The mud emitted the same foul smell as the black beast, and an extremely ominous curse power was rolling in it. The cursed pool, this is the method used by the black church to refine black beasts. Soaking a living person in a pool filled with cursed power will soon turn them into smelly, ugly and hideous black beasts. Shu Zayatong seemed to understand the fate he was about to face, and an indescribable panic grew in his heart, a feeling that frightened him even more than facing the death of his family. He saw himself getting closer and closer to the dark pool of water, but his body, which had already reached its limit, was unable to offer any resistance. The power of the black beast was so terrifying that he was simply unable to resist it at all. Perhaps it was happy about what was going to happen next. The black beast that grabbed Shu Zayatong's feet and dragged him didn't even wait to reach the cursed pool. It suddenly exerted force and threw Shu Zayatong into the dark water that represented deep despair. However, the scene of Shu Zayatong falling into the cursed pool and wailing miserably did not happen. An invisible force lifted him up in time and then placed him steadily on the ground beside him. "Who? Come out. Who dares to ruin my good deeds?" Yu Ang was shocked and angry when he saw this scene. He looked around but did not see any human figure. Crash! With an unceremonious sound of the door being pushed open, a man walked in from the open wooden door. He was a young man with a slender and well-proportioned figure, short dark hair that was neat and casual, and a pair of eyes as deep as the night sky that seemed to contain no emotion at all. You. Yang looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. How did you find this place? Yang's voice was trembling. When he saw Jiang Yi's face clearly, invisible fear had already quietly grown in his heart. As early as in Bo City, Jiang Yi was already able to summon beasts comparable to general-level demons. Now his strength would only be more terrifying. Yang knew that he was by no means Jiang Yi's opponent. Where did this wild boy come from? He is tired of living a miserable life. How dare he come here? Priest, let me capture him for you and refine him into a black beast together. Without waiting for Yang to respond, Wei Yi had already taken action. Not only did he drive his black beast towards Jiang Yi, he also arranged star tracks and wanted to release magic. Facing several black beasts rushing towards him, Jiang Yi simply waved his hand, and the invisible spatial telekinesis swept across like a heavy hammer, and the black beasts who obeyed their master's orders fearlessly were directly turned into a pool of mud. Before Wei Yi could get scared, the doubled gravity crushed him hard. Wei Yi only let out a muffled groan, and then his whole body merged with the ground and ceased to exist. Terror. Unspeakable terror. Yang unconsciously moved his feet backwards. Killing so many black beasts in an instant, this strength could never be possessed by a mid-level magician. But how is this possible? In just 2 years, how could that young boy grow into a high-level mage in such a short time? Yang couldn't believe it. If the person in front of him was really a high-level wizard, then there would be no chance for him to escape today. Jiang Yi, I have never offended you. If you let me go, then I will. I will think that the Black Church owes you a favor. I can agree to anything you want. How about that? Unconsciously, Yang found that his back had hit the wall, but the invisible pressure from Jiang Yi still made it difficult for him to control himself and wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. Jiang Yi, you must never trust him. People from the Black Vatican cannot be trusted. They are the culprit of the disaster in Bo City. Xu Zayading, who had just taken a breath, hurriedly reminded him. Jiang Yi ignored him and said to Yang, tell me everything you know about the Black Church. By the way, I mean the information about Archdeacon Hu Jin and the man in blue who is guiding you on this mission. Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he asked in disbelief, how did you know? Phew. A space crack appeared, and Yang's right arm broke away from his body and fell to the ground. Blood gushed out like a gushing out, staining a large area of the ground beside him red. My hand. The intense pain stimulated Yang's nerves. The immense fear overwhelmed the doubts in his heart. He did not expect that the person in front of him would be so cruel. You answered wrong. This is your only chance. If you answer again, you don't have to answer again. Jiang Yi's extremely cold voice came. Yang was awakened by the cold voice. He no longer cared about the pain of his broken arm and the consequences of betraying the church. If he died here, he would have nothing. Staying alive was the first priority. As long as he was alive, he would be able to take revenge one day. The chief steward of Hujin is Mu He from the Mu family. Soon, Yang explained all the information he knew about the Black Church. He did not dare to make up stories. He was not sure if Jiang Yi had the ability to discern lies. All consequences were unimportant in the face of life and death. Jiang Yi recorded the entire process of Yang stating the information about the Black Church, and then looked at him with a smile and said, not bad, very honest. Honesty is the quality I admire most. Then, can I leave now? Yang held his broken right arm tightly with his left hand, trying to reduce the loss of blood. No, you don't have to leave. This is your territory. I should be the one to leave. Oh, and that reckless guy over there too. But before that, I have a gift for you. Jiang Yi said with a gentle smile on his face. Yang's face, which was already pale from excessive blood loss, became even paler when he heard Jiang Yi's words, haha, I knew it. Before he could finish his words, Yang fainted on the ground, but strangely, he was not attacked by any magic, but instead an illusory tentacle pierced his forehead. That was Jiang Yi's soul line. He certainly didn't want to kill Yang. Killing him was too easy. The soul line would not be needed at all. The soul line was used to modify Yang's soul and tamper with his memory. The plan to trap members of the Black Church has not been completed yet. If Yuang loses contact at this time, the Black Church's operation will most likely be abandoned directly, so he needs Yuang to live for a while longer, at least until the man in blue who is responsible for this operation is caught. This was Jiang Yi's first attempt at such delicate manipulation of a person's soul, but fortunately he had experience in creating strange clothes, so even if there were slight mistakes, overall there would be no errors. A few minutes later, Jiang Yi replaced his memory of the day, and then used his reality-based abilities to restore the environment of the courtyard. He then returned to Mingzhu Academy with the seriously injured Xu Ziyading. After a long time, Yuang woke up from the nightmare, turned around and saw his broken right arm. The fear on his face became more real, and the memory of today emerged in his dizzy mind. He personally led the team to set a trap for Mo Fan today, intending to seize the Holy Earth Spring from him, but he did not expect that it was Mo Fan and Xu Ziyading who came, and the strength of both of them was stronger than he had imagined. After a fierce battle, the 6 of them and dozens of black beasts were killed by the joint efforts of Mo Fan and Xu Ziyading. If he had not hit an accursed beast with the strength of a general, he would probably have been killed by the 2 of them. But despite this, several grey cultists belonging to him were all killed, and he himself lost an arm. As a priest, he now had no one he could use under his command. Damn it, Mo Fan, damn it Xu Ziyading, I will tear you into pieces, no, I will make you live a life worse than death. The shrill roar touched the wound. Yuang tremblingly took out a bottle of medicine from his arms and drank it. His pale face looked much better. He took out another cell phone, dialed a number, and put it to his ear, his expression becoming respectful. As soon as the call was answered, he said hurriedly, "Sir Steward, our mission has failed. The enemy's strength is beyond our expectations. All of my grey-clothed men were killed, and even I was seriously injured and almost died. But Master Deacon, I have thoroughly understood his strength. Give me another chance, and I will definitely complete the task. I promise." When the blue-robed deacon on the other end of the phone heard that the mission had failed, he wanted to get angry and reprimand them. However, when he heard that the situation was so tragic, and thought about how the Chinese Inquisition had been dealing more and more severe blows to the Black Church after the Bo City disaster and that they were really short of people, he suppressed his anger. "Since you have made a promise, I will give you another chance. But remember, my mercy is limited. You only have one chance. If you still cannot complete the task this time, you know the consequences." As the last word fell, there was an urgent busy tone from the other end of the phone, which seemed extremely impatient. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 86 Melee. In a renovated abandoned warehouse, a loud clang was heard and the iron door closed. The shadow beast was startled and looked back, only to find that it was trapped in an iron cage. Boom. Naturally, the shadow monster was unwilling to be captured easily, and it attacked the iron cage violently. The seemingly solid iron cage was quickly twisted and deformed under the powerful impact force of the shadow monster. "Ice lock and ice chain." A broad-bodied male student shouted loudly, and the temperature within a radius of several dozen meters began to drop rapidly. The ground was quickly covered with a layer of ice. Chains of ice grew out from under the ground and coiled around the shadow beast that was attacking the iron cage like spirit snakes. Woohoo! Woohoo! The shadow monster bound by the ice chains let out an unwilling roar, but unfortunately, with its only slave-level strength, it could not break free from the control of the intermediate ice magic. "Haha, we finally caught it, Luo Song. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the beast would have escaped again." Shen Ming laughed when he saw that the shadow beast was completely controlled. Luo Song patted his fat body and said, "Brother Shen, you are too polite. If it weren't for your information, it wouldn't be so easy for me to catch him. But I am exhausted on this trip. I need to take a rest now." Shen Mingxiao waved his hand and said, "Then we will go and rest for a while. You 3 go and watch the shadow monster. When we come back, we will send it to the beast cage." Leaving 3 other people to guard, Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song were about to leave, but they stopped just as they took a step. Both of them looked in the other direction of the warehouse at the same time. They didn't know when a figure appeared there, silently, and only when they were about to leave did they reveal a faint aura of magic. "Who are you?" Luo Song asked cautiously. Shen Mingxiao frowned, as if he recognized the person's identity, and said in a deep voice, "Are you Jiang Yi?" What are you doing here? Jiang Yi pointed at the shadow monster in the iron cage chained by ice and said, the shadow monster belongs to me. Do you have any objections? If you have any, I will deal with you on the spot. If you come to cause trouble after the assessment period, I will not recognize you. Haha, we finally caught the shadow monster, and you say it belongs to you. You are so proud. What qualifications do you have to argue with me? Bang! Shen Mingxiao couldn't finish his words as a dull sound was heard, as if a heavy hammer had hit him in the face. His whole face was completely deformed and he flew backwards several meters without making any sound. Space system. Seeing Shen Mingxiao being knocked away so inexplicably, Luo Song realized that the person in front of him was a master of the space system. But when did the Qing campus of Mingzu Academy have such a master? Why had he never heard of him? Wait, Luo Song suddenly thought of something. It was rumored that Mingzu had a monster with summoning and space skills last year. Could it be that this person was the one in front of him? But why didn't such a genius go to the main campus last year, but instead was assessed together with these freshmen this year? Luo Song was a little discouraged. If it was really the person in the rumors, they would never be his opponent. He knew that Jiang Yi had displayed the strength of a general-level summoned beast at the freshman assembly when he entered school, and now it would be even more terrifying. Brother, do you think this is okay? We did catch the shadow beast, and there are 5 winners. Can we give you one? Luo Song tried to bargain with Jiang Yi. However, Jiang Yi ignored him. He walked straight to the shadow beast imprisoned in the iron cage and said calmly, if you don't plan to do anything, I will take it away. Luo Song's face became extremely ugly when he heard this, but he just shook hands and finally endured it. Brother Luo, are we really going to hand over the shadow monster to us? Yes, Brother Luo, it took us a lot of effort to catch it. It's the qualification to enter the 3-step tower. Shut up. Luo Song listened to his teammates' words, and his anger suddenly rose. He roared and gritted his teeth, if you don't accept it, go and take it back by yourselves. Brainless guys, didn't you see what happened to Shen Mingxiao? That's the Space Department. Do you know what the Space Department is? If we all attacked together, we wouldn't even know how we died. Jiang Yi listened to what Luo Song and others said without any reaction. He looked at the time, then raised his hand and after a distortion of space, the iron cage that trapped the shadow monster disappeared. Inside the apartment, Tutu and Mu Nujiao hadn't gained much today and were planning to go to bed, but they didn't expect to see a circle of friends posted by Mo Fan. There were text and pictures. The text roughly said that he had caught the shadow beast and was sending it to the beast controlling iron cage. The picture showed his summoned beast, the swift star wolf, dragging an iron cage, and in the cage was the shadow beast, the target of their assessment. As soon as this post was posted on Moments, the entire Mingzuqing campus went wild. Countless people were discussing Mo Fan's stupid behavior. If he had caught the shadow beast, why did he post it? Wouldn't it be better to quietly send it to the beast taming cage to get the reward? Tutu was thinking the same thing. She looked at Mu Nujiao in confusion and said, Zhao Zhao, do you think Mo Fan really managed to get the shadow beast? If so, is he crazy to actually release this news? Mu Nujiao said calmly, the photo doesn't look fake. No matter what, you'll know when you go and take a look. In the square of the Qing campus of Mingzu Academy, there is a huge iron cage parked in the center of the square. There are complicated array patterns on the iron cage. It is the beast-controlling iron cage that Wei Fang uses to control the shadow monster. Only when the students successfully send the shadow monster into the beast-taming iron cage can they be considered to have completed the commission and receive the reward from the academy. At this time, there were at least several hundred people hiding in this small square. Everyone who got the news came and waited for Mo Fan to deliver the shadow beast to them. Without making everyone wait for long, Mo Fan and his swift star wolf quickly walked into the square pulling an iron cage. As soon as he entered here, his mental power sensed countless magical auras hidden in the darkness. Mo Fan ignored him and continued to move towards the center of the square. Finally, someone couldn't help but rush out and blocked Mo Fan's way. With the first one behind him, the rest of the people no longer hid and rushed to Mo Fan. However, facing Mo Fan who exuded a vague aura, no one dared to attack rashly. Just the general level swift star wolf was enough to give them a hard time. Mo Fan grinned, looked at the people in front of him, and shouted, "You all came here for the shadow beast, right? I can give it up. Anyone who wants it can take it. Whoever wants it can take it." As soon as these words came out, countless people cursed in their hearts, "Don't reward me for robbing the shadow monster. If it turns out like this, no matter who gets the shadow monster, they will be attacked by everyone, and no one dares to be the first to do so." Seeing that no one stepped forward, Mo Fan continued, "By the way, there is a very special spring water in my hometown. I was planning to sign a contract with this shadow monster, but who knew that this guy swallowed the spring water in my bottle? If you want the shadow monster, take it. What I want is the spring water inside." Mo Fan knew that the Holy Earth Spring was the reason why the Black Church members were targeting him. He said it very bluntly. He wanted to let those Black Church members hiding in the Pearl Academy know that the Holy Earth Spring was in his hands, and he would not give it to them even if he had to feed it to the dogs. If they want it, they can compete with these nearly 1,000 students with intermediate cultivation. This guy, he knows our purpose. He's baiting us. So what if we lure them? Everyone will fight for the shadow beast, so it won't be a surprise if we do, and we won't be exposed. Yes, Mo Fan's behavior just creates the best excuse for us to seize the target. Priest, let's do it. Yu Ang's eyes were filled with hatred. He looked at Mo Fan in the middle of the crowd, wishing he could eat him alive. It seems that the failed trap last time exposed our purpose. They wanted to use the holy spring to lure me into the water. I will pull your bait and the fishermen into the water together. Thinking in his mind, Yu Ang said to the few gray-robed believers newly sent by the deacon, "Go ahead, don't use the power of the church, grab the shadow monster first." Mo Fan's eyes were as sharp as a knife as he scanned the crowd surrounding him one by one, intending to identify the members of the Black Vatican hiding among them. Suddenly, Mo Fan paused and saw a familiar figure. He immediately smiled and said, "Bai Zhangfeng, it's you. I feel bad for using lightning to strike you during the freshman competition. I'll give you this shadow monster as my sincere apology." Bai Zhangfeng's face froze when he heard that. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He said hatefully, "Mo Fan, stop being so hypocritical. If you really want to give it to me, find a place where there's no one around and see if I'll accept it." However, Mo Fan didn't care what he said. After he finished speaking, he ordered the swift star wolf to throw the shadow beast in the iron cage that trapped it towards Bai Zhangfeng. "Oh my gosh. Go ahead, go ahead. I want to get into the three-step pagoda. Grab it quickly. I will enter the three-step tower even if I die. I will fight anyone who dares to snatch it from me." The crowd suddenly rioted. The desire for reward broke the last doubts in the students' hearts. The iron cage thrown out by the star wolf became the target of hundreds of people competing for it. A ferocious bone-eating monster was summoned by a summoning wizard. Its sharp feathers like flying knives shot down, hitting students in large numbers. They fell to the ground and wailed without even having the chance to use magic. Wang Liting is a freshman in the summoning department in the same class as Mo Fan. Although his summoned beast, the bone-eating demon, is not a general-level monster, it is an extremely skilled and brutal demon with air superiority, making it a very troublesome existence for the students of the Qing campus. You all should know that summoning beasts is different from direct magic. Direct magic may be able to control the force and avoid harming lives, but even I can't control the bloodthirsty bone-eating monster. You'd better think carefully before competing with me. If anyone gets his eyes pecked out, his vital parts cut open, and dies here, don't blame me, Wang Liting, for being cold-blooded, because I've made a promise before." Wang Liting's domineering voice spread, and his teammates stood beside him to cheer him on, shocking everyone for a moment. However, there are nearly 1,000 mid-level mages here, and they are only 5 people. Although the life-threatening words may make some people retreat, more people will risk their lives for the reward of entering the three-step tower. Chapter 87, Night Rule. Various magical flames exploded. Although Wang Liting's team was strong, they could hardly hold on under the siege of so many people. A powerful thunderbolt fell, and the bone-eating monster was completely killed. Wang Liting still lost the shadow monster. You really don't know what you are capable of. You dare to compete with our Thunder Crown team with just this little ability. I'm sure everyone knows who I am, Jiang Yi. If you don't want to end up in a miserable situation, just get out of the way. If you are bullied by someone in the future, I will naturally stand up for you for the sake of our classmates. Jiang Yi took the lead and was working with his 4 team members to firmly control the shadow monster. His whole body was wrapped in purple lightning, and the restless lightning element forced the people who were eyeing him covetously to stay a distance away. Jiang Yi is an outstanding student in the Thunder department. He is not a freshman. He has been in the Qing campus much longer than Jiang Yi. Therefore, his strength is considered top-notch among mid-level mages. His team members are equally powerful. With the 5 of them working together, even if the opponent is more numerous and powerful, it is difficult to break through their defense for a while. However, obviously no one will give up easily. There are too many people here, and no one will give up easily until the very end. Humph, you are so good at showing off. I have disliked you for a long time. Let's go together and kill this guy who can't make it in the main campus and ran to the green campus to show off. Storm and expulsion. As soon as the words fell, a majestic chanting sound was heard, the light of the intermediate star map bloomed, and the aqua-blue elemental power gathered and condensed into a raging wave. The wave swept across, and the destructive wave swept up more than a dozen students in an instant. The power of intermediate water magic is enough to break mountains and rocks. If the person who releases the magic does not deliberately control it, those who are caught in the violent waves will be smashed to pieces by the waves in an instant. It's a violent wave, run. Fuck. Who is this heartless guy? Is he going to deal with Jiang Yi or everyone else? The scope of the violent wave was too large. Not only Jiang Yi's team, which was occupied by the shadow monster, was caught in the wave, but the other students suffered even more. Students from the water department, clean up quickly. Fewer competitors means more opportunities. A pinched voice sounded again. Water mages all have the ability to control water. They can move freely in the huge waves created by storm waves. Seeing the classmates being swept away by the storm waves, many water system students became interested. Then, intermediate water magic star maps lit up in all directions of the square, and intermediate water magic was released one after another. One after another, huge waves that were enough to smash steel and rocks into pieces swept out from the empty space. Fortunately, no one wanted to hurt anyone, otherwise anyone would be torn to pieces under so many violent waves. However, the hundreds of people gathered in the square were also rapidly reduced in number under the sweeping waves. Even if his life was not in danger, he would be covered in bruises after enduring such a magical attack, and might need to stay in bed for several months before recovering. You heartless water magicians, since you don't want others to get it, then forget about getting the shadow beast. Brothers, stop hiding and throw these water magicians out first. They are troublemakers and keeping them will do no good to anyone. A strong and powerful voice was heard from the crowd. There were already conflicts between departments, and the excitement of today's melee, coupled with the instigation of that voice in the crowd, led to an even more intense melee. The green wind disk rose up, and the rolling hurricane and the water element formed huge waves and were thrown into the sky. The wind element was more violent and uncontrollable than the water element. Anyone who was thrown into the air was lucky if he was not seriously injured or disabled. Fortunately, there were many kind-hearted people who used gentle winds to catch the students who fell from high altitudes and allowed them to land safely. At the same time, intermediate fire and lightning magic were also brewing in secret. That was the real force of destruction. If even a little bit of this power fell on a person, it would inevitably cause casualties. Dean Xiao, this will definitely result in death. Zhou Zhenghua couldn't bear it anymore. Activate the CA ruling formation and suppress all their power. Dean Xiao said seriously. In a melee like this, it is easiest for emotions to get out of control, resulting in more casualties. The Academy is naturally not unprepared for such a situation. Knight's Rule is a high-level shadow magic, and it is presented in the form of a magic circle, using shadow magic stones to provide magic power. Its coverage and intensity will be expanded exponentially. As the inky light intertwined in the sky, the shadowy stars connected into star tracks, the complex star tracks formed star maps, and the star maps formed constellations. A large formation covering the entire square slowly rose up, like the cloak of the god of night, plunging the chaotic square into darkness. Under the rule of darkness, all creatures other than darkness will be suppressed, and the destructive power of the originally powerful intermediate magic will be reduced to a level even weaker than that of the primary magic. Moreover, the Knight's rule also has the ability to limit the perception of mages. With vision blocked, the possibility of conflict breaking out is greatly reduced. This is undoubtedly the best way to avoid huge casualties. However, the arrival of Siyi's ruling formation also caused the rats that were already hiding in the dark to panic. What happened? Why did it suddenly get dark? Why can't I see anything and my senses are gone? My magic, why can't I use magic? Some people who have just broken through to the intermediate level and are still unable to master the depiction of intermediate star maps, cannot even perform the most basic magic releases under the suppression of the CA ruling formation. Master Priest, there is a magic formation here. Have we been discovered? Some members of the Black Church cried out in fear. Under the pressure of the high-level magic formation, they were no better than ants and there was no way they could escape. Don't panic. If they were targeting us, they wouldn't have used shadow magic that would trap all the students together, unless the school completely disregarded the students' safety and allowed us to kill them. Yuang still retained his last bit of calmness. In the crowd, Fu Tianming seemed to have remembered something and said, Master Priest, this is a magic circle that the school has prepared to prevent heavy casualties in the melee. The purpose is to prevent the power of the intermediate magic from being too strong and causing accidental killings. I already knew this news from a drunken instructor. If you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yuang glanced at him coldly. Even though he couldn't see his eyes clearly in the darkness, Fu Tianming still felt a chill coming over him, and he didn't dare to say anything. Although Yuang remained calm, he was indeed frightened and almost thought they were exposed. It turned out that such a large formation was just to prevent a large number of casualties from a melee between students. Under Siyi's rule, the power of most magic will be greatly reduced, but our black beasts are cursed creatures. Although their strength will not increase in the darkness, it will not weaken either. Mo Fan has lightning, fire and summoning skills, which will be suppressed by Siyi's rule. It will be much easier for us to deal with him, a member of the Black Church said with suppressed excitement. Upon hearing this, Yuang could not help but burst out laughing. With the right timing and location, this time, he not only wanted to get the holy earth spring in the belly of the shadow monster, but also had to cut that abominable Mo Fan into pieces. You are smiling so happily, I thought you had completed your mission. At this moment, such a voice suddenly came from the pitch-dark environment. Who is there? Yuang suddenly became like a wild cat with its fur standing on end, his eyes fixed on the direction where the sound came from. Snap! There was a sound like a snap of fingers, and the darkness as thick as ink slowly faded away. In the fading darkness, a young man walked out slowly. Jiang Yi looked at the dozen people in front of him, sensing the familiar stench on them, and nodded slightly, that's good. So many people gathered together, saving me a lot of trouble. It's you. The moment he saw Jiang Yi, the replaced memories in his mind were like a flood that burst from a dam, surging from the depths of his mind and drowning the fictional memories. The severe pain from his soul also made him wail in agony. Jiang Yi's soul surgery was crude to begin with, and in order to make him believe, he also used some psychological suggestion techniques. At this moment, seeing Jiang Yi again, the crude fictional techniques could no longer hide the real memory, and Yuang completely recalled the truth of the matter. You actually, haha, woo-woo, ha ha ha. Tears of despair flowed like a spring across the face that was half covered by the mask. Yuang cried and laughed. After knowing the whole process, he already understood that his mission had failed and he would not have any chance of escaping. Master, Priest, what's wrong with you? Fu Tianming asked in surprise as he looked at Yuang, who suddenly burst into tears and laughter as if he had collapsed. Did he do something? In this case, could it be a psychic ability? Some people also speculated. Jiang Yi looked at Yuang, who was mentally broken, with cold eyes and whispered, you brought this upon yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi raised his finger and lightly tapped the air in front of him. Like a drop of water falling into a still water surface, a layer of transparent ripples spread out from his fingertips. The ripples in the space brushed across all the Black Church members like a gentle breeze, but that was no gentle breeze, it was a sharp blade that harvested souls, a killing move derived from Jiang Yi's soul power. Invisible ripples swept by, and the souls of more than a dozen black church members were instantly harvested by invisible sharp blades. Their eyes immediately became lifeless, and then they fell to the ground powerlessly. Jiang Yi took out his cell phone, took a picture and sent it to Dean Xiao, then threw the shadow monster into the iron cage. After a while, Dean Xiao replied, "Well done. The Inquisition has successfully surrounded the blue-robed deacon. Both the Inquisition and the school will reward you for this." Jiang Yi replied, "Can I have one more chance to enter the three-step tower?" Logically speaking, such a great contribution is acceptable, but the energy of the three-step pagoda is not infinite. I have to consider other students. You can make some other requests. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled, and he typed, "President Xiao, if you come forward, can you get me a vote for the national government?" On the other side, Dean Xiao saw the message on his phone, his smiling expression froze, and he shook his head gently, thinking to himself, "You have a big appetite, but a blue-robed deacon in exchange for a vote is still not enough. But my face should still have some value, right?" The department head Zhou Zhenghua, who was standing nearby, keenly noticed the subtle change in Dean Xiao's mood and asked in confusion, "Dean Xiao, what happened?" Dean Xiao put away his phone, coughed lightly and said, "It's okay, the assessment results are out, let's remove CE's rule." The CA ruling formation slowly faded away, and the clear skylight once again ruled the world. The iron cage for controlling beasts that was originally empty in the middle of the square now held a dark monster. Obviously, the result of this test has come out, and the final winner is the young man standing quietly next to the iron cage. Because Jiang Yi has always been low-key, many people don't know him. When they saw that he got the final victory, they were very dissatisfied and thought that he was lucky enough to catch the shadow monster in the dark while everyone was fighting. However, this doubt completely disappeared when Jiang Yi casually summoned a general-level blood-veined wolf. That blood-veined wolf was not Kai Zhu, but Kai Ju's subordinate, from the same clan as it, but was just a great general. However, a summoned beast of the war general level is enough to intimidate the group of freshmen from the Qing campus who have been blinded by the rewards. Soon, members of the Black Church whose souls had been harvested and died were gradually discovered, along with dozens of black beasts who died along with their controllers. This discovery once again sparked a chaotic discussion. However, some people in the crowd recognized the black beast, knew that it was the iconic monster of the Black Church, and understood part of the truth of the matter. This is a black beast, a monster controlled by the Black Church. How could such a thing appear here? The Black Church. Could it be that someone from the Black Church is hiding here? Naturally, Jiang Yi didn't need to explain things. Under the arrangement of Dean Xiao, the college had already arranged for someone to explain the cause and effect of the matter to everyone. The tutor in charge of the explanation also took the opportunity to conduct some ideological education. Chapter 88 Giant Snake, Blocked West Lake. The assessment of the main campus was over, and Jiang Yi got the opportunity to enter the three-step tower for training without any surprise. Of course, he would not break the agreement he had made with Mo Fan and others, and all 5 places were allocated. Although the assessment was over, the crackdown on the Black Church's forces had just begun. Because of the information provided by Jiang Yi, the Inquisition successfully captured a blue-robed deacon of the Black Church. The status of the Black Church members at the level of the Blue Deacon is considered very high even in the Black Church. A Blue Deacon has the information of dozens or even hundreds of Black Priests, and these Black Priests have dozens or even hundreds of Grey Priests under them. In this way, as long as one blue-robed deacon is captured, the entire Black Church can be wiped out. Moreover, the souls of the Black Church members have never been unyielding. If it were not for the constraints of the contract, they would definitely not hesitate to use intelligence in exchange for a chance to survive. Even with the restrictions of the magic contract, the Inquisition has a way to get the information it wants from them. In a world where magic exists, no matter how strong the soul is, it cannot keep any secrets. While the crackdown on the Black Church was underway, an incident that shocked the magic world occurred in Hangzhou. But strangely, the information disclosed was just hearsay, without any actual evidence. For example, a giant python suddenly appeared in the West Lake, and someone accidentally photographed its underwater figure. Another example is that someone died unexpectedly in the city of Hangzhou, and his death was miserable, as if he was corroded by gastric juice, and so on. If it were an ordinary world, this kind of news would be nothing more than something fabricated by tabloids to attract attention. However, in this magical world full of unknowns and mysteries, this kind of far-fetched yet shocking thing could actually be true. However, the truth of the matter may not be accepted by the public, so the people in the upper class block the news, causing ordinary people to receive news that seems to be true but is not. Lingling seemed to be interested in this matter. She first searched for information on the internet, but did not get any substantial results. She then thought of going directly to Hangzhou to investigate. Jiang Yi, you just happened to be on vacation, so come with me to Hangzhou. You are not allowed to refuse. As my hunter partner, how long has it been since you last worked with me on a commission? Hangzhou. Jiang Yi murmured the name of the city while looking at the message Lingling sent him. Memories of his past life emerged in his mind. Is it time for the totem black snake plot? No, it should be just foreplay. That plot should be after Mo Fan obtains the demonic power. Thinking about it, Jiang Yi replied, no problem, I don't have any plans for this holiday. After arriving in Hangzhou by plane, Lingling didn't plan to rest as soon as she got out of the airport. Instead, she took Jiang Yi and went straight to the West Lake. From the information I have collected, most of the strange things that happened in Hangzhou this time point to two objects. One is the West Lake, and the other is the giant snake. Lingling said. The West Lake giant snake does sound like it is related to demons, but can the Hunter Alliance and the Magic Association allow demons like giant snakes to exist in the city? Jiang Yi said. So these are just some groundless information, but I can be sure that this news is not groundless. Although there is no information about casualties at present, the more such news there are, the greater the crisis will be when it breaks out. Lingling said. Jiang Yi smiled and said, speaking of West Lake and snakes, have you ever heard of the story of a man and a snake falling in love? No, I only heard the story of a sinister snake demon being suppressed by a highly skilled magician. Lingling said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly and said, it seems that Fahai has won this world. Lingling looked at Jiang Yi curiously and asked, have you heard of that story too? What? The wizard who suppressed the snake demon in the story was named Fahai, Lingling said. Jiang Yi's expression froze, and he said, I guess that mage is still a monk, right? Lingling turned around and said, it seems you haven't heard that Fahai is not a monk, but a magic hunter. Well, they came to the West Lake. It was midsummer. Willows were swaying in the wind, and the water was rippling. It was like a supernatural world. The plants in the West Lake were growing better, and the scenery was like endless green stretching from sky to sky. Ladies and boys, are you here for tourism? Do you want to take a boat? The scenery of West Lake is better on a black-sailed boat, and it's not expensive. It's 80 yuan per person. I'll take you on a tour. Suddenly at this moment, an old man's voice was heard. Following the voice, I saw a black-sailed boat near the shore. On the bow stood an old man with dark skin, leaning on a long bamboo pole in his hand, smiling with 8 big white teeth. Huh, there is such a tourist project in West Lake? Jiang Yi asked in confusion as he looked at the old man rowing the boat. Lingling rejected it outright. No, even if there was, it wouldn't be like this. This was obviously done secretly by someone. I just found out that the West Lake is not open to the public recently. It's not open, but it's interesting. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Yi said. Lingling nodded and said, I think so too, but let's not take the boat. We can go in by ourselves, and it will be more convenient. Jiang Yi agreed, and then he randomly found a giant turtle with the strength of a general in the summoning plane. The shell of the giant turtle was as big as half a basketball court. Jiang Yi let it drag himself and Lingling to the center of West Lake. If the West Lake giant snake really exists, the most likely place for it to hide is naturally the deep water area. Lingling sat cross-legged on the back of a giant turtle, holding a laptop in her arms. On the computer were complex coordinates, and ripples swept across the screen from time to time. The ecology of West Lake is very complex, with fish, shrimps, crabs and clams, many of which are huge, but none of them are monsters. Lingling's detector can detect the energy intensity of life. Although it is very crude, it is enough to find the West Lake giant snake. Everything was calm at first, but when they arrived at the central area of West Lake on the giant turtle under them obviously felt fear, and its huge body began to tremble. Lingling stood up suddenly because a huge red dot was lit up on her computer screen. The brightness of the red dot was much brighter than that of a general, even a commander. She quickly turned to Jiang Yi and asked, "There's a big guy. What should we do?" Jiang Yi said in a deep voice, "I feel it. There is no hostility. Relax. At worst, I can teleport you away." After hearing what Jiang Yi said, Lingling finally felt relieved. She still trusted Jiang Yi very much. His spatial ability to escape was absolutely first-rate. "Hey, who are you guys in front? Don't you know that the center of West Lake has been blocked off recently and no one is allowed to enter?" Suddenly, an urgent cry was heard in the distance, and then a boat was seen approaching quickly with two men in black uniforms standing on the bow. "It looks like they are from the Inquisition." Lingling looked at the ship and said, "That's right, the Hangzhou trial and the West Lake blockade are related to them." Jiang Yi said. When the boat got closer, they could see clearly that there were two people on the bow, a man and a woman. Jiang Yi recognized the female judge. She was Tang Yu, his high school magic practice teacher. Lingling looked at her computer in confusion. When the ship of the Inquisition approached, the huge light spot disappeared. "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" Tang Yu saw Jiang Yi. Although she hadn't seen him for 2 years, she recognized him at a glance. "Huh, Tang Yu, are they people you know?" The male judge who was standing on the bow with Tang Yu asked doubtfully. Tang Yu nodded and said, "They are my students. They must have come out to play during the summer vacation and accidentally broke into this place. We just need to take them out." Although Tang Yu didn't know Lingling, she thought that since she was able to stay with Jiang Yi and was still so young, he shouldn't be a bad person, so she took the blame for their actions. "Teacher Tang Yu, long time no see." Jiang Yi stood on the turtle's shell and waved at Tang Yu. "You, what's this, a turtle? Is this your contracted beast?" It was not until then that Tang Yu saw clearly that the place where Jiang Yi and the others were standing was actually the shell of a giant turtle, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "No, I just randomly summoned a beast to use for traveling on water." Jiang Yi replied. "Water transportation. Haha, young people nowadays are really creative. They even go to the summoning plane to find a summoned beast just to get into the West Lake." The man next to Tang Yu laughed. Tang Yu's face darkened as she said, "Don't you know that you are not allowed to enter the deep part of West Lake recently? Even if you want to play, you have to abide by the rules. Put away your summoned beasts and get on the boat. I will take you out." "Go out." "No, we haven't found the West Lake giant snake yet." When Lingling heard that she was going to be sent out, she quickly refused. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the two people on the bow suddenly changed, especially the man, whose eyes, which had been slightly kind just now, instantly became sharp and cold. "What West Lake giant snake? Who told you about it?" the male judge asked sternly. Tang Yu's eyes narrowed, but she still turned to the man beside her and said, "Brother, don't be anxious. There must be some misunderstanding. Wait for me to ask. Jiang Yi, why don't you come up quickly? And that kid, now is not the time for you to act willfully. You have intruded into an area that is blocked by the Judgment Council." Jiang Yi looked at Lingling and said, "Let's do as they say first." Lingling nodded. After all, she couldn't confront the people from the Inquisition head-on. They hadn't made any progress at the moment anyway, so she could just explain everything and then search again. After the two of them boarded the boat, the male judge couldn't wait to ask in a deep voice, "What's this West Lake giant snake you just mentioned?" Tang Yu also said, "Tell me the truth. This is my senior brother He Yu. Will the trial make things difficult for you?" Tang Yu still trusted Jiang Yi and believed that he was just curious at the moment, or maybe because he had seen some recent rumors about West Lake on the internet. At most, he was just checking things out while sightseeing, otherwise why would he bring a little girl with him? However, what she didn't expect was that Jiang Yi didn't explain directly, but took out a badge. He handed the badge to the two of them and said, "We are hunters. We came here to track down the news of the West Lake giant snake that appeared some time ago. Sorry, we didn't know that the Inquisition had blocked West Lake before we came. We only saw the restriction notice issued by the official." Jiang Yi is now a hunter master, and the official restriction notice has no effect on him. Although the Inquisition has blocked this place, it has not issued any official letter, so there will be no problem even if he breaks in privately. Master Hunter, Tang Yu, is he really your student? He Yu looked at Tang Yu with a strange expression when he saw the hunter badge that Jiang Yi took out. Jiang Yi, how did you become a hunter master? Did I remember it wrongly? Wasn't it 2 years since you graduated from high school? Tang Yu was no less surprised than him. It had only been 2 years and Jiang Yi had already become a master hunter. She would not have been so shocked if he was an elite hunter, but the status of a master hunter was equal to that of a deputy chief judge of the tribunal, and the man next to her named He Yu was a deputy chief judge. Teacher Tang Yu, if you remember correctly, I am now a 1-star hunter master. The person next to me is my hunter partner, Ling, a 4-star hunter master from Qingtian Hunting Institute. Ling also cooperated and took out her hunter badge for the two to check. After confirming their identities, Tang Yu and He Yu nodded in understanding and their attitudes became gentler. Qingtian Hunting Ground is a world-famous hunting ground, and even the deputy chief judge of the trial council has to give it some face. So, you came to Westlake to investigate the news about the Westlake giant snake that recently appeared on the internet? He Yu asked. Ling raised her eyebrows upon hearing this and asked, since the Inquisition has sealed off Westlake, does that mean the giant snake in Westlake really existed? Tang Yu said at this time, this matter involves some secrets, so don't investigate it. Go back. Hearing this, Jiang Yi and Ling looked at each other. Ling sighed and said, well, forget it. Since your trial council doesn't want outsiders to know, we won't investigate. Let's just consider this trip as a waste. Jiang Yi had no regrets. He made this trip mainly to accompany Ling, and was not in a hurry about the matter of the Westlake totem black snake. Teacher Tang Yu, to be honest, we had already made some gains before you arrived. If you need help, you can come to me. Jiang Yi said. Tang Yu smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but it is not necessary for now. Just enjoy this summer vacation with your little partner. Jiang Yi didn't care about Tang Yu's refusal. When the boat docked, he left with Ling. After they walked away, Tang Yu sighed and said, I never thought that the incident caused by the black snake shedding its skin would attract the attention of hunters. It seems that we need to be more careful. He Yu also nodded and said, this is just the beginning. It will take some time before the black snake actually starts to shed its skin. The hunter is fine, but those guys are the real ones. They have never let go of their suspicion of the black snake. Chapter 89 Exchange Students. Ling, do you want to continue investigating? Jiang Yi asked Ling after leaving Westlake. Ling turned off her phone and put it back in her pocket, shaking her head and saying, let's not check it anymore. I just asked my sister, and the tribunal takes this matter very seriously. We won't go and cause trouble. Okay, then let's take on some other tasks. Jiang Yi said. Ling looked at Jiang Yi with some surprise and asked, you're not going to practice in seclusion this time? Haha, you have to give yourself a chance to relax. Besides, investigating cases and fighting monsters are also part of cultivation. Jiang Yi chuckled. Ling smiled when she heard that, and then she started to look through the Hunter Alliance's bounty list, and soon locked onto a target. That's it. I'm going to hunt down the Commander Level 4 Clawed Demon Eagle that built its nest 500 miles outside of Hangzhou's safety zone. I just happen to be in need of a flying mount. A 4 Clawed Magic Eagle. It's not bad as a mount. When there's a chance, I'll give you the essence of the Silver Sky Lord, the monarch of the White Magic Eagle family, and refine it into a dark creature for you to use as a mount. Then you have to keep your word. Ling said with her eyes shining. Jiang Yi did not gain much from the trip to Hangzhou. He just regarded accompanying Ling to do a few hunter commissions as a trip. However, although the black snake of Westlake only appeared briefly in his spiritual perception, it could be regarded as a greeting. Jiang Yi had already remembered its breath. After returning to Magic City, Jiang Yi received a message from Dean Xiao. They had been selected to attend the Magic High School exchange this year and Dean Xiao specifically asked him to participate. Jiang Yi could only laugh at this. The so-called lottery was actually just pseudo-randomness on the surface. Otherwise, why didn't Mingzhu win the Imperial Capital Academy for all these years, but won it this time? Wasn't it because the school leaders saw that Jiang Yi and others' strength far exceeded that of their peers? Jiang Yi had no intention of refusing this, but in this kind of school competition under the banner of exchange students, he had to give some benefits. When I arrived at Dean Xiao's office, department head Zhou Zhenghua was there too. What's more, they were also discussing the matters concerning this exchange. Dean Xiao, Director Zhou, I heard that you arranged a trip for me to the Imperial Capital Academy without consulting me. I came to confirm it. Jiang Yi said straight to the point as soon as he entered the door. Zhou Zhenghua laughed when he heard this and said, "Haha, classmate Jiang, your strength is obvious to all. Who else but you can be competent to fight for the honor of the school? Of course I'm happy to fight for the honor of the school, but since I've won honor for the school, shouldn't the school also give me some appreciation? Even an emperor has many hungry soldiers," Jiang Yi said bluntly. Dean Xiao smiled lightly upon hearing this, and said kindly, "Don't worry, the school will not treat you unfairly. I have a special magic crystal here, and I think you will be interested." As he spoke, Dean Xiao handed Jiang Yi a crystal stone that was dark black in color and had ink-like liquid flowing in it. "This is the origin of darkness." Zhou Zhenghua raised his eyebrows and exclaimed in surprise when he saw what Dean Xiao took out. Jiang Yi took the magic crystal, held it in his hand and examined it carefully for a moment. He keenly sensed the extremely rich and pure dark power in it, and knew that this was a dark origin comparable to a top-grade soul seed. The shadow system is different from other element systems. There are no element species in the shadow system, but the shadow system has something with the same function as element species, which is the origin of darkness. The production of the origin of darkness is often related to the dark plane or dark creatures, so it is rarer than elemental species. After absorbing it, the shadow mage can not only greatly enhance the power of shadow magic, but also gain various unexpected abilities. Mo Fan had obtained a dark origin in his later years, which greatly increased the power of his shadow magic, surpassing the lightning origin that he had regarded as his own son in the early days. The quality of the one obtained by Jiang Yi was obviously better than the one Mo Fan had obtained. To be honest, Jiang Yi didn't expect Dean Xiao to give him such a thing, but the value of this thing did satisfy him. Although department head Zhou Zhenghua was puzzled as to why Jiang Yi studied dimensional magic in both departments but Dean Xiao chose to give him the origin of darkness, he still knew his limits and knew that this might involve Jiang Yi's secrets, so he did not say anything. After putting away the dark origin, Jiang Yi smiled at Dean Xiao and said, "Don't worry, Dean Xiao, I will give the school a satisfactory result from this exchange." Dean Xiao said with a smile, "Be careful not to cause any trouble. Ahem, don't be too conservative. As long as you are right, the school will support you." Translated, this sentence means that as long as Jiang Yi does not do anything unscrupulous in the capital, such as causing death, the school will support him. After getting the desired reward, Jiang Yi left contentedly. As for the newly obtained dark origin, he did not plan to use it directly, but wanted to analyze it thoroughly and confirm its characteristics before using it. The team going to the imperial capital for exchange was quickly confirmed, with Ji Yuhan as the team leader and Professor Chu Yuha as the lecturer. Jiang Yi naturally served as the captain, and the other 8 team members were Mo Fan, Mu Nujiao, Bai Tingting, Zhao Manyan, Luo Song, Shenming Xiao, Song Sha, and Zheng Bingxiao. After arriving in the imperial capital, the 2 leading instructors did not rush to the Imperial Capital Academy. As it was still early, they went directly to the famous tourist attraction in the imperial capital, the Great Wall. Towering mountains, steep rock peaks, and a city wall built of huge stones like a dragon's spine stand tall. After thousands of years of baptism, this ancient magical building still exudes a heavy and vigorous atmosphere. The Battling Great Wall in this world is better preserved and more complete than that in the original world, and one can more intuitively appreciate its magnificence and miraculous craftsmanship. Although there are no traces of the extraordinary on the surface, Jiang Yi's perception tells him that this seemingly ordinary earth, stone and brick wall contains unimaginable terrifying power. The Great Wall was built under the leadership of Qin Shi Huang. It was originally used to resist the invasion of demons. As China's territory expanded, this majestic defense line became a relic, more of a place for people to visit. However, the Great Wall has a long history, and there are indeed many ancient magical mystery stories that grew up in the Great Wall. The team leader, old Professor Chu Yuha, raised his voice and used the majestic Great Wall as a classroom to tell the students about its magnificent history of magic. The magical world also has its own civilization heritage. Listening to Professor Chu Yuha's narration, a vivid historical picture scroll unfolded in Jiang Yi's mind. The story that spanned thousands of years gradually pieced together a thrilling and magnificent story. Unlike the original world, humans in the magical world did not start a world war that swept the globe. People from various countries were more concerned about each other, but this world was even less peaceful, and wars between humans and demons would break out every once in a while. The images of the Bo disaster are still vivid in my mind, as demons invaded human homes, destroyed houses, and ate humans like captive livestock. Tragic and sad, events like the Bo City incident are not uncommon in the thousands of years of Chinese civilization. The confrontation between humans and demons has never stopped from ancient times to the present. No matter which world it is in, school is the noblest place. Professor Chu Yuha said this not out of a desire to complete his teaching task, but because he wanted to instill in the young mages present the sense of responsibility that a mage should have. Was the magic in the past relatively backward? Otherwise, some earth magicians can easily build huge monsters now, but in the past, it still required manual labor. Mo Fan's voice suddenly rang out. "What do you know, kid?" Professor Chu Yuha suddenly said in a serious tone, looking at Mo Fan who was speaking. Qin Shi Huang was not only a great king, politician, and strategist, but also the most remarkable earth magician in our history. The Afeng Magic Palace and the Great Wall he built are both eternal. No matter how the wheel of history rolls, they still stand. Do you think the stones of the Great Wall are ordinary broken stones? With your cultivation level, you can't create a crack in the Great Wall even if you attack here for 10 days. Okay, Qin Shi Huang is the founder of the earth element. Mo Fan apologized with a helpless look. Seeing this, Chu Yuha thought that Mo Fan was still a little unconvinced, and snorted again. "Humph, we have not been able to set foot in the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang so far. Do you think that the huge project of the mausoleum can really be built by those useless coolies? If that were the case, there would be no heaven of the dead. The paradise of the dead is an ancient tomb on the outskirts of the ancient capital. Throughout history, countless wizards have wanted to enter it to search for magical tools and weapons left behind by the ancient wizards, but the tidal wave of undead creatures has made them daunted. People believe that the Qin Emperor's tomb is also among them, but what is less known is that the real Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum is a real world of the dead called Shiyuan. Professor Chu, I accidentally learned that in pursuit of immortality, the Qin Emperor built a palace of the dead for himself, intending to become a ghost after his death and be able to dominate everything. Is this palace of the dead related to the paradise of the dead you mentioned? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked what he knew. Chu Yuha was startled by the question. He looked up at Jiang Yi and remembered that this student who behaved so inconspicuously was the one who was personally appointed by Dean Xiao as the team leader. Student Jiang Yi, I cannot give you a definite answer to your question. Based on the information we have obtained so far, the tomb of the Qin Emperor is indeed in the heaven of the dead, but we have no way of knowing what the situation is inside. It's too complicated to talk about the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. If you are interested, you can come and discuss it with me later. Let's leave it here for now. Hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask you for advice." After following the two instructors through several historical sites and museums, today's trip came to an end, and we finally entered the Pearl Academy. After entering the Imperial Capital Academy, someone soon arranged Mingzhu and his group into a special student dormitory. The students who came to exchange ideas were all the best among the mid-level mages, and their status was higher than that of the graduate students in the original world, so the accommodation environment was naturally not bad. However, Jiang Yi had no plans to live in the apartment arranged by the Imperial Capital Academy. He did not bother the two instructors and left on his own after they had settled down. Chapter 90, Analyzing the Origin of Darkness and Transforming the Ghost Clothes. My dear princess, I am almost at the door of your apartment. Could you please condescend to come out and pick me up? Mu Ningxie looked at the message on her phone, raised her lips slightly, and replied, "Got it." In fact, She only needed to send a message to the security guard to allow Jiang Yi to enter and leave her residence freely, but it was obvious that Jiang Yi just wanted a simple ceremony. Lingqi understood it and naturally would not refuse. When Jiang Yi arrived at the door of the apartment, he saw Lingqi waiting there. She was wearing plain casual clothes, with waist-length hair in black and white. She had a cold and extraordinary temperament, like an orchid in the deep valley. Those eyes as pure as glass became even brighter the moment she saw Jiang Yi, and she took a step forward and walked towards Jiang Yi. "Come on, I'll take you in." Lingqi took the initiative to reach out and hold Jiang Yi's hand, then turned around and led him into the apartment. Feeling the soft and cool touch on his hands, Jiang Yi was slightly surprised by Lingqi's initiative this time, but he quickly calmed down his fluctuating emotions and clasped his fingers together, tightly holding Lingqi's. "We haven't seen each other for a while. Are you okay?" Jiang Yi asked. "I'm fine. How about you? Have you met anyone from the Mu family?" Lingqi nodded in response and then asked back. Hearing this, Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Yes, we did. It was an unexpected encounter, full of malice. I took it as the Mu family's declaration of war against me. I've thought about it. Although those above the super level won't be dispatched easily, you still have to be careful. The Mu family has already noticed my situation, and there's no guarantee that they won't go all out." Lingqi said. You hesitated for a second just now. You must have wanted to use the expression, "a cornered dog will jump over the wall," right? Jiang Yi keenly caught the dissonance in Lingqi's tone and asked with a smile. Lingqi frowned slightly, and let out a sigh of helplessness. "After all, I am also a member of the Mu family. The Mu family has provided me with sufficient resources to cultivate until now. No matter what, this cannot be denied. However, I also remember that they used me as the nourishment of the ice crystal bow and used my soul's cultivation to nourish the magic bow. I remember both the kindness and hatred, and I can distinguish them clearly." Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, tightly held Lingqi's hand, and said softly, "Relax, with me here, nothing will be a problem." After arranging everyone at Mingzhu Academy, Lu Yiming, the instructor in charge of the exchange student competition at Imperial Capital Academy, walked out of the student dormitory and headed towards the training ground. The Imperial Capital Academy is truly the #1 academy in China. Its long history has endowed it with a strong faculty, a favorable location, and good people. All the major families are willing to send their children here. Those who can study in the Imperial Capital Academy are either from prominent families or extremely talented. With such an advantage, the Imperial Capital Academy undoubtedly steals the show in every exchange student competition. The more this happens, the more proud the Imperial Capital Academy is of it and will never allow a single failure. Instructor Lu Yiming had exactly this idea. He was in charge of all matters concerning this exchange student competition. All those who competed with exchange students from other institutions had been carefully selected by him. They were all geniuses among geniuses. He also specially trained them in coordinated combat, which made their team competition level even better. "Teacher Lu, the exchange students from Mingzhu Academy are here," a shirtless man with muscles as hard as rocks said in the middle of the training ground. The man was of the earth element, and he released ground wave magic while speaking. Wherever his footsteps landed, the ground turned into flowing waves, carrying his figure moving quickly like a flash. In just 2 or 3 steps, he came to Lu Yiming's side from dozens of meters away. "Coming." Lu Yiming nodded in response. "Ha ha ha, those mediocre people from Mingzhu Academy have been clamoring to compete with us all day long. Now, we've finally been picked. Wait until they're all knocked down and see if they still dare to question us." The strong man slapped his body, making a popping sound, and said in a blunt tone. "Mingzhu Academy has always been all talk and no action. They are only good at talking and are unwilling to be inferior to us, but they don't have the real ability." A graceful man also came to Lu Yiming and said jokingly, "I can't wait." Excited voices rang out one after another, like cats waiting for their prey to come in. Seeing his students so motivated, Lu Yiming couldn't help but smile. The secret rivalry between the major magic academies has been going on for who knows how many years. As an institution that cultivates talents, this kind of competition is necessary. At the same time, as a gathering place for a group of young and energetic people, such a fight is also indispensable. As time goes by, it is inevitable that there will be grudges between academies. Perhaps the top leaders of an academy do not care about it, but some tutors and students of medium positions care about it very much. This is the relationship between Mingzhu Academy and Didu Academy. Therefore, Mingzhu was drawn to the Imperial Capital Academy in this exchange competition. The Imperial Capital Academy was also full of energy and was determined to prove that it was worthy of its position as the #1 magic college. Teacher Lu, this time we beat the people from Mingzhu Academy and earned enough honor for our alma mater. Will the school give us some extra rewards? Xu Delong suddenly said. I don't care whether there is a prize or not. I just want to get one. Mingzhu Academies, how should I put it, I'm qualified, said Liao Mingxuan, who was dressed in white. Suddenly, a sneer was heard from the side, and a man walked to the center of the training ground with a giant wolf with blue-purple hair. He looked at Xu Delong and Liao Mingxuan with disdain. You two are burdens on the team, don't act like you can beat the entire school by yourself. It's okay to embarrass yourself, but don't cause the school to lose its reputation. Lu Zheng, don't underestimate us. I can take down a ghost-patterned wolf like you by myself. Xu Delong's temper flared up all of a sudden, and he pointed his thumb at the summoning man and said angrily. Haha, there is someone in the team who can defeat my ghost-pattern wolf alone, but it's not you. You'd better practice for 2 more years. Lu Zheng stroked the big head of the ghost-pattern wolf, his tone full of sarcasm. Xu Delong's face was dark, and he pointed at Lu Zheng and said, just wait and see. Seeing this, Lu Yiming shook his head indifferently. They were all geniuses, and none of them were not arrogant. There was nothing he could do about it, they all had the capital to be arrogant. Where is your captain? Lu Yiming asked, stopping them from arguing any further. The captain said he was tired and went back to rest first. If you ask me, it's enough for us to do it alone. There's no need for the captain to take action at all. Yes, let's do it. Instructor Ji Yu Han announced in the group that the Imperial Capital Academy has scheduled their competition for tomorrow afternoon, and in the morning there will be a competition between the Imperial Capital Academy and other academies. Except for Mingzhu, all the other academies that came to the Imperial Capital this time are completely not on the same level as the Imperial Capital Academies. The so-called competition is purely a guidance competition, so no one cares. The competition with Mingzhu is the highlight. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yi began to analyze the dark origin that Ding Xiao gave him. The quality of this dark origin is very high. Compared with the elemental seeds, it is equivalent to a soul seed that can be amplified nearly 6 times. The purity of the energy contained in it is already showing a trend towards the heavenly seed. It can only be said that Ding Xiao is worthy of being a master of forbidden spells. He is generous when he spends money. This one dark origin alone is probably worth more than 800 million yuan, but he just gave it to him so casually. Precisely because of the unusualness of the origin of darkness, it was not so easy for Jiang Yi to analyze it. He used the soul line as a scalpel to deeply analyze the structure and composition of the origin of darkness. The work was not completed until the afternoon of the next day. A group of law runes related to darkness were absorbed by the soul tree in his spiritual universe and turned into a branch. During this process, Jiang Yi's understanding of the concept of darkness was also greatly improved, and he thoroughly understood the characteristics of the origin of darkness he had obtained. Then, he merged the origin of darkness with Xiaogui. That's right, he did not absorb it himself, but used it as nourishment for Xiaogui's growth. Although Xiaogui's physical strength is comparable to that of a commander-level demon, it is not a normal life after all. Its soul level has always remained at the general level. Jiang Yi has tried many ways to make Xiaogui advance, but none of them could help him. After Jiang Yi analyzed the origin of darkness, he gained an ability similar to Lingling's Book of Darkness, called Darkest Erosion, which can corrode things with the power of darkness, forcibly transform their attributes into creatures with dark attributes, and control them. This ability, combined with an extremely high-quality dark origin, is enough to allow Xiaogui to undergo a fundamental transformation. Perhaps he can break free from the shackles and become a true commander-level life. The result did not disappoint Jiang Yi. Under the catalysis of Jiang Yi's soul ability, Xiaogui perfectly exerted its devouring ability and perfectly absorbed the power of the origin of darkness. The body, like a pitch-black gel, changed rapidly, the black color became deeper and more mysterious, the pure dark power was nurtured in its fluid body, and the originally dull and unintelligent little ghost seemed to have a hint of spirituality. Jiang Yi withdrew his mental power and looked at the greatly transformed Xiaogui in front of him with satisfaction. Although Xiaogui's dark power was still very weak, it was extremely pure and had unlimited potential for growth. It would not take long for it to break through the shackles and truly become a commander-level creature. The competition between Imperial Capital Academy and Pearl Academy is about to begin. Have you finished your practice? Lingqi asked when she felt Jiang Yi coming out of meditation. Hearing this voice, Jiang Yi opened his eyes, put away his tricks and said, "Okay, let's go." At the fighting hall of the Imperial Capital Academy, other students from the Pearl Academy had already arrived under the leadership of instructor Ji Yuhan. "Luo Song, you are a smart man. If you don't want to be the tail of a phoenix, you go to be the head of a chicken. Think about it, with your strength, if you were in the Imperial Capital, you wouldn't even get a chance to play." Xu Delong saw an acquaintance in the Mingzu Academy team and ridiculed him without any hesitation. Teacher Ji Yuhan felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. "You are the phoenixes and we are the chickens, right? But as a teacher, it is not appropriate for him to interfere in the bickering between students, otherwise it would seem too petty." "Xu Delong, please don't be rude. I'm sorry, everyone. Xu Delong is a straightforward person. Please bear with me." Lu Yiming stopped Xu Delong and turned to speak to the people from Mingzu Academy. Seeing the other instructor speaking, Ji Yuhan snorted coldly and said, "Straightforward, does that mean that instructor Lu Yiming also thinks so?" "Well, when we received you yesterday, there were supposed to be 9 students. Why are there only 8 today?" Lu Yiming knew he had said something out of turn and awkwardly changed the subject. Unlike the original novel, Mo Fan did not stay up late to study the Loach pendant, nor did he make up for sleep during the day and be late for class. The only person missing from Mingzu Academy was Jiang Yi. Professor Chu Yuha wanted to get over this part, so she interrupted him and said, "Student Jiang Yi is practicing and will be here soon." Jiang Yi knew that he had missed the gathering time due to his analysis of the origin of darkness, and had already sent a message to Professor Chu Yuha to explain it in advance. Haha, there's no need to be so stressed. It's no use for a magician to sharpen his skills before the battle. It's just an ordinary competition. Lu Yiming laughed. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yuha's face froze, but he quickly recovered. Thinking of Jiang Yi's strength, he did not argue with Lu Yiming. When his student was crushed by someone, the words he said at this time would become a powerful slap in his own face. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. Continue. Chapter 91, Team Battle. One-on-one. Jiang Yi and Lingqi walked side by side. They didn't do anything overly intimate, not even holding hands. However, they were very close to each other, and their shoulders would occasionally bump into each other while walking. With such a close distance, they must be either blood relatives or lovers. Passers-by would naturally understand their relationship when they see them. "Will you take part in the exchange student competition?" Jiang Yi asked at this time. Lingqi thought for a moment and asked, "What about you? If you go too, I'm afraid we won't have any chance. I have accepted the reward from President Xiao, so I have to at least help Mingzu win the next game," Jiang Yi said. Lingqi's eyes flashed with thought after hearing this. After a moment, she said, "Let me fight you. I want to see how much difference there is between us. But you have to keep your cultivation at the intermediate level." Jiang Yi nodded without hesitation and agreed. "Okay, I'm also a little curious about your current strength." Lingqi was familiar with the environment of the Imperial Capital Academy. She led Jiang Yi all the way to the fighting hall and walked into the spacious fighting arena. The people from the Pearl Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy had been waiting for a long time. Lingqi returned to the Imperial Capital Academy team, while Jiang Yi came to the Pearl Academy team. In addition to Ji Yuhan and Chu Yuha, there is another female instructor in front of Mingzu's team. This is Li Jing. She arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy earlier than Jiang Yi and others and is responsible for communicating with the Imperial Capital Academy in advance. Instructor Ji, Instructor Li, Professor Chu, I'm here. Ji Han nodded and said, return to the team. The competition will begin soon. As soon as he returned to the team, he heard Zhao Manyan's exclamation, oh my god, you are so good, classmate Jiang. I really didn't expect that you have already hooked up with such a beautiful goddess even though you just arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy yesterday. It seems that you have a high status in the Imperial Capital Academy team. Hehe, do you have any secrets? Don't be stingy and teach me. In fact, when Jiang Yi first arrived here, he heard many people talking about him and Mu Ningxie. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan were both restrained, but the Imperial Capital Academy was in an uproar. One of them even showed strong malice the moment Jiang Yi appeared. However, Jiang Yi didn't take these to heart. He raised his index finger to Zhao Manyan and shook it, saying, I really don't have anything to teach you about this. Hey, we've worked together several times, so we're friends now. You're being so unkind by hiding things from me. Zhao Manyan looked quite dissatisfied, as if he was a little unhappy. Mo Fan, who was standing by, heard this and put his hand on Zhao Manyan's shoulder and said, he didn't lie to you. He really doesn't have much to teach you. The girl who came with Brother Jiang is called Mu Ningxie. She is recognized as a gifted girl in Bo City. She and Brother Jiang are childhood sweethearts. This matter depends on talent and opportunity. She is Mu Ningxie. I've heard you Mian talk about her many times. I finally saw her. She is really so beautiful. Even Mu Nuzhao, who was revered as a goddess in Mingzhu, couldn't help but exclaim at Mu Ningxui's appearance. No wonder even someone like Jiang Yi would be so devoted to her. At this time, Instructor Ji Han came over and said, the break is over. After discussion, our competition with the Imperial Capital Academy will be a 4-on-4 team battle. All magic tools and magic weapons are prohibited, and the competition will be divided into 2 rounds. A 4-on-4 team match. We've never cooperated with each other before, and we're not familiar with each other's fighting styles. This is obviously not in our favor. Song Sha was the first to speak in the team. What are you afraid of? With Jiang Yi here, we can win no matter what. We just have to not hold them back. Zhao Manyan looked unmoved. Mo Fan also spoke up at this time, my strength is not bad, okay. If I lead a team, it will definitely not be a problem to win both games. Haha, stop bragging. This is a team competition. Jiang Yi and Mo Fan, no matter how strong you two are individually, you will still have to admit defeat when you are besieged. Don't think you are so great just because you have made a name for yourself in the main campus assessment. Do you really think you can fight against many people alone? Shen Mingxiao suddenly said sarcastically. I say, bitch Shen, are you done yet? You feel uncomfortable when you don't spit shit out of your mouth, right? Do you really think that everyone is as incompetent as you? Mo Fan angrily retorted to Shen Mingxiao's words without any politeness. Okay, now is not the time for you to quarrel. First decide the teams, then the order of appearance. What do you think? Although Ji Han was talking about you, his eyes were only looking at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi understood and said, Luo Song, Shen Mingxiao, Zheng Bingxiao, the 3 of you will play the first game with me, and Mo Fan will lead the rest to play the second game. Jiang Yi's tone was extremely flat, so flat that he left no room for negotiation. It seemed that once a word was spoken, things could not be changed. Shen Mingxiao was obviously still a little unconvinced, but when he thought of the experience of being knocked out by Jiang Yi during the assessment at the main campus, he lost the courage to argue with Jiang Yi and had to acquiesce. Jiang Yi had his own ideas for making this arrangement. Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song obviously didn't get along with Mo Fan, so if they were put in the same team, they would only get in each other's way. So he left him with a few people with whom he had a good relationship, so that at least they wouldn't get in each other's way. As for his side, he and Mu Ningxie had already confirmed it when he came. They would each lead their teams to play the first game. The two had never played against each other before. Mu Ningxie also wanted to test the current gap between himself and Jiang Yi. The rest of the people were not within his consideration. Seeing that everyone had no objection to Jiang Yi's words, Ji Han nodded and said, okay, it's settled. When Mingzhu Academy was deciding on the team members, the Imperial Capital Academy also started arguing about it. Ningxie, you don't have to go on stage. Just leave it to me. Lu Zheng looked at Mu Ningxie affectionately with a gentle tone. If you are so confident, let's play the second game. I have an appointment with him for the first game. Mu Ningxie ignored the tenderness in Lu Zheng's eyes and said indifferently. Crunch. Lu Zheng cracked his knuckles until they made a crackling sound, but he tried his best to remain calm on the surface, which made his expression seem a little unnatural and distorted. Haha, since Ning Shui wants to warm up, then for the first game, Xu Delong, Liaoming Xuan and Jingjing will be added. It will be just the four of you. As a mentor, Lu Yiming spoke up in time to decide on the lineup. The lineups of both sides have been determined, and they walk into the center of the arena from their respective directions. The water defense formation around the arena rises up, isolating the inside and outside. Mu Ningxie looked in the direction of Jiang Yi with her clear and bright eyes. The next moment, a cold air like thick fog began to spread from her body, and a layer of ice crystals like white gauze began to spread under her feet. The ice crystals spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon covered the entire arena. Even the water barrier covering the arena showed signs of freezing into ice. The captain's domain was actually used right at the very beginning. Xu Delong spoke with a hint of doubt as he felt the sudden drop in air temperature. It seems that the captain wants to end this battle quickly, and we can't fall behind. Jingjing chuckled and began to draw a star map. The emerald green starlight belonging to the plant system sprinkled down, and vitality gushed out. The morale of the Imperial Capital Academy was greatly boosted by the emergence of the domain, but the situation on the Imperial Capital Academy side was just the opposite. The domain was something only high-level mages or soul-level elementals possessed. Why does Mu Ningxie, who is obviously a mid-level mage, have a domain? Wouldn't that mean she is invincible? Within the domain, other elements will be suppressed and their power will be halved. How can she fight them? Jiang Yi, you are the captain, don't you have any way to deal with the field? Shenming smiled and shouted at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi glanced at him and said calmly, don't get me wrong. I asked you to play just to get 4 people together. If you want to show off, just go for it. If you don't want to do anything, that's fine. I will ensure victory in this competition, but I won't be responsible for you. You. Luo Song shouted softly upon hearing this, but he finally clenched his teeth and held back the words in his mouth, thinking to himself, humph, I'll let you be so rampant. No matter how strong the space system is, it will be stretched to its limits when facing a siege. Leave their captain to me, you just deal with the others. At this time, Mu Ningxui's cold voice rang out. Without waiting for anyone to answer, Mu Ningxie controlled the wind track and flew straight towards Jiang Yi in a flash. The cold wind blowing in his face suddenly perked Jiang Yi up. He turned around and saw that Mu Ningxie had gathered a strong icy force in her hands. As she approached him, she raised her palms and the ice on the ground shattered. Chains made of ice broke out of the ground and came towards Jiang Yi like a dancing icy giant python. Silver light surged in Jiang Yi's eyes, and he clenched his hand in the air. The air around him suddenly solidified with his simple action, and invisible power surged in from all directions. With a loud bang, the ice chain that was like a giant python shattered and turned into icy dust that poured down into the sky. At this time, Mu Ningxie was already very close to Jiang Yi. The next moment the ice lock was crushed, a wind disk made purely of wind elements appeared under her feet. The moment the wind disk was formed, a tornado rose into the sky. The violent hurricane was mixed with broken ice, and it rumbled towards Jiang Yi like a world-destroying disaster. Hiss, hiss. The wind disk swept the air and tore the ground, leaving a fragmented trail on the frozen ground. The tornado formed by the wind disk spread extremely quickly, and almost the next moment the magic was released. It covered a distance of more than 10 meters, and instantly enveloped Jiang Yi, who was not far away. Of course, Mu Ningxie herself was also inside the tornado, but this, wind disk tornado, was originally her magic. With her ability to control the wind, her proud figure was suspended in the center of the tornado without being affected at all. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was torn apart by endless hurricanes. At the same time, the broken ice mixed in the hurricane would occasionally give him a painful blow. He built a defense with a mind wall and took a step. The space twisted as he took this step. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away, escaping the coverage of the wind disk tornado. Outside the arena, Lu Yiming frowned upon seeing this scene. He looked at the three instructors of Mingzhu Academy meaningfully and said, "It seems that Mingzhu Academy is well prepared this time. The student from the space department is probably as strong as the old student who has practiced for many years." Ji Yuhan just chuckled and said, "No, we just happened to meet at the right time. In terms of thorough preparation, we are still not as good as the Imperial Capital Academy." In addition to the verbal confrontation between the instructors, the students couldn't help but talk about this battle. Most of the students from the Imperial Capital Academy found it hard to believe that there was someone who could be on par with their captain at the same age. The enthusiasm of the Demon City Academy was high. The morale, which had been low due to Muning Shui's display of the ice domain, was fully restored when they saw Jiang Yi's astonishing performance. Wait, if I remember correctly, Jiang Yi's major was the summoning department, right? The space department was just his secondary department. If his secondary department is so strong, how strong should his summoning department be? Zhao Manyan made a surprising guess at this time. Not necessarily. The summoning system has much more stringent requirements on resources. Maybe he hasn't found a suitable contracted beast yet, so the second awakening space system is his major. Song Sha analyzed rationally. Haha, you are wrong. The reason why Brother Zhang doesn't use the summoning system now is because his summoning system is too strong. Once it is used, this competition will be meaningless. Mo Fan chuckled after hearing Song Sha's analysis. Others did not comment on Mo Fan's words, and most of them did not take it seriously. Maybe Jiang Yi's summoning system was indeed not weak, but to say that as long as he used it, the competition would lose its meaning should not be possible. Only Zhao Manyan and Mu Nujiao nodded silently, looking thoughtful. Chapter 92 Still unfair. Mu Ningxie stood in the tornado, her body quietly suspended by the wind element. She looked at Jiang Yi, who was dozens of meters away from her, and exhaled. It seems that ordinary means are not even worthy of your seriousness. In this case. Ice field. The clear voice resounded, and as the last syllable fell from Mu Ningxue's mouth, the ice elements in the entire arena suddenly rioted. Mu Ningxie raised one hand, and the ice elements condensed in her slender hand like a whale swallowing a dragon. Mu Ningxie held in her hand a spear that was completely ice blue and emitting an extremely sharp icy aura. It was a weapon formed purely from the condensation of ice spirits. Mu Ningxie clenched the ice spear in her hand and shook it slightly. The gust of wind around her body suddenly blew away, and then disappeared into the void. At the moment when the wind element wrapped around her body disappeared, her figure turned into a bright white stream of light and shot towards Jiang Yi like an arrow. Seeing this, Jiang Yi showed a hint of danger. He did not dodge. Instead, he mobilized the powerful space power with a thought. The invisible space power gathered in his hands. He clenched his fist in the air and punched forward in the air. Buzz. The invisible spatial telekinesis and the extremely condensed ice element collided in midair. The piercing buzzing sound penetrated the defense of the water magic circle and reached the ears of the students and instructors who were watching the battle, causing them to tremble in their hearts. The ice element condensed in Mu Ningxue's hands, and the wind element became her wings. In the field of solid ice, Mu Ningxue could almost stay in the air without any consumption. The strong wind pushed her body forward, making her movements as fast as a streak of light. The spear in her hand was a sharp weapon of attack. Every time she thrust the spear out, it could set off a tsunami-like wave of ice elements. However, even with such a fierce attack, Jiang Yi was able to handle it with ease. He looked as if he casually raised his hand and then waved it lightly, but the omnipresent spatial telekinesis was always able to perfectly resist Mu Ningxue's attack, impenetrable. Ice lock piercing. Suddenly, Mu Ningxie attacked Jiang Yi in the face with a spear in her hand. Jiang Yi raised his hand to block it, but behind him, an ice chain with a tip as sharp as a spear appeared. The moment the ice lock appeared, it was like a poisonous snake that had been accumulating strength for a long time, piercing towards Jiang Yi's back fiercely. Jiang Yi felt the sharp wind coming from behind him, and used his mind to build a wall of thought behind him. With a ding sound, the ice lock hit the thick wall of thought and was shattered into pieces. Wind Plate Tianluo. Wind Disc Tier. Two intermediate wind magics were released in succession, one after the other. The former took shape quickly, and the wind element mixed with a strong icy breath formed a wind field like a dragnet. The latter burst out with a terrifying tearing force. Even a giant tree could hardly protect itself under such a brutal hurricane. The restraint formed by Fengpan Tianluo is extremely overbearing and covers an extremely wide range. Unless Jiang Yi can teleport, he will not be able to escape the blockade of this magic by using the previous method of using spatial rhythm to compress space. Jiang Yi could really teleport, but before coming here he had agreed with Mu Ningxie not to use high-level magic, otherwise it would be meaningless. However, apart from high-level magic, Jiang Yi is not helpless in the face of the current situation. Powerful mental force gushed out, silver magic light intertwined in Jiang Yi's hands, and a silver and dazzling magic star map was quickly drawn. At the moment when the star map took shape, the space in front of Jiang Yi suddenly twisted rapidly, and then collapsed into a hideous black hole of space. The black hole was like an abyss that swallowed everything, erupting with powerful suction. This is Jiang Yi's application of the intermediate space magic, space rhythm. When the space is distorted to the extreme, that is, when the gravity within a certain range is strengthened to the extreme, something similar to a black hole will be formed. This is not the first time he has used this trick. Click, click, an unbearable sound of space shattering rang out, and the tearing wind that was originally surging and roaring around and almost swallowed Jiang Yi was swallowed by the terrible gravity coming from the black hole. The wind element that was supposed to be controlled by Mu Ningxie could no longer condense into a terrifying attack and was irresistibly swallowed up by the black hole. However, at this moment, Mu Ningxie's figure appeared at the side of Jiang Yi, only 2 meters away. What was even more terrifying was that the spear in his hand had already condensed with terrifying icy energy. That was not pure elemental power, it was a blow that combined ice magic and martial arts true energy. It was a full-strength blow that Mu Ningxie had been accumulating strength for from the beginning. Without any hesitation, Mu Ningxie stabbed Jiang Yi with a fatal shot the moment Jiang Yi used rhythm of space to create a black hole. This shot was extremely fast and was fired at the perfect time. Even for Jiang Yi, with only intermediate-level cultivation, there was no way he could evade it. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and the swirling ice mist obscured everyone's vision, but the next moment a huge figure flew out from the ice mist. The figure was too huge, so it was definitely not either Jiang Yi or Mu Ningxie. It was a wolf, a war general level blood-veined gray wolf. Even with its powerful body as a war general, the blood-veined gray wolf was seriously injured after withstanding Mu Ningxue's fatal attack. Most of its body was covered in ice crystals, and the air it exhaled from its mouth would immediately freeze into ice chips. Blood-veined wolf. Mu Ningxie was also shocked, but after a closer look she suddenly realized, it's not Kai Zhu, but a blood-veined wolf at the level of a great general. In such a short period of time, he was able to use summoning magic while maintaining space magic. Don't forget, dimension summoning is just an elementary magic, go back. Jiang Yi waved his hand and sent back the blood-marked wolf that he had temporarily pulled over to block the attack. Although it was seriously injured, he gave it enough rewards and it was not considered unfair. After taking back the blood wolf, Jiang Yi turned to Mu Ningxie again and said with a smile, "Okay, I have been on the defensive just now. Now, it is my turn to attack. Get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi clenched his right hand into thin air. The moment his hand clenched, Mu Ningxie suddenly felt the air around her become sticky. She wanted to move, but felt like she was stuck in a quagmire, her whole body was restrained. At this moment, Jiang Yi flashed in front of him. He raised his hand and lightly patted her shoulder. Mu Ningxie felt the power of space fluctuating in that seemingly gentle palm, and her heart suddenly tightened. She used all her strength to activate the body tempering technique, and the icy martial arts true energy instantly broke out of her body, allowing her body, which was restricted by space, to regain freedom. Mu Ningxie stomped her foot on the ground suddenly, and flew backwards like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding Jiang Yi's attack. But before she could catch her breath, Jiang Yi took another step. The distance between them seemed to be non-existent under his leisurely pace. He took one step and was already in front of her. Mu Ningxie had no choice but to raise the ice spear in her hand and stab towards Jiang Yi. The spear was thrown hastily and had little power, and Jiang Yi easily caught the tip of the spear with his hand. The next moment, Jiang Yi's fingers exerted force suddenly, and the ice spear made purely of ice spirits shattered with a bang. From the spear tip to the spear body, it disintegrated into ice chips inch by inch and fell down. Mu Ningxie looked at the spear handle in her hand, which was only a foot long. She smiled helplessly and let go of her hand. The last remnants of the ice spear also dissipated. I lost. Seeing Mu Ningxie admit defeat, Jiang Yi smiled and said, although I have kept my cultivation at the intermediate level, this is still an unfair fight. My reaction ability, mental strength, and even physical strength are all unstoppable. Mu Ningxie said, of course I know, but this result is still far from what I expected. The gap between us is not just in cultivation. With Mu Ningxie's surrender, the result of the competition was self-evident. After seeing how Jiang Yi easily crushed their captain, the other people from the Imperial Capital Academy no longer had the courage to continue fighting. Lu Yiming had been frowning since the beginning of the fight. When he saw Mu Ningxie admit defeat in the end, he finally couldn't help but look towards the Mingzhu Academy. I say, is this student really your new student this year? His control over space magic is something that even some high-level mages may not be able to achieve. Ji Yuhan had no good feelings towards this self-righteous Imperial Academy instructor, and bluntly sarcastically said, why, if you can't do it yourself, you don't believe that others can do it. Your Imperial Academy is not the only one in the world that can cultivate true geniuses. I was just asking casually. If you are honest, why do you have to evade the question? Teacher Lu, I understand your feelings, but please also consider the reputation of both schools and be cautious in your words and actions. If you have any doubts about the identity of our students, you can raise your objections to your Dean Songhe and request an investigation. The usually gentle Professor Chu Yuha spoke at this time. Although his words were also calm, there was anger hidden in his words. Li Jing then spoke up, Teacher Lu, I understand your concerns, but please look at things in an impartial manner. Didn't your female student also have a domain at this age? And the control over the condensed ice spear doesn't seem like something a mid-level mage can do. The three mentors spoke one after another, and Lu Yiming was speechless. He could only snort coldly and then go back to arrange the second round of competition. The candidates selected by Mingzhu for the second competition were Mo Fan, Mu Nujiao, Zhao Manyan and Song Sha. Even without counting Mo Fan, the strength of the other three should not be underestimated. With Mo Fan included, it was not difficult to win the second competition. Jiang Yi had no interest in this kind of competition. He said hello to his instructor and left. Where to leave? Of course, to accompany Mu Ningxie. Mu Ningxie obviously thought the same as him and also left the team early. The two of them left together in the eyes of the crowd, full of envy and jealousy. Chapter 93, Deserted City Jinline City. Jiang Yi and Mu Ningxie left, but the exchange student competition continued. Lu Yiming originally thought that they could easily win this time. After all, there was only one student as extraordinary as Mu Ningxie, even in their Imperial Capital Academy. He didn't believe that Mingzhu could have another Jiang Yi. Even so, in order to ensure victory, Lu Yiming selected the absolute top students in the Imperial Capital Academy. Although they were not as good as Mu Ningxie, any one of them would be absolutely top tier in other academies. But soon, the strength that Mo Fan displayed shocked him again. With the fire and thunder double happiness spirit seeds, plus the summoning system that could summon the warrior level summoned beast Swift Star Wolf, he alone was comparable to the 4 people in the Imperial Capital Academy. That is a natural dual system talent. This kind of talent that only exists in legends actually appeared in Mingzhu Academy. The Imperial Capital Academy really miscalculated this time. In the end, Lu Yiming, who had suffered a miserable defeat, looked at the dejected students and shouted, victory and defeat are common in the military. How can you be a magician if you can't even withstand such a small setback? It's just a competition. The real highlight is the subsequent field training. Field training is an important part of training magicians in magic colleges. A mature magician cannot just stay in the college to practice and fight with other magicians. Magicians trained in this way will not be able to face the power of demons. Magic academies have always cultivated mages who are able to contend with demons and have strong survival abilities in the wild. To achieve this, they must inevitably go to the real wild demon land to gain experience. Just as the three instructors Ji Yuhan, Chu Yuha and Li Jing from Mingzhu Academy were discussing the specific matters of field training with the Imperial Capital Academy, the results of the exchange student competition were also transmitted back to Mingzhu Academy. The news of Mingzhu Academy's great victory also cheered up Mingzhu's tutors. Although they knew they would definitely win because of Jiang Yi's presence, they did not expect it to be such a great victory. Not only Mingzhu, but all major universities also spread the news of the exchange student competition of the Imperial Capital University. Some people with ulterior motives ranked several talents revealed in the written test into the university talent list. In this list, Mo Fan's natural dual system ranked 5th, and Muning Shui's natural spirit seed ranked 9th. Didn't they say that the one with the most astonishing performance was Jiang Yi? Even Muning Shui, who was ranked 9th, had no power to resist him. Why is he not listed in the ranking? That's because Jiang Yi is simply very strong, not because of any natural talent. This list ranks people based on their natural talent. A list like this is just for fun. A true genius won't be obsessed with so-called talent. His true strength lies in his own strength. These news did not affect Jiang Yi. After the competition, he and Muning Shui stayed together and ignored what was happening outside. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary. She just stayed with the person she loved, and whatever she did was good. After a few days, Muning Shui got used to the feeling of having someone by her side whether she was practicing or doing anything else. The Imperial Capital Magic Association, located in the ancient palace, is also known as the Palace Magic Association. It is ranked as the top magic association in the country along with the Pearl Mage Tower in the Magic Capital. Deep in the ancient palace, in a courtyard, there are forests, terraces, pavilions, rockery and flowing water. Although it is in the deep palace, it feels like it is outside the mountains. In the west pavilion of the courtyard, 4 people were sitting at a square sandalwood table. A thin mist was curling on the table and a pot of tea was boiling. One of the 4 people, a middle-aged man with white hair and wearing an ancient brimmed hat, began to pour tea. Why are you two so angry? After all, no one has the final say in this matter. I'm not angry. This matter has risen to the bottom line of being a human being. I have told you very clearly last time, don't even think about taking advantage of him. The person who spoke also had white hair on his temples and a scholarly air. He looked elegant and easygoing, but his words were fierce at this time. He was Professor Chu Yuha, one of the leading tutors of Mingzhu Academy. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. General Lun Yan, please put away your military might and stop doing the same things as the Black Church under the banner of doing everything for the country and humanity. Even the presidents of the magic associations of the 5 continents have stated that they will not include it in the magic system. What you are doing is evil magic and you will be punished by God. The man who was angrily rebuked by Professor Chu Yuha had one hand on the table, half turned sideways, wearing a Wei magician's uniform, with a bright military medal hanging on his chest. He was undoubtedly a Wei army commander. The Black Church does research sorcery that harms humanity, but how can you compare it to us? Our research has a bottom line. We use felons who have already been sentenced to death. Although there are some things that are out of control, we have dealt with them all and no one is harmed. Chu Yuha, you are too stubborn. Our research is not about witchcraft. We are creating. In ancient times, the magic systems that people could awaken were pitifully few, and they were all explored and pioneered by great men in various fields. Every additional system adds strength to our country and humanity. Do we really have to wait until the demons grow strong enough to eat us like livestock before we realize how fragile humans are? You are not the only one who understands the truth. Moreover, making sacrifices for the country is the duty of every wizard. Whatever you say, he is not from Weifang anyway, and you have no right to ask him to do anything. I have also asked Dean Xiao about this matter, and he would not agree. Chu Yuha didn't want to waste any more time talking to Lun Yan. Alright, you two have finally met, so stop arguing. This matter will be decided. Have some tea. Sitting between the two was Dean Songhe of the Imperial Capital Academy. Dean Songhe, let's talk about the student's experience. Chu Yuha turned and said to Dean Songhe. Oh, this is ready. Remember Jinline City. Why go there? Muning Shui is a homebody. She usually spends the entire day practicing in her room and won't go out unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Yi accompanied Lingqi and hardly moved until his instructor notified him to gather for a meeting about the next training. The training of Mingzhu Academy and Imperial Capital Academy was arranged together, so the meeting was also held together. The destination of this training is Jinlin City, located in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River Plain. Dean Songhae of the Imperial Capital Academy said straight to the point. Jinlin City. How come I have never heard of such a city? Jingjing is a student at the Imperial Capital Academy. She is very interested in geography and is a genuine academic master. She also has her own research on the types and distribution of monsters. This Jinlin City is a little special because it was erased from the map more than 10 years ago. Professor Chu Yuha said at this time. Erase it from the map. All the students were shocked to hear the news. What did it mean for a city to be wiped off the map? This result would only happen if the city was completely occupied by monsters. 15 years ago, a demon disaster occurred in the Dongting Lake Plain. Over-proliferating demons attacked the remote Jinlin City in large numbers. Fortunately, a wizard discovered this hidden danger in advance while practicing in the wild, and asked the town government to evacuate the people of Jinlin City in advance. However, on the second day after the evacuation, the entire Jinlin City became a den of demons and was unrecognizable. Those who did not evacuate in time remained there forever. Dean Songhae explained the information about Jinlin City in a heavy tone. So, we are going to that deserted city to train. At this time, many students have already understood. I need you to collect data about this deserted city. Dean Songhae took a sip of tea and continued, although the entire group of demons has migrated, there are still many different kinds of creatures wandering around Jinlin City. What you need to do is to scout as many spots in this city as possible and record down how many slave-level demons and general-level creatures you encounter. Is it just statistics? Shen Mingxiao couldn't help but speak. Things like statistical data don't seem to be difficult. We need to publish a paper on whether to rebuild Jinlin City. The names of the papers will be from Imperial Capital University and Pearl University. The data you collected is very important. Jinlin City has the reasons to be rebuilt. Now we have to do a very important step, which is to conduct a risk assessment on this city that has been abandoned for 15 years. After hearing this, many people felt a heavy burden in their hearts, knowing that this mission would definitely not be easy. To collect data, they naturally need to go to many locations, so it is easy to fall into the demon's lair. Most of them are newcomers who have never fought demons head-on. Once they are besieged by demons, there will definitely be few who can survive. Dean Songhae, you asked us to count the number of slave-level and general-level monsters. Doesn't that include the commander-level monsters? Luo Song asked naively at this time. Dean Songhae looked at him, smiled and said, if you really encounter a commander-level demon, it would be a great thing for you to come back alive. The commander-level demon is indeed impossible to defeat for a group of students who have just broken through to the intermediate level. It is even impossible to escape if they encounter it. Of course, Jiang Yi is an exception. Individual power is definitely limited. This time when collecting data on the deserted city, I hope that both the students from the Pearl Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy can assist each other and return smoothly and safely. Said Dean Songhae. After the meeting, Dean Songhae asked everyone to go back and make final preparations. He specifically reminded everyone that if they had some assets, they might as well prepare an extra life-saving magic tool for themselves, which might save their lives at a critical moment. Naturally, the students did not dare to be careless. After returning, they equipped themselves with their best magic tools. Those who did not have any would notify their families to buy one for them. Anyone who can become an exchange student is definitely not too poor. Even Mo Fan has the money to buy spirit seeds. Although magic tools are also expensive, they are not as expensive as spirit seeds. Chapter 94, Cave Demon Slave. In the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River Plain, there is Dongting Lake, which is known as the third most dangerous lake in China. Dongting Lake has a total area of 40,000 square kilometers and is home to countless monsters. Jinlin City was built adjacent to Dongting Lake. The giant lizard skull demon tribe that destroyed Jinlin City was one of the many demon tribes living around Dongting Lake. There were a total of 17 people from Mingzhu Academy and Imperial Capital Academy who went to Jinlin City for training this time. They were all people they knew from the exchange student competition. Although most demons live alone, there are many special species. The most typical one in the south is the demon wolf tribe. It is true that the Black Church was responsible for the horrific disaster in Bo City, but the Black Church also relied on the power of the demonic wolf clan, which is a group of demons living in the mountains and ridges of the south. However, compared with the lizard skull giant monster tribe in Dongting Lake, the demon wolf tribe that caused the disaster in Bo City is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. Jing from the Imperial Capital Academy spoke eloquently, and her knowledge of the characteristics of demons was richer than that of most people present. Mu Nujiao paused while Jing was explaining and glanced in the direction of Jiang Yi and Mo Fan. She knew that they were both from Bo City and were witnesses of the disaster. Clan, tribe, is there any difference between these names for monsters? The uneducated Mo Fan asked his doubts at this time. Mu Nujiao had been paying attention to him, so she took the opportunity to explain. We have classified the gathering places of demons according to their number. Those with less than 50 demons are called demon nests, those with 50 demon nests are called demon groups, and those with more than 10 groups are called demon tribes. So, a demon tribe can form a demon army of at least 2,500 demons. Mo Fan said in surprise. That's right, excluding the cubs and the old ones, there are at least this many. Mu Nujiao affirmed. The number of demons invading Bo City is far more than this. In addition to the demon wolf tribe led by Winged Wolf, there is also a tribe of giant-eyed fishy rats. There are at least 10,000 demons invading the city alone, not to mention that there are many more who were blocked outside the realm by the guarding magician. Jiang Yi added at this time. The number of demons in a tribe is generally between 2,500 and 10,000, among which there will be 1 to 3 commander-level demons. Once a demon tribe attacks a city, it needs to be pulled to the blood alert. The city of Jinlin was originally destroyed because of the blood alert. Jing further explained. Haha, Sister Jing, you don't need to explain it so clearly. Our classmate Mo Fan has experienced the bloody alert and knows what a group of demons is. Don't you think so, Mo Fan? Luo Song didn't know what was wrong with him. He actually used this topic to ridicule Mo Fan at this time. At the moment Luo Song finished speaking, an invisible pressure suddenly descended upon him. The sudden doubling of the pressure made him lose his balance and he fell straight to his knees. With a bang, the knee made the most intimate contact with the ground. Because the force was so great, the ground sank. After a moment, bright red blood gradually spread from the knee. Ah! Luo Song let out a scream, his hands that were supporting the ground to relieve the pressure were shaking violently, his breathing became rapid in an instant, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The Bo City disaster is not something you can joke about. It is the pain of tens of thousands of people. If you speak carelessly, it will not be as simple as a broken knee. Jiang Yi's cold and indifferent voice sounded, and everyone suddenly realized that Jiang Yi, like Mo Fan, was from Bo City. Seeing this, Mu Ningxie, who was about to open her mouth to scold, did not say anything else. The others looked at each other for a long time, thinking to themselves that this person was really a ruthless person who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. However, no one spoke up for Luo Song. Firstly, they were afraid of Jiang Yi's strength, and secondly, what Luo Song said was indeed wrong. After leaving Anji, the group walked in silence along the railway leading to Jinlin City. There was no formation, and the group of people moved forward leisurely as if they were outing in the garden. All the members of the group, whether from the Imperial Capital Academy or the Pearl Academy, were outstanding mid-level mages, and they easily dealt with all the small demons and monsters they encountered along the way. The one who was most seriously injured was Luo Song, who was punished for inappropriate words. Soon, they arrived in front of an abandoned train tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black and gloomy. An indescribable stench blew in the wind, and the hanging weeds blocked most of the view. I've looked at the map. This tunnel is 2 kilometers long. Judging from the frequency with which we encountered demons before, I speculate that there must be demons living in it. I suggest that we go directly over the mountain and not deal with unknown species and unknown numbers of creatures in the dark. Song Sha, who had been holding the map, spoke out her suggestions. I think you are being too cautious. No matter what's in the tunnel, just kill your way through. This tunnel is 2 kilometers long. I don't know how much time it will take to cross this mountain. Lu Zheng objected. The others did not speak at this time, but instead turned their eyes to Jiang Yi and Ningxi and the team. They were the captains appointed by the students, and in theory, all decisions during the training process required their nod. Ningxi observed the tunnel for a moment and said, "Going through the tunnel can indeed save a lot of time. This place is not far from the Anji. Even if there are demons living here, they won't be too strong. If everyone is careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Then let's go through the tunnel. Ningxi and I will go in front, and the light and water types will follow to maintain the illumination. The rest of the combat-capable people will go behind to protect the healing types." Jiang Yi made a simple arrangement and then walked into the tunnel first. He certainly knew what was in the tunnel, but he was strong enough and didn't care. After entering the tunnel, the damp and rotten smell became stronger and stronger. Everyone couldn't help but frown and hold their breath. Who knows if this damn thing is poisonous? Not long after, Jiang Yi, who was the first in the front, suddenly said to Zhao Manyan behind him, "Old Zhao, give the front a radiance, one that is more powerful." "Okay, be careful to avoid getting your eyes burned." Zhao Manyan agreed and began to cast a spell. Glorious blindness. As soon as the 3rd level elementary light magic was released, the entire dim tunnel immediately became as bright as day, and the special power of the light element swept through the tunnel ahead along with the blazing light. Meow, meow, meow. A series of sheep-like sounds kept echoing in the narrow tunnel. The sound was not as gentle as the bleating of sheep, but rather an extremely sharp and piercing feeling that made people feel uneasy. What the hell is that? Zhao Manyan was frightened by the sudden shrill cry and couldn't help but curse out loud. It's a cave demon slave, a kind of slave-level demon with dark attributes that lives in caves. They usually live in groups. Judging from their size, the entire tunnel is their lair. There are at least hundreds of them. Jingjing immediately recognized the monster that made the shrill sheep cry. Defense mages, protect the healing magic. The other 2 will form a group and take turns releasing destruction magic. We will just charge out directly. Jiang Yi made arrangements in a calm and rational voice. After hearing Jiang Yi's arrangement, the students from the 2 academies hesitated for a moment and then obeyed. Jiang Yi and Ningxi were at the front, so they naturally formed the first group. They each began to draw a star map. Jiang Yi's intermediate level magic was released as if it took no time. He raised his hand and lightly drew a line. A hideous space crack appeared out of thin air, like an indestructible blade. It swept across and cut in half all the cave demon slaves along the way. However, what shocked everyone was that after Jiang Yi released this magic, the tunnel that was cut by the space crack actually showed signs of collapse, and large pieces of cement and earth and rocks fell down. "Oh my god, brother Jiang, don't make any more moves. You'll be buried alive before you die at the hands of the monster." Zhao Manyan watched the scene in horror and urgently stopped Jiang Yi. Ice vines cover. Fortunately, Ningxi's magic did not cause such damage. She waved her hand and a layer of ice quickly spread out. The cave demon slaves hiding in the gaps were covered by the spreading ice and lost their ability to move. By the way, the tunnel destroyed by Jiang Yi was also reinforced. After finishing the spell, Ningxi looked at Jiang Yi unhappily and said, "The cave demon slave is just a servant-level demon. Basic magic is enough." Jiang Yi nodded, "I understand." The 2 retreated, and the 2 behind them were Mo Fan and Song Sha. Song Sha released a basic 3rd-level fire magic, and the magic used was a basic 3rd-level lightning magic. Thunder and fire intertwined, and the cave demon slaves in front were destroyed. The 3rd group came next. There were 17 people in total. Except for the defensive mage and Bai Ting Ting, a healing mage, the rest of them took turns releasing destructive magic and crushed the enemy all the way. In a 2-kilometer-long tunnel, hundreds of cave demon slaves pose no threat at all. Even if the attacks of the cave demon slaves are too fierce sometimes, the mages in the back can release intermediate-level magic to clear a large distance. In this way, it took some time for everyone to pass through the tunnel safely. When they saw the sunlight again, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was no danger, the constant tense state of battle still made them a little tired. The tunnel itself is not dangerous. Any experienced mid-level mage hunter team can easily pass through the cave minions and other slave-level monsters. In the original novel, the reason why Mo Fan and others were in such a miserable state, and some were seriously injured here, was simply because they had poor practical experience and were careless. This time with Jiang Yi's leadership, this group of people seemed to have some sense of teamwork. A mere underground demon slave nest naturally posed no threat. Mo Fan, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy? Zhao Manyan noticed that Mo Fan was in a strange state and asked curiously. Mo Fan quickly let go of the hand holding the little loach pendant and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I just felt that my performance just now was not cool enough. Alas, it was too smooth and I didn't even have a chance to show off." However, he actually found that the number of spirits he collected was far less than the number of cave demon slaves they killed. Mo Fan secretly glanced at Jiang Yi, but unexpectedly met his inexplicable smile. Young Master Jiang said that he also has a pendant similar to mine. Those spirits must have been taken away by him. Mo Fan smiled awkwardly at Jiang Yi and thought to himself. After a day's journey and seeing that it was getting dark, Song Sha found an open area and asked everyone to set up tents and rest. At this time, several girls gathered together to discuss and decided to go to a nearby stream to take a bath. After a day of fighting, their bodies were inevitably stained with the blood and flesh of demons. The sticky touch made it impossible for a group of clean-loving girls to fall asleep. Their voices were originally very low, but unfortunately the mage's 5 senses were very sharp, and many boys heard their conversation. They gathered around the campfire, staring at each other, with sinister glints in their eyes. "We are in the wilderness here. Monsters may exist anywhere, especially in unfamiliar waters. How dare you go down to the river to take a bath? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to come back?" At this moment, Jiang Yi's voice suddenly rang out. "Ah, but we are all dirty. How can we sleep without washing?" Mu Nujiao was shocked at first, and then said helplessly. Jiang Yi didn't know why this happened, and he thought it was quite stupid. He sighed and said, "It's easy to take a bath. Is it difficult for an earth mage to build a bathtub? Is it difficult for a water mage to make some water? Why do we have to go to the river?" This word of advice woke people up. Everyone present was a magician. Things that were difficult for ordinary people to do should be easy for them, but they didn't even think of this. Several girls couldn't help but blush when they heard this. They didn't know why they were so stupid, including Mu Ningxie. It was as if her brain was shut down and she couldn't think anymore. Then, under the organization of everyone, a simple but exquisite shower room was built. They even asked the fire mage to heat the water to the appropriate temperature. Given the conditions, the boys naturally had to wash up as well, but they all waited politely for the girls to finish washing. After staying for one night, the group continued to move forward. After the cave demon slaves, they did not encounter similar group living monsters again, and some wandering hunting monsters they encountered were easily dealt with by them. After walking for more than 10 days and passing through a tunnel, an abandoned city came into view. Even from a distance, one could feel the desolation among the ruins. A river meanders through Jinline City, flows into the distance, and suddenly turns west. The outskirts of Jinline City are all surrounded by forests. As a former second-tier city, the suburbs of the entire Jinline City are very large, and in 15 years these places have been covered with dense forests. These areas are also the targets they need to scout on this trip. Whether the surrounding environment is occupied by demons is very meaningful to whether a city is worth rebuilding. That's Jinline City. How come it has become like this in just 15 years? In the team, Zheng Bingxiao sighed as he looked at the dilapidated and deserted city. This is what happens when demons live here. The demons destroy houses and streets, and plants grow rapidly with the nourishment of the demons, feces. Vines, mosses, grasses, etc. will further erode the city's buildings. Jingjing explained. Let's go, let's survey the periphery first and count how many demons are wandering around. Song Sha urged. The so-called survey is naturally not to count the number of monsters one by one, but to use a small sound wave detector to detect. After the detection device is deployed, it will attract the attention of the surrounding monsters, so it needs human guarding. When the device turns from red to green, the number of monsters in the surrounding environment is counted. Jinline City is built on an open plain, and there are no groups of monsters in the surrounding forests. After the survey, the team drew a green circle around the periphery of Jinline City on the map, marked the information, and then prepared to enter the city. They were walking on a former main road. Rusty cars were parked on the dilapidated asphalt road. It was conceivable that the evacuation would result in a scene of traffic jams here. There are still so many places to survey. How long will it take? Why don't we split up and finish early so that we can go back early? Perhaps because the journey had been too smooth, Luo Song came up with a bold idea. No, it's too dangerous to act separately. Let's survey each point one by one. Song Sha immediately refused. Most of the people in the group still supported Song Sha's prudent idea. After all, detection would attract monsters, and separate actions would disperse combat effectiveness, and the probability of accidents would greatly increase. Entering the city along the road, they arrived at the first survey site, a dilapidated residential building. The roads were dilapidated, and the buildings that were still standing were covered in cracks. Strange vines and green grass stubbornly stretched out between the cracks in the walls. I can't imagine what happened here. It's such a great city. Bai Ting, who is a healing person, is the most sentimental. She feels sad when seeing the things she sees and can empathize with the people. After surveying the residential building, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Zheng said, "We have to find a safe place to stay. There are demons wandering around everywhere in this city. We must find a place with a wide field of vision to set up camp, which is suitable for both defense and retreat. Otherwise, we will not be able to live in peace tonight." What kind of environment meets these conditions? Song Sha asked. A building, a complete enough building, preferably one that is connected to other buildings, and the rooftop of the building can be used as a campsite. All the above conditions are met. Lu Zheng said. I think that building is nice. Mo Fan said, pointing at a building. It is a building located in the center of the city. It is silver in color all over. Perhaps because it has been washed by rain, it does not look shabby. The three-story structure makes it look magnificent. You made a good choice. That should be Jinline's municipal building, Song Sha said after comparing the map. No one had any objection to Mo Fan's choice of target. After passing through the residential area, everyone stopped in front of the municipal building. This is also an area that needs to be surveyed, but I always feel that this municipal building is a bit weird. See those vines? They don't grow towards the sun, but instead go down into the city hall. It's incredible. Jingjing looked at the municipal building carefully, a puzzled look on her face. Mu Nujiao majored in botany. She carefully observed the strange black and green vines that wrapped around the entire municipal building. Those vines came into the building through windows, doors and large and small vents. Some vines were as thick as an adult's body. The huge vines were densely packed together, making the originally spacious city hall look narrow and closed. I have a bad feeling. Why don't we choose another place? Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Nu Mujiao's words, and they all looked at her. What do you feel? Mu Ningxie asked. Mu Nujiao shook her head and said, I don't know. I just instinctively feel that this building is very dangerous and we'd better not go in. I've checked and there are no monsters nearby. You're just too nervous, Shen Mingxiao said as he stroked a little silver mouse in his arms. That's right, it's just a building. Although those vines are weird, they don't look like monsters at all. Shen Mingxiao also said. Maybe, this is just my intuition. Mu Nujiao was not sure whether her feeling was accurate. After all, this was the first time she had this feeling. Your intuition is correct. However, at this moment, Jiang Yi spoke up to confirm her. This building is indeed dangerous, but the danger is not the building itself, but the demons hidden in it. Demon? That's impossible. If there is a demon in there that can threaten us, I should be able to detect its presence at such a close distance. Shen Ming smiled and questioned. Jiang Yi didn't look at him, but explained to himself, you should know that there is a kind of demon that can hide its breath. They usually disguise themselves as harmless to attract prey to walk into the trap. Fake demon. Jingjing, who has the most knowledge about demons, exclaimed. Fake demon, what is that? The poor student Mo Fan asked a soul-searching question. Zhao Manyan, who was standing by, saw this and reluctantly explained, the pseudo-demon is a demon that is extremely good at disguising itself, similar to a plant. It sets traps where it takes root and waits for its prey to fall into its trap. If it is a fake demon, I really can't detect it. Shenming said with a smile. You are exaggerating too much. If it is really a pseudo-demon, it must be at least commander level at this size. We are so close to it, we should have been discovered long ago. Lu Zheng disagreed with Jiang Yi's judgment. Hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled and said, I won't force you. If you trust me, we can find another place to camp. If you still want to use the municipal building as your campsite, you can follow Lu Zheng in. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other for a few seconds and made their choice. No one was willing to take the risk with Lu Zheng. Whether it's a fake horror or not, there's definitely something wrong with this municipal building. I don't want to take any chances. I also think this building is eerie and I don't want to go in. Seeing this, Lu Zheng's face darkened slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. He smiled and said, I was just expressing my thoughts rationally. My words were not extreme. In fact, I also support Captain Yang's judgment. Okay, since everyone has no objection, let's choose another location for our camp. Jiang Yi made the decision decisively. Shortly after everyone made the decision, a giant lizard with a pair of fleshy wings that covered the sky fell from the sky, and its huge shadow enveloped an area of several hundred meters in radius. The terrifying pressure came down with a loud bang. The brutal, wanton, and unreasonable oppressive force made everyone in the school change color drastically, and the trembling from the soul made them unable to stand steadily. The monitor lizard flew across the sky, creating a hurricane-like hurricane on the ground. Everyone in the academy looked up in horror, only to see that the monitor lizard that flew past was crawling on the top of the municipal building, with its drooping fleshy wings and tail almost reaching the ground. Giant lizard pseudo-dragon. Run, run. Don't move. Mo Fan shouted loudly, calming the panicked crowd and stopping them from running away. Facing a commander-level demon, there was absolutely no chance for them, a group of mid-level mages, to escape. The only way to survive was that the other party looked down on them and let them go. Crack! The monitor lizard pseudo-dragon bit down and shattered half of the steel and concrete on the floor. The blue-black vines entwined in it were torn to pieces by the monitor lizard. For a moment, the originally motionless pseudo-demon began to struggle frantically. Every vine was twisting and whipping the terrifying giant lizard madly. Countless vines were like wildly waving tentacles, interweaving into a huge net, binding the giant lizard pseudo-dragon inside. A tumor-like object resembling a head emerged from the center of countless vines, trying to escape the control of the monitor lizard. However, the giant lizard stretched out its powerful claws and grabbed it easily. The giant vine net that bound it was as weak as a fragile cotton thread. A row of stalactite-like serrations bit down with a click, and the pseudo-terror demon's head shattered, and green juice spilled like rain. Then, in the midst of everyone's horrified gazes, the giant lizard drank up the pseudo-demon as if it were a drink. The vines that had originally tightly wrapped the entire municipal building shriveled up and turned into an empty shell. The whole process was quite quick. The dry blue-black vines hung on the exterior of the municipal building like a snake's skin. After eating the pseudo-terror demon, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon flapped its wings and flew away without even looking at the people from the academy. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 96 Giant Lizard Pseudo-Dragon. It was eaten. Mu Tingting said in a trembling voice, uncertain and doubtful. More people sat down on the ground. It was the first time for them to experience the pressure of a commander-level creature. The feeling of being completely powerless to resist and having life and death hanging in the balance made them despair. To creatures of that level, we are as insignificant as ants. Jingjing said in shock. Damn it, I want to go back. Whoever wants to continue this training can do so. I don't want to play anymore. I will die. I will really die. A student who was paralyzed on the ground due to fear stood up and said excitedly. I also want to go back. There are commander-level monsters here, which are beyond our ability to deal with. Even if we go back like this, the academy should not make things difficult for us. Isn't it just the experience? How can that be as important as life? If you lose your life, you lose everything. I don't care. I want to go back. With the first one, the remaining people who wanted to quit began to propose the idea of interrupting their training, but there were also those who insisted on training. If you want to leave, just send a signal and wait for rescue. Our team does not need such cowards. Anyway, I won't leave. The reward for this training is very important to me, and I must get it. It's definitely not easy to encounter a creature like a giant lizard pseudo-dragon. This was just an accident. If you are afraid of even this little risk, what kind of magician are you? Jiang Yi calmly watched the quarreling crowd, neither joining nor stopping them. After watching for a while, he turned his head and asked Mu Ningxie, "What do you think?" "I won't give up." Mu Ningxie had a blank expression on her face. Even when she was facing the giant lizard pseudo-dragon just now, her expression did not change from beginning to end. Hearing this, Jiang Yi turned his gaze back to the people in the academy and said in a deep voice, "Okay, those who want to leave can send a signal and wait for the people from the academy to pick them up. Those who want to continue their mission should find a suitable campsite as soon as possible while it is still daylight." Jiang Yi used a little bit of soul power when he spoke, and his words were audible. Even the group of people who were arguing and emotionally hot heard it clearly and stopped immediately. Surprisingly, after Jiang Yi said this, no one mentioned giving up the training anymore, and no one actually sent a signal. They have finally come here and endured half a month's hard work, so they are unwilling to give up halfway. The reason they are clamoring to give up is that the emotions that have been suppressed in their hearts for too long in the past half-month have suddenly burst out, and they are just taking the opportunity to vent. Seeing this, Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "I will not act with you from now on, so I will give you one more chance to think about it. If you decide to give up the mission, hurry up." "What do you mean? Do you want to act alone?" Shen Mingxiao asked after hearing Jiang Yi's words. Jiang Yi nodded and said, "It will take too long to work with you guys. I can improve efficiency by acting alone. You will be responsible for yourselves from now on." Mu Ningxie was also slightly surprised by what Jiang Yi said at this time. Then she changed her mind and realized that, indeed, with Jiang Yi's strength, these people from the academy were holding him back. He could only display his strength if he acted alone. "Jiang Yi, are you sure? Before we set off, our instructor told us to work as a team." Mu Nujiao looked at Jiang Yi and said. She was not worried about Jiang Yi's safety, but she felt that this would affect Jiang Yi's training results. Jiang Yi just shook his head and said calmly, "Excuse me, you have never been my teammates. Even if you don't leave, there is no so-called cooperation. You are too arrogant. We are both mid-level. No matter how much stronger you are, do you really think that one person's strength can match that of a team?" Jingjing couldn't help but speak after hearing what Jiang Yi said. "HMPH, let him leave the team. Someone with such a high opinion of himself will only be a burden to others if he stays in the team. I hope he won't regret it when he is eaten by the monsters." Lu Zheng snorted coldly. The others also expressed their incomprehension, but due to Jiang Yi's strength they did not dare to say anything too harsh, and Jiang Yi did not care. "Ning Shui, what do you think?" Jiang Yi wanted to take Mu Ningxie with him. It would definitely be much more efficient for the two of them to act together than to follow the team, but he knew Mu Ningxue's personality well and was afraid that she would not abandon the team easily. "I'd better stay. If I leave, the team's combat effectiveness will be insufficient." Sure enough, Mu Ningxue's choice was the same as Jiang Yi's. Jiang Yi did not persuade him any further, but said, "Okay, but remember, you are the captain, so you should have some dignity as a captain. If someone disobeys, don't show any mercy." "Yes, I understand." Mu Ningxie nodded. "Well, Brother Jiang, I also want to act alone." At this time, Mo Fan scratched his head and said, "Mo Fan, are you crazy? They really have the ability to act alone. Are you looking for death?" Zhao Manyan, as a good friend, hurriedly reminded him. Jiang Yi looked at Mo Fan and said, "It's up to you." Mu Nujiao frowned and cast a serious look at him, saying, "Mo Fan, it's not that easy out in the wild, don't take risks lightly." Mu Nujiao was only giving this reminder out of kindness, as she was a classmate and because Mo Fan and Jiang Yi had a good relationship. "Hee, don't worry, I'm very clear-headed, and I'm a little confident in my own strength. Although I'm not as good as Brother Jiang, as long as I don't encounter a commander-level monster, there shouldn't be any problem." Mo Fan said to Mu Nu with a sweet smile. Seeing this, Mu Nujiao knew that Mo Fan was also determined, so she stopped trying to persuade him. Haha, you people from Mingzhu Academy are really more ignorant than each other. Another extremely unfriendly voice was heard from the team. Jiang Yi did not ignore it this time. He flicked his finger, and the air that seemed to be compressed to the extreme shot out like a bullet from his fingertips. With a puff, the compressed and condensed air bullet like a substance pierced the shoulder of the person who was speaking. He was knocked several meters away, and blood was flowing from his shoulder. This sudden change made the people who were just indignant suddenly silent, as if a huge shadow was looming over their hearts, and the invisible spirit of oppression made them terrified. This kind of pressure is not as brutal and overbearing as that of the giant lizard pseudo-dragon, but it is more deeply rooted in people's hearts, giving people an irresistible feeling. I am not a person without temper. You should be thankful that you are still a student. Otherwise, it would be your head that would be pierced. Domineering. Jiang Yi's extremely domineering style was not truly revealed until this moment. He could be gentle and easygoing in front of Mu Ningxie, but he had no patience at all with other people. Without giving them a chance to react, Jiang Yi was suddenly enveloped in silver light, and then there was a flash of silver light, and he disappeared from the spot. That was the high-level space magic, teleportation. Seeing this scene, everyone in the academy suddenly realized that Jiang Yi was never a mid-level magician, but a genuine high-level magician. What he said just now was not arrogant at all, but was clearly too low-key. After Jiang Yi left, Mo Fan also left the team. He immediately rushed to the municipal building which had collapsed into ruins under the destruction of the giant lizard pseudo-dragon and pseudo-terror demon. Will a demon like the pseudo-demon leave behind its spirit after death? Mo Fan thought as he quickly rushed to the ruins of the municipal building. The little loach also began to vibrate rapidly at this time, just like when he first encountered the holy spring. Mo Fan's mood also became excited. Soon he found an emerald green seed in the ruins. It was the seed of a pseudo-demon. The characteristics of a pseudo-demon were similar to those of plants. The seeds were their offspring, and after being planted, they could grow into a brand new pseudo-demon. This kind of plant monster can also be contracted by a summoning wizard, and of course can also be tamed by a psychic wizard. It can be trained as a guardian beast of a fixed area and is quite popular in the market. Jiang Yi had no interest in Mo Fan's opportunity. When the pseudo-demon grew to its peak, it was only a leader. He could kill it easily. After leaving the team, he released a few clones in strange clothes and asked them to help him survey the points and collect information. Then he went straight to the lair of the lizard skull monster. Throughout his practice so far, spirit essence is undoubtedly the resource that Jiang Yi consumes the most. Now that he has come to the wild, he will naturally hunt more demon spirits. Although a tribe of lizard-skulled giant demons does not have many, he will not mind such a thing. The outer edge of Dongting Lake adjacent to Jinline City is ruled by the lizard-skulled giant monsters. As the top of the food chain in this area, countless lizard-skulled giant monsters crawl on the ground, lazily enjoying the afterglow of the sunset. The lizard-skulled monster is a servant-level demon. Its body is similar to that of an adult crocodile, its head is similar to that of a lizard, and it has flesh membranes on its cheeks that can be opened like umbrellas. They are divided into different attributes. The most common ones are poison, fire, water, earth, etc. This group of lizard-skulled monsters had never expected that a killer would suddenly appear, holding a black gold straight knife and madly reaping their lives. To the slave-level lizard-skulled giant monsters, Jiang Yi holding Suiyu was like a human harvester. Even the general-level giant undead lizards could not stop him for a moment. He pressed forward all the way, and soon an entire hill of lizard-skulled giant monsters and giant undead lizards turned into shining spirits and were swept away by him. Such crazy killing soon attracted the attention of the commander here, a giant lizard pseudo-dragon. This giant lizard pseudo-dragon was obviously not the same one that ate the pseudo-demon. Its head was red, and there were red lines on its scales. Its whole body exuded the hot breath of fire element. It's a great war general. In that case, Kai Zhu, come out and play with it. A dimensional crack tore through space, and an extremely majestic winged wolf with dark black fur covered with blood ink patterns flew out from it and collided with the giant lizard pseudo-dragon that was swooping towards Jiang Yi. With a loud bang, the head-on collision of the commander-level physical strength created a visible ripple in the air. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon was knocked back dozens of meters, looking at the suddenly appearing blood-patterned winged wolf in doubt and surprise. Although Kai Zu is only a small commander, under Jiang Yi's careful training, his physical strength and magic power are no weaker than those of the great commander-level demons. Whoosh! The monitor pseudo-dragon lizard had just come to its senses when the blood-winged wolf flapped its wings and stirred up a strong wind. Countless wind threads were like ropes around the monitor pseudo-dragon lizard. The wind threads did more than just bind it. The rapidly flowing wind cut the monitor pseudo-dragon's skin like a blade, and its strong scales were scraped off piece by piece, and blood was flowing. Hiss! The giant lizard pseudo-dragon let out a shrill scream and flapped its wings violently, trying to escape from the wind, but the blood-patterned winged wolf did not give it this opportunity. The blood-winged wolf used the wind as its propulsion and quickly approached the giant lizard pseudo-dragon. Its sharp claws popped out and cut through like a steel knife, leaving a deep wound on the giant lizard pseudo-dragon with a hissing sound. This attack also completely blocked the monitor lizard pseudo-dragon's chance of escaping. More and more rapid evil winds condensed into small and flexible wind blades that wrapped the monitor lizard pseudo-dragon. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon opened its mouth and spit out fierce flames. The flames raised the temperature of the surrounding air and the wind blades gradually became uncontrollable. But at this moment, an invisible spiritual power suddenly burst out from the eyes of the blood-winged wolf. That spiritual power was like a heavy hammer, hitting the soul of the lizard skull monster hard. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon could only let out a shrill roar, and the magic it was about to cast was cut short. The increasingly dense wind blades dismembered its body even more violently. No matter how the giant lizard pseudo-dragon struggled, it could not escape the life-devouring cage of wind. Gradually, its scales were scraped off and its huge body was dismembered into pieces of meat that fell from the sky. Jiang Yi collected a commander-level spirit, smiled with satisfaction and said, "I'm lucky. The first commander can produce a spirit." Chapter 97 Lizard-Skulled Giant Monster, Migration. As for Lingqi, after a night's rest, they continued their survey mission. Their target survey point is a forest near the west of Jinlin City. It was originally an urban area, but now there is no trace of the city at all. On the mountain not far from the western suburbs, there are a large number of lizard skull monsters and giant death lizards. Therefore, their survey was carried out cautiously. They first carefully observed the terrain and the approximate distribution of monsters, and then chose a location where monsters were the least numerous before starting to deploy the survey equipment. However, just as the surveying device was set up, the special vibration attracted the attention of the surrounding demons, and a large number of lizard-skulled monsters swarmed towards them. "Protect the surveyor," Lingqi ordered in a deep voice. The cold voice spread, bringing everyone who was stunned by the shocking scene back to their senses. Everyone in the academy quickly began to draw star tracks and star maps, and all kinds of elemental magic began to accumulate power. Lingqi opened the ice field from the beginning, and the ice elements of this world gathered madly towards the area where she was. The temperature of this space dropped sharply, and goose feather-like snowflakes floated in the air in a moment. The next moment, Lingqi drew a star map. The azure light of the wind element suddenly bloomed, and a wind disk took shape. A tornado rose into the sky, mixed with violent icy power, and swept towards the lizard skull monster. The lizard-headed monster rushing in the front had no power to resist and was swept into the sky by the icy storm. When it landed on the ground, it was already a pool of mud. Wow, what a terrifying destructive power! Luo Song looked at the space that suddenly became empty in front of him and swallowed hard. The power of her wind disk is more than 3 times greater than mine. This is beyond the reach of a spirit seed. Her control over magic has already surpassed the intermediate level. So strong. The captain of the Imperial Capital Academy is indeed not an ordinary person. Mu Nujiao and Bai Tingting also looked at Lingqi with serious expressions. Jiang Yi's brilliance was too dazzling, so they almost ignored the huge gap between Lingqi and them. The lizard skull monster's attacks were continuous. Even with a powerful output like Lingqi, the academy team had a hard time defending. The defensive mages' casting speed simply could not keep up with the speed of the monster's destruction. Once there is a gap in the defense, the lizard skull giant monster does not even need to get close. One spell can seriously injure a mid-level mage. If it was just a lizard-skulled monster, they could still hold on, but soon, a monster appeared that was several times larger than an ordinary lizard-skulled monster, with longer limbs, thicker scales, and a more violent and intense aura of fire element. That's a giant death lizard of the general level. No, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many demons. Let's run. But the survey equipment has not yet been collected. If we retreat now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Boom! An explosion was heard. It was the magic of the giant fire lizard. A breath of fire directly hit the shield of light blessing, and the shield of light blessing was directly shattered. Fortunately, there was still water under the shield of light blessing, and there was a rock barrier on the last layer. But despite such heavy defenses, it still couldn't give the Academy team members any sense of security. Even the mid-level light defense magic was shattered by a single blow. Although it was because they had suffered many monster attacks before, it also showed that their defense was extremely fragile under such intensive monster attacks. Sure enough, just after Guangyu's defense was breached, the remaining 2 layers of defense quickly became shaky under the continuous impact of the lizard skull monsters. Upon seeing this, Lingqi didn't care about anything else and mobilized the power of the entire domain. The huge icy force formed waves of cold currents that swept towards the demons that were attacking the defense gaps. As the cold waves swept through, the slave-level lizard-skulled giant monsters were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, but more lizard-skulled giant monsters continued to surge up. The fire giant death lizard was even more cunning. It hid in the distance to avoid powerful mid-level magic, and occasionally breathed out flames. The magic of the general-level demon is a fatal threat to their defense. If there are a few more such attacks, their defense will completely collapse. Guangyu painted wall. Zhao Manyan finally recovered his breath and redrew the magic star map. The golden light condensed again, and a brilliant wall of light built a solid defense to make up for the weak points. It's no use, Captain. I don't have much magic power left. I can only release one more light of blessing. Let's retreat quickly, otherwise we will all be eaten by the monsters. Zhao Manyan repaired his defensive magic and turned to Lingqi and said loudly. Lingqi raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She looked at the detector and said, "No need to run. I'll go kill the giant lizard." As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for anyone else to reply, Lingqi was wearing a set of snow-white armor. The armor had intricate patterns flowing on it, emitting a glowing light, and a faint chilly aura was faintly revealed. The Sky Frost Spirit Armor, a soul-level magic armor, was the one that Jiang Yi sold to Mu Zuian. It was powerful enough to withstand a full-strength attack from a commander-level demon. After being transformed by Lingqi by integrating nanocrystals and other rare materials, it gained growth potential while also further improving its defensive capabilities. After putting on the magic armor, Lingqi flew out with one step. The armor did not add any burden to her. Her figure was light and nimble, and she shuttled through many lizard-headed monsters like a white shadow, and in an instant she arrived in front of the giant fire lizard. Ice lock, bone crushing. The moment it approached, Ning raised her snow-white hand slightly, and then pressed down from thin air. Chains of ice condensed and climbed up the huge body of the giant fire lizard at an extremely fast speed. The biting cold from the ice chain began to corrode the body of the fire giant lizard. The rapidly tightening chains seemed to crush its bones into pieces. The restless fire elemental aura throughout the fire giant lizard was suppressed. The fire giant lizard felt the threat of death and roared angrily and unwillingly, charging up fire elemental attacks in its mouth, but Lingqi controlled the wind track and flexibly moved around it, and no matter how it adjusted its direction, it could not lock on. In the end, half of the fire giant lizard's body was frozen into an ice sculpture. After letting out a shrill wail, it fell to the ground unwillingly. Here comes another one, this time it's a giant earth lizard. No, there's more than one. There's also a poisonous giant lizard, a fire giant lizard, oh my god. So many giant lizards. Captain, come back quickly. This is a group of demons. We cannot contend with them. Jing called out to Lingqi. Lingqi naturally noticed something strange. She looked in the direction where the monsters were attacking, and sure enough, she saw a large group of warrior-level giant undead lizards leading countless slave-level giant lizard skull monsters rushing towards them. Without any hesitation, Lingqi turned around and ran. When she returned to the crowd, the surveyor turned green, and the data collection was completed. She put away the surveyor and ordered without hesitation, "Run." Without Lingqi's order, the others had already prepared to escape. Almost at the same time when Lingqi put away the surveying device, they had already run out at their fastest speed. Behind them were numerous giant death lizards and countless giant lizard skull monsters. This was simply a tide of beasts, a disaster. They could not understand why just setting up a survey device would attract such a large-scale attack by monsters. Although the surveyor will attract the attention of the monsters, its impact range is not large, only 100 meters in radius. The location they chose is at least several kilometers away from the lair of the lizard skull monster. Why did it turn out like this? Of course, they didn't have the energy to think about which link had gone wrong. They could only run away desperately. If they didn't run fast enough, they would become food for the demons behind them. They were lucky. After running several kilometers away, they finally escaped the threat of the lizard skull monsters. Although several people were injured in the process, fortunately, their lives were not in danger. The people who had escaped death stood on a low hill, watching the giant lizard skull monsters and giant death lizards slowly going away, and everyone on the academy team secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Jiang said in a strange tone, "The behavior of these giant lizard skull monsters is very strange. They don't seem to be chasing us but rather migrating. I have the same feeling. If they were chasing us, they should have caught up when we chose to change direction, but the fact is that they didn't," said Lu Zheng. "We are not worthy enough to be hunted down by a tribe of giant lizard-skulled monsters. We should just be blocking their migration route," Mu Nujiao said. "Damn, I'm so unlucky that I happened to encounter the migration of a tribe of demons." Luo Song couldn't help but curse. Mu Nujiao frowned and said, "It's really unlucky. Once the demons form a tribe, they will not easily change their living territory unless they encounter a huge crisis that makes them unable to survive. Could it be that their previous territory was invaded by a stronger demon? Let's not worry about these things at this time. Let's find a place to camp and rest. Song Sha and the others are seriously injured and need to rest." During the escape, Song Sha was unfortunately hit by a poisonous giant lizard. Her entire left arm was corroded by the toxin and turned blue and black. If it weren't for Bai Tingting's healing magic and the antidote she took in time, this degree of injury would have been enough to take her life. In addition, Shenming Xiao and Zhao Mingyu were also injured, but their injuries were not serious. They were just superficial injuries. They will recover quickly with the help of Bai Tingting's healing magic, but they still need rest. "Look, that building over there is a church. It looks quite intact. Let's set up the camp there." Zhao Manyan pointed in a direction. Mu Ningxie looked in the direction he pointed. There was a flat land there. Although there was some vegetation, it was not very lush. A few hundred meters away there was a lake covered with aquatic plants. "Well, let's go there." Mo Fan, acting alone, put away the second detector which had turned green. He did not look at it but focused his attention on the inner space of the Loach pendant. Hundreds of residual souls gathered into a dazzling river of sticks. Those residual souls collided with each other under the pull of some mysterious force. With each collision, the light of some of the residual souls would become brighter, while the remaining ones would become dimmer until they disappeared completely. That should be enough. Mo Fan hoped that his little Loach pendant could condense the collected residual souls into a complete essence. Although it could not be taken out, it could be used to strengthen the stars. As long as all 7 stars are strengthened, he will be able to break through the limits of elementary magic and release the 4th level Thunder Seal. Although this is a wasteful use of resources, it is better than nothing. Mo Fan only needs 1 more spirit essence to strengthen the 7 stars. When he has the 4th level Lightning Seal, any slave demon will be killed instantly. The consumption of magic energy by primary magic is much less than that of intermediate magic. Sometimes, when facing some thick-skinned and tough slave-level monsters, it is too wasteful to use intermediate magic, and primary magic cannot kill them for the time being. If the power of primary magic can be improved, it will be a great help to him. Chapter 98 Voice. In 2 days, Jiang Yi ran away from several large groups of giant lizard skull demons and hunted 7 giant lizard pseudo-dragons. The entire group of giant lizard skull demons was reduced by 30% due to Jiang Yi's massacre, and an unprecedented large-scale migration began. If Jiang Yi had not been worried about angering the monarch in Dongting Lake, he would have continued hunting. However, he was quite satisfied with the results now. He looked at the positioning watch issued by the school, confirmed the current location of Lingqi and the others, and rushed back in that direction. In addition, Jiang Yi successfully completed 5 of the survey tasks that Yi was responsible for. This was because Yi was not serious about the survey tasks and spent most of his time looking for prey. The strange clothes can absorb the essence of the demons, flesh and blood and soul energy to improve cultivation. In addition, it has just been sublimated by the fusion of the origin of darkness and has gained a little intelligence, so it cannot restrain its hunting instinct. The campsite that Lingqi and the others found was an abandoned church. The church was large and relatively well preserved, and only needed a little cleaning before they could move in. Song Sha's injuries worsened. The poison of the lizard skull monster was not so easy to remove. Now she had fallen into a coma and had a high fever. Bai Tingting's healing magic could only sustain her life and had no effect in detoxifying her. Therefore, Lingqi and her group decided to let Ming Kong and Bai Tingting stay to take care of Song Sha, while the rest of them continued to complete the mission and use the church as a base. Ming Kong asked to stay on his own initiative because he was interested in Bai Tingting and wanted to take this opportunity to develop some feelings for her. Bai Tingting knelt beside Song Sha and wiped away the sweat caused by her high fever with a wet towel. This action made her relatively loose clothes tight, and her round and plump figure that she had carefully hidden could no longer be concealed. Ming Kong, who was standing by, stared with wide eyes. He was not a gentleman. He had an extraordinary family background and a great talent for magic. When he was in the imperial capital, he would wake up in the arms of a different woman almost every day. He hadn't released his anger for half a month since coming to the wild, and the dirty thoughts in his mind couldn't stop pouring out. Not only was his mind full of wild thoughts, but his expression and eyes also showed obvious changes. Bai Tingting is not a little girl who knows nothing. Her intuition as a mage allows her to quickly detect Ming Kong's condition. There's not enough cold water. Go get some cleaner water. Ming Kong suddenly came back to his senses. After hearing Bai Tingting's words, he turned around and looked at the remaining water. He said, "Isn't there still a lot of water? This water is drinking water condensed by water-related students using magic. It's better to save it. Just use river water to cool her down. There's a lake not far away." Bai Tingting asked Ming Kong to fetch water mainly because she wanted him to go out and calm down. She knew that most men would have some dirty thoughts in their minds, and she also knew how to deal with such situations. Ming Kong seemed to understand what she said. He nodded, took the water pitcher and went out. However, he did not calm down outside as Bai Tingting hoped. Instead, the images in his mind became more turbulent after leaving the church. He nonchalantly came to the lake and began to drink water, but he was thinking about Bai Tingting's plump and round figure under her tight pants. He didn't like skinny girls, he only liked plump girls like Bai Tingting. The kettle was filled with water but Ming Kong was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. A small spider quietly crawled from his hand that was stretched into the water to his body. Suddenly, he felt a stinging pain in his body and came back to his senses. This damn place is full of bugs. It makes me itch all over. It's really annoying. It's time to go back. Instead of daydreaming here, it's better to communicate with her more and see how to win her over. Ming Kong put away the kettle full of water and returned to the church. Bai Tingting was still wiping Song Sha's sweat. Her injuries were really serious and the detoxification drugs were ineffective. If she didn't get better tomorrow, she would have to send a distress signal. Bai Tingting was also tired and sweating. The weather was already hot and humid, but she didn't want to take off her coat in front of Ming Kong. Crystal clear sweat flowed across her snow-white skin, from her neck to her collar. With the sweat on her face, Bai Tingting looked even more haggard and weak. Her already delicate face was white and rosy, making her very attractive. Ming Kong's eyes were no longer concealed when he looked at her. His extremely aggressive gaze was unscrupulously focused on Bai Tingting's perky and plump breasts. He stood aside and looked down from above, and his eyes immediately lit up. He was sure that Bai Tingting was wearing a bra binder or something to hide her treasures, otherwise the size would be even more shocking. Bai Tingting naturally noticed Ming Kong's burning gaze, but she remained calm and warned him in a deep voice, "Don't be so ungraceful." However, Ming Kong seemed not to hear his words. His eyes were filled with madness and extreme greed, and the fantasies in his mind were like a quagmire that completely swallowed up his reason. After losing his mind, he attacked Bai Tingting unscrupulously. He stretched out his hand and tore off Bai Tingting's coat with a ripping sound. He smiled evilly and moved closer to Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting looked at Ming Kong in disbelief. Although she knew that most boys would have dirty thoughts, thoughts were just thoughts. She never thought that Ming Kong would actually dare to do something to her. Bai Tingting is not an ordinary weak girl. She stepped sideways to avoid Ming Kong's hand that was stretched out again. Magic star tracks began to arrange around her and dangerous magic fluctuations began to spread. She didn't want to attack her own people, but Ming Kong was really too much. This behavior was unforgivable. However, at this moment, the space fluctuated, and with a bang, it was as if an invisible giant fist suddenly hit Ming Kong's face, causing him to fly backwards. After landing, blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he fainted. "Are you okay?" At this time, Jiang Yi's voice sounded from the side. Bai Tingting looked over in surprise, only to find that Jiang Yi's figure appeared on the side not far from her. "Jiang Yi, you're back," Bai Tingting said in surprise. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside the church, and then Lu Zheng was the first to rush into the church. "What's going on? What happened?" Perhaps they heard the noise of Ming Kong being knocked away by Jiang Yi, so they rushed in so hastily. Behind them, Mu Ningxie, Mu Nujiao, Zhao Manyan and others also ran in. Ming Kong, how could this happen? Jiang Yi, you attacked your companions as soon as you came back. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are strong? When we return to the academy, I will not let you off easily." When Lu Zheng saw Ming Kong lying on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth and nose, and saw Jiang Yi in the church, he immediately started cursing. Jiang Yi didn't intend to explain after hearing this, but Bai Tingting took the initiative to explain everything that had just happened. When everyone saw Bai Tingting's torn coat, they immediately believed her words. "Zhaofeng, Xu Delong, the two of you tie up this scum." After listening to Bai Tingting's story, Lu Zheng felt ashamed and annoyed, and said angrily. Zhaofeng and Xu Delong were already indignant at Ming Kong's behavior and hated him for bringing shame to the Imperial Capital Academy. Without saying a word, they tied up the still unconscious Ming Kong. "Well, we haven't completed any surveys this time, and now this has happened again. It's time to disband this team." Zhao Manyan spread his hands and said helplessly. Mu Nujiao and the others looked unhappy when they heard this. They also knew that after such a thing happened in the team, the next mission would probably be more difficult to carry out. By the way, didn't Captain Zhang go on a survey mission alone? How many have you completed? With Captain Yang's high-level cultivation, it must be more than 3. Luo Song seemed to have thought of something at this time, looked at Jiang Yi and asked. Jiang Yi casually took out 5 green surveying devices and handed them to Mu Ningxie, who was keeping them, without saying a word. Mu Ningxie took the 5 surveying devices, her expression somewhat dejected. She raised her head and said, "Come with me for a while." Jiang Yi naturally agreed and accompanied Mu Ningxie out of the church and came to the lake a few hundred meters away. The lake was overgrown with weeds and looked messy at a glance. "This training mission is bound to fail," Mu Ningxie said. Jiang Yi asked back, "Why? If it really doesn't work, the two of us can survey the entire Jinline city." Mu Ningxie shook her head and said, "The training mission is not only important, but the training is also important. If the team is disbanded, even if we finally complete the entire survey mission, the evaluation will not be high." "Evaluation? Why should I care about that?" Mu Ningxie didn't need the resources of the academy like other students, so the result of this training would not have much impact on her. "I don't know. Maybe it's because of the family's pressure. After the disaster in Bo City, our Bo City Mu family could only rely on the Mu family to survive. Dad tried many ways to revive the family but all failed. Perhaps this was my mother's lasting wish before she died. My mother was very fierce. I only remember her ferocious face and red eyes when she scolded me. Her scolding of me is still whipping me and I dare not relax. Of course, it could just be my pride that's getting in the way. You don't know, I was actually full of confidence before we set out. I thought I could lead the team to complete the mission smoothly after this experience, but we suffered a heavy loss just 2 days after we separated from you, and we only completed the survey of 1 point. So what? The students in the school are already mixed. This time, teams from 2 schools are training together. They are 2 schools with grudges against each other. If there are no problems, it would be strange. This is not your problem. The arrangement of the school is unreasonable. Jiang Yi's voice was very calm. He noticed that Mu Ningxue was feeling a little lonely. He put his arm around Mu Ningxue's soft and slender waist and let her lean gently against him. Mu Ningxue's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. In a corner that no one else had ever touched, her soul had been confronting an ice demon for a long time. But she was also an ordinary person. The first time she was brought from Bo City to the imperial capital, the first time she looked up at the size of the Mu family, the first time she felt the real class gap in this world, she also had the idea of supporting the concept of family in her heart. But the truth was far more cruel than what she saw. The family was not a safe haven. The family also followed the rule of cannibalism. Ever since she learned that her soul was used as nourishment for the ice crystal bow, she completely lost her good impression of the family. However, in this vast world, the power of one person is ultimately too small. She tries her best to do everything to the best of her ability, hoping that when she grows strong enough in the future, she can get rid of all shackles and break all constraints. This kind of thinking also made her extremely demanding of herself. She spent all her time practicing. She had a benchmark in her heart. The young man seemed to be careless about everything, but he was always ahead of her. She thought, if she could catch up with that benchmark, would all problems be solved? This world is full of unreasonable things. You don't have to push yourself too hard. You can rely on me a little more. You are my princess. Mu Ningxue couldn't help but laugh as she listened. She nodded slightly and said, yes, this world is inherently irrational. It's not our fault. Today, she leaned on Jiang Yi so quietly and revealed some of her inner thoughts to him, which was very rare. She suddenly felt that those things were not so important. Chapter 99 Detoxification. The sky faded and the world gradually fell into darkness. Jiang Yi and Mu Ningxue returned to the church at this time. When the others saw the 2 walking back from the darkness, there was a hint of weirdness in their eyes, and they glanced at Lu Zheng vaguely. Lu Zheng was obviously suppressing his emotions, his hands unconsciously clenched. He was quite patient as he didn't even explode. A bonfire was lit in the church. Ming Kong, who had been knocked unconscious, had woken up. He was still tied up, sitting in a corner with a dejected and unbelievable look on his face. Bai Tingting and Mu Nujiao were taking care of the unconscious Song Sha, changing her wet towel from time to time. Song Sha's condition seemed to have worsened again. Her arms were already blue-black in color, but now some blue-black poisonous lines appeared from her neck to her face. Jiang Yi came over when he saw this and asked, what's wrong with her? When Bai Tingting saw that it was Jiang Yi, she explained, she was injured by a poisonous giant lizard. The antidote didn't work. I could only use healing magic to heal her body that was corroded by the poison, but her condition kept getting worse. The antidote doesn't work. Is the poison of the giant lizard so strong? Jiang Yi said with a little surprise when he heard it. They came here to train, so naturally they knew in advance the main types of monsters here, and they also prepared antidotes for the toxins of monsters like the poisonous giant lizard. How could it be ineffective? It should be a mutated giant poisonous lizard. We neglected it at the beginning. Mu Nujiao added. Jiang Yi finally understood, and sighed in his heart that it was God's will. His appearance allowed Song Sha to escape the pseudo-terrorist demon, but he didn't expect that she was still injured, and all the injuries were life-threatening. Let me try. Jiang Yi said, then leaned down and placed 2 fingers on Song Sha's arm, which had turned completely blue and black, with a gentle spiritual light surging from his fingertips. Bai Tingting saw the milky white light on Jiang Yi's fingers, which was clearly the basic healing magic, healing light. She was surprised and said, you are also a healing magician. Oh, And you are already a high-level magician. Does that mean your third magic is healing magic? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi neither admitted nor refuted it. His reincarnation system was indeed half similar to the healing system, but it was closer to the essence of life. Mu Nujiao was also a little surprised. Jiang Yi's first two systems were dimensional magic. She thought Jiang Yi would go all the way on the path of dimensional magic. This was possible. Some people were gifted in a certain type of magic and might only awaken this type of magic in their entire lives. But she didn't expect that his advanced level would actually awaken the healing system. Although Bai Tingting did not get an affirmative answer from Jiang Yi, she thought that was a tacit agreement. Suddenly, she felt more friendly towards him. The awe she had felt before because of some of his domineering behaviors quietly dissipated, not to mention that he had just helped her stop Ming Kong. Jiang Yi's life force poured into Song Sha's body, immediately causing a large amount of vitality to surge in her body that had been corroded by the white toxin. The damaged tissue began to repair itself, and the bluish-black skin quickly returned to its original state. Seeing this scene, Bai Tingting opened her eyes in disbelief and asked in disbelief, "How is it possible?" Although both were healing magic, the one Jiang Yi used was only elementary magic. She had used the intermediate level, Healing Elf, on Song Sha, but it didn't work. Why could Jiang Yi's magic make Song Sha recover so easily? Even Mu Nujiao, who was not a healing mage, felt incredible when she saw this scene. She had also experienced Bai Tingting's healing ability. The reason why she couldn't cure Song Sha was definitely not because her magic was not strong enough. It could only be that Jiang Yi's healing ability was beyond common sense. However, Jiang Yi stopped when half of Song Sha's arm was still not completely healed, and the toxins immediately began to counterattack, gradually spreading and corroding Song Sha's body. The commotion here had already attracted the rest of the people. Jing saw this and asked, "Why is there still half of her left? Why not cure her completely?" "Yes, Brother Jiang, since your healing ability can cure Song Sha, why do you want to keep some of it?" Zhao Manyan asked in confusion. Bai Tingting seemed to have thought of something, and quickly explained for Jiang Yi, "Don't get me wrong, healing magic can only repair physical damage, it has no effect on poisoning. Jiang Yi is already amazing for being able to repair Song Sha's body that was damaged by toxins to this extent. If you want to detoxify, you still need a special medicine." After hearing Bai Tingting's explanation, the group of people suddenly realized that it was not that they did not learn magic theory well, but that only people in the department would seriously understand such details. "It seems that the only way to cure Song Sha's poison is to return to the city," Zhao Manyan said. "Captain Yang's healing ability is so strong. He's even stronger than Bai Tingting, who majored in healing. It's really surprising," Zhao Mingyu from the Imperial Capital Academy said to Jiang Yi with admiration. "Why, are you interested? It's a pity that you don't have this chance anymore," Jing said jokingly. Zhao Mingyu shook off Jing's hand and said indignantly, "Can't I even think about it? I believe our captain won't mind this kind of thing, right?" As she spoke, Zhao Mingyu cautiously turned her gaze towards Mu Ningxie, but unexpectedly she was met with a pair of eyes as cold as the moon. Mu Ningxie looked at her and said calmly, "Yes." Zhao Mingyu's heart tightened, as if she was being stared at by a commander-level creature. She quickly waved her hands and said, I was joking, Captain, don't take it seriously. Just lighten the mood, haha." Everyone burst into laughter at this scene, and their tense moods were relaxed a lot in this atmosphere. Jiang Yi carefully examined the poison in Song Sha again and confirmed that it was indeed a mutated toxin. Ordinary antidotes would not work, but it was not difficult for him to remove the poison. Poison, in the concept of this world, is classified as black magic. All black magic is closely related to the dark plane. Poison in this world is not simply a substance that can cause necrosis of biological cell tissues, but a kind of magical energy with dark attributes. The essence of the poison attribute is actually to cause some of the cell tissues of a living thing to enter the withering process prematurely, thereby causing the organism to die. This form of power display is nothing more than the basis of the power of withering. As everyone looked at them in confusion, Jiang Yi used his finger as a blade and lightly scratched Song Sha's arm. A thumb-long wound appeared on her arm, and black poisonous blood flowed out of it. Without waiting for everyone to ask, Jiang Yi quickly took out a bottle of milky white paste from the space, tilted the bottle mouth, and the paste directly covered Songsha's wound. Gradually, the originally milky white paste turned blue-black. At the same time, Songsha's originally blue-black arms were gradually turning back to normal color. After about a few minutes, Jiang Yi changed the ointment twice, and Songsha's arm completely regained its healthy flesh color, without a trace of the blue-black color caused by poisoning. It was not until this moment that everyone was amazed at the magic. Bai Tingting looked at Jiang Yi with great admiration, as if she had seen her idol in life. Okay, the poison has been removed. Use healing magic on her a few more times to help her recover some strength. She will wake up soon. Jiang Yi looked up and said to Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting woke up with a start, and like a student facing an old professor, she nodded quickly and said, "Okay, I understand." "Jiang Yi, what's the name of this medicine? Can you give me some? I'll buy it with my own money." Zhao Manyan watched Jiang Yi put away the bottle of paste and hurried forward to ask. After witnessing such a miraculous detoxification effect with his own eyes, Zhao Manyan, who cherished his life the most, naturally wanted to prepare some. Upon hearing this, Jingjing also hurriedly said, "I want a bottle too, you can name your price." "And me, I want it too." The rest of the people also raised their hands to express their desire to buy Jiang Yi's detoxifying plaster. After all, nothing is more important than their own life. They are a group of people who are not short of money, so naturally they don't want to miss out on such a useful medicine. But unfortunately, that bottle of ointment was just something Jiang Yi made on the spur of the moment using some of the limbs of his ghost clothes. It was completely useless for detoxification. The real detoxification was the power of withering in Jiang Yi's reincarnation system. He manipulated the power of withering to extract all the toxins that had invaded Songsha's body. He did all this just to cover up his special reincarnation system. "I'm sorry, everyone. It's not that I'm stingy. I just have this much ointment and it's hard to share it with anyone." Jiang Yi had no choice but to evade the question. Everyone looked disappointed when they heard this, but no one raised any objections. Zhao Manyan, who was the first to propose buying it, said nonchalantly, "Alas, what a pity, but it doesn't matter. With you here, our team's safety is greatly improved, so it probably won't be needed." Mu Ningxie felt something strange from the beginning. She was wearing the ring that little ghost number 1 transformed into. When she saw Jiang Yi take out the bottle of ointment, she felt the energy fluctuations from it that were similar to those of little ghost No. 1. When she saw him reject everyone's willingness to buy it, she finally confirmed her inner thoughts and couldn't help laughing secretly. As the night deepened, Songsha woke up under Bai Tingting's care. The effect of healing magic in repairing physical injuries could only be described as exaggerated, and she quickly regained her ability to move. At this time, Mo Fan also came back, bringing back 2 survey devices that had completed data collection. Luo Song, Shenming Xiao and Liaoming Xuan had a few words with Mo Fan as usual. Strangely, Liaoming Xuan suddenly lost his temper and started cursing at Lu Zheng, who tried to stop the fight. Lu Zheng was not one to suffer any loss, and just when the situation was about to get out of control, an invisible mental pressure came, and an emotion more intense than any other dominated their hearts. That was fear, fear of the powerful life instinct. Under the intense fear, their anger, resentment and other emotions were suppressed. This was naturally the work of Jiang Yi. He knew that there was a bewitching spider nearby, and it was this guy who was controlling everyone's emotions. Ming Kong's bestiality was unleashed. Liaoming Xuan, Lu Zheng, and even Mo Fan, who had just returned, were out of control. And Mu Ningxie suddenly became sentimental and expressed her true feelings. These were all the faults of the bewitching spider. However, even though he saw through it, Jiang Yi did not solve it directly. Instead, he used another more direct and straightforward way to stop the conflict from breaking out. He used his mental power, which was more powerful and more domineering than that of the bewitched demon spider, to intimidate the bewitched students, and the fear would make them quiet down. Seeing that everyone was not in a good condition, Jiang Yi took the initiative to keep watch. The others were naturally happy to do so. Mu Ningxie was not sleepy either, so she went outside the church with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi made the ghost clothes turn into chairs, and sat at the door of the church with Mu Ningxie. The two of them just leaned close to each other, without saying a word, and just quietly looked at the deep night. Chapter 100. Become a Disciple. Bai Tingting suddenly walked out of the church and saw two people sitting side by side in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, but still walked up to them. Jiang Yi, who had long noticed the movement behind him, waved his hand and a separate chair appeared next to him. He said, "Sit down. Just say whatever you want to say." Bai Tingting was stunned for a moment, then sat down obediently. She looked at the two people who were close to each other with some envy, adjusted her sitting posture, and then asked Jiang Yi, "Well, I want to confirm one thing. In the gymnasium scale skin mother incident, were you the one who saved me?" Jiang Yi was also stunned by Bai Tingting's words. He had never expected Bai Tingting to ask this question, because when he rescued Bai Tingting, he never revealed his face from beginning to end, and he was wearing the most ordinary hunter robe. How could she suspect him? As if she saw Jiang Yi's doubt, Bai Tingting quickly explained, "Originally, I didn't connect the person who saved me with you, because your style is very different from that person. But since you saved me today and helped Song Sha detoxify, I started to have some doubts." Bai Tingting always remembered the eyes of the man who rescued her from the green and yellow banshee in the gymnasium that day. Although that look was always as calm as water, there was a special tenderness hidden under that calmness. As for Jiang Yi, from the time he met him to the time they formed a team to come to this deserted city for training, Jiang Yi's performance was too domineering several times, and he would hit and injure his classmates at any time. He was not like that person at all. But today her mind was changed, because while Jiang Yi was detoxifying Song Sha, she saw that calm yet gentle look again, and there was no way she was wrong. Jiang Yi didn't know what she was thinking. He was confused as to why she doubted him, so he asked, "Just because that person and I rescued someone, you think we are the same person?" Bai Tingting hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, I have my own judgment, not groundless speculation. Did you use healing magic on me when you saved me? Although it is very obscure, I majored in healing. The most common magic experiment subjects of healing mages are actually ourselves. I know my own body very well. It took me a long time to recover my ability to move in that situation. But after you saved me, I was able to move quickly and even cast magic. I may have overlooked this detail at the time, but thinking back on it, I can be sure that the person who rescued me must have used healing magic or something like that on me." After listening to Bai Tingting's statement, Lingqi smiled and said, "From your tone, it seems that you are very sure." Bai Tingting did not avoid Lingqi's gaze and nodded firmly, "Yes, to be able to use healing magic so obscurely, but with such a good healing effect, his attainments in healing must be very high. The only thing that confuses me is that if you already had the healing skill at that time, wouldn't that mean you were already a high-level mage a year ago? However, you had only just arrived at the Pearl Academy a year ago and were still a freshman at the Qing campus." Jiang Yi smiled. Bai Tingting really gave him a big surprise. He never expected that she could still guess the clues after such a long time, and determined from such a subtle connection that it was him who saved her at that time. "You're right. I was the one who saved you, but don't think about being grateful. You know the situation at that time. Anyone who saw that situation would not just let it go." Bai Tingting was not too surprised after getting a positive answer. Instead, her heart was filled with another emotion, which was shock. It was true that Jiang Yi had actually been a high-level wizard a year ago. No wonder his healing ability is so strong, no wonder he can complete the task more efficiently when acting alone than as a team. Suddenly, Bai Tingting stood up from her chair and looked at Jiang Yi excitedly. "Student Jiang, no, senior, can I ask you for a favor?" Bai Tingting suddenly became excited and even had the urge to kneel down. If Jiang Yi hadn't stopped her in time with his spatial telekinesis, she would have really knelt down. "Bai Tingting, stay calm first." Jiang Yi quickly stood up and scolded. Jiang Yi thought it was the bewitching spider again, so he carefully checked Bai Tingting's mental state, only to find that Bai Tingting was not bewitched. This is strange. If there is no mental interference, why would he suddenly behave like that? Bai Tingting seemed to realize that her behavior was a bit too radical, and she quickly stood up and said, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure, but classmate Jiang, can I become your disciple? I want to learn healing magic from you." Even Mu Ningxie was shocked by Bai Tingting's words. She looked at Bai Tingting with a strange expression and asked, "You just said, become my disciple." Bai Tingting nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I want to become his disciple. I really admire Yang's attainments in healing magic. I want him to teach me." Jiang Yi could feel that Bai Tingting was serious, and her desire to become his disciple was pure and not a momentary impulse due to her admiration for him. But unfortunately, he, Jiang Yi, was not a healing type. Although the life force part of Jiang Yi's reincarnation system can indeed be compared with the healing system, they are not things in the same system after all. If Bai Tingting wants to learn advanced healing magic, she should find a wizard who is proficient in this area. Jiang Yi obviously does not meet this requirement. So, Jiang Yi simply refused and said, "Bai Tingting, please forgive me for refusing, but please listen to me first. This is not your problem. My healing ability is somewhat different from what you know, so I can't teach it to you. In addition, I am also a student, and I am not qualified to be a teacher for others. Do you understand?" Bai Tingting looked dejected after hearing this. She shook her head and said, "I don't understand. I only know that your attainments in healing magic are much higher than mine. You are definitely qualified enough." Mu Ningxie also spoke up for Jiang Yi. "Bai Tingting, he is really different from you. If you want to improve your healing magic, you should consult a senior mage who has studied this area in depth. You are from the Bai family in Magic City, right? It shouldn't be difficult for your family to find a magic instructor like him. Bai Tingting is very smart. Having grown up in an aristocratic family, she can understand people's hearts and is not an ignorant little girl." She realized that Jiang Yi did not reject her out of avoidance, and she also realized that Mu Ningxui's words were not a declaration of sovereignty over her. Their words were all true, but she just didn't understand. They are all healing magic, what's the difference? The magic in this world is all systemic, and those outside the system are called forbidden magic. She doesn't think that Jiang Yi used forbidden magic to save Songsha just now. However, Bai Tingting also knew her limits. After being rejected twice, she knew that she could not continue to embarrass others. She nodded dejectedly and turned to walk into the church. Wait a moment. Just as Bai Tingting was about to step into the church, Jiang Yi suddenly spoke. Bai Tingting looked back in surprise and asked, "Have you changed your mind?" Jiang Yi shook his head, and then he saw that Bai Tingting's eyes, which had been shining with brilliance, had lost their luster again. He hurriedly took out a crystal-clear and mysterious fruit, which seemed to have countless stars moving inside. This fruit is the fruit of life. It contains the secrets of life. Take it. If you have the talent to comprehend the secrets of life inside, I can accept you as my apprentice. Really? Are you kidding me? Bai Tingting looked at the fruit in Jiang Yi's hand hesitantly. The fruit was like a finely crafted work of art. It seemed to contain a real universe and starry sky, with countless stars moving around. The hazy and dreamy starlight made people intoxicated. However, no matter how beautiful this fruit is, it is just a fruit. Is it too mysterious to say that it contains the secret of life? Although this is a magical world, it still has to follow basic rules. Mu Ningxie also looked at the fruit that Jiang Yi took out. She also felt that Jiang Yi's words were a little untrue, because Jiang Yi had given her this fruit of life a long time ago, and a lot of it. The fruit of life can provide a large amount of life force, which is of great help to the practice of martial arts, but she did not feel that there was any real secret of life hidden in it. Jiang Yi handed the fruit of life forward and said impatiently, "Do you want it? If not, forget it." "Yes." Bai Tingting said hurriedly, ran a few steps to Jiang Yi, and grabbed the fruit of life in her hand. No matter what, this is an opportunity that she must seize. Moreover, no matter how you look at it, this fruit is a treasure. Just talking about its gorgeous and beautiful appearance, it can be called rare. Holding the fruit of life in her hand, Bai Tingting suddenly paused. An extremely gentle life energy was flowing into her body through her palm, like a clear stream, flowing through her blood vessels throughout her body, making her feel refreshed. Bai Tingting's pair of bright black eyes suddenly revealed an uncontrollable surprise. Only at this moment did she realize that what Jiang Yi had just said was definitely not empty talk. This small fruit might really contain the secret of life. "Thank you, Master." Bai Tingting suddenly bowed deeply to Jiang Yi, and then without waiting for Jiang Yi's reaction, she stood up and ran back to the church. Jiang Yi and Ningqi looked at each other, and then couldn't help laughing. I think she is sincere. Why did you lie to her? Ningqi asked. Jiang Yi was puzzled when he heard this. How did I lie to her? If she can really comprehend a little bit of the law of life through the fruit of life, I will really accept her as my apprentice. Ningqi was surprised when she heard this and asked, can the fruit of life really comprehend the law of life? The concept of law is not unfamiliar to people in the magic world. Any wizard who can break through to the super level can reach that level of power. The most typical example is the high-level use of dimensional magic, which is infinitely close to the essence of the law. Jiang Yi nodded seriously and confirmed, yes, but you don't have to worry about it. You are not in harmony with the laws of life, so it is useless to eat so much. Just treat it as an ordinary cultivation resource. This thing is a rare treasure for others, but it is not that precious to me. The third stage of martial arts requires a nirvana to break through. You need to accumulate enough foundation, and the fruit of life can just provide you with enough vitality. Ningqi nodded suddenly, and took out a fruit of life, which was exactly the same as the one Jiang Yi gave to Bai Tingting before. Without even looking at it, she brought it to her mouth and took a bite. The fruit of life does not look like fruit, but rather a bit like jelly, but crisper than ordinary jelly. It has no specific taste, but only a strange and wonderful touch. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.